Hello, everyone. Um, I am Dante Powell. I'm your official host for your Portfolio Day 2021. I almost said 2020. The years are not making sense anymore. I'm a comedian based here in Des Moines, and DMACC has hired me to talk to you all about your Portfolio Day projects. First up, we have Abby. Abby, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Cool, I can hear you too. That means that I haven't messed up any of the controls on the Zoom. So congratulate. Cool background, by the way. Looks awfully similar to mine. We won't talk about that. I don't want to give away the location to the bunker DMAC stuck me in. How about you start us out by telling us a little bit about yourself, Abby?
Okay, my name is Abby Gardiaz, and I'm a graphic design major at DMACC. I'm looking for a design job in Iowa, and I have lots of experience in the Adobe Creative Suite. And I'm looking for a career in which get to do a mixture of print and web design.
Okay, that's pretty cool. When you say that you're looking for that sort of career, have you already started the process of looking? Are there any sort of ideal situations you could imagine yourself falling into?
Yeah, I've started looking for jobs, and I've been looking for jobs at graphic design agencies in town, and also businesses like Matera and Meredith.
Oh, that's pretty cool. They're great local companies. I have friends at both of those spots actually. So yeah, I'm that's a wonderful place to start. So what led you to graphic design to begin with? How did you end up like in the program here?
Well, I graduated from UNI with a degree in studio art, and while I was there, I worked at the North American Review, a national literary magazine. So I worked on the layout of the print publication, as well as the special books and publications the magazine put out. And I really enjoyed learning how to use InDesign to lay out the magazine. So that was where that spark first came.
Okay.
And then additionally, I've heard it said that art poses questions, but design offers solutions. And my background in fine art gives me the tools to explore and think outside of the box. And my background in design allows me to use my creativity towards a specific end goal, whether that be to inspire change or shift attitudes and opinions.
Okay, man, that is impressive. I don't think I've ever done or had any purpose in my life that I knew that like you pinpointed that thing. So that is quite impressive there, Abby. Can you do me a favor and tell me about your favorite project here at DMAC that you've done?
Yeah, actually, I'd like to share my screen and show you if you don't mind.
That is just fine with me. Let's take a look.
All right. So this is one of my favorite projects that I've done here at DMAC. It was a branding project for a local business, Carmen's Flowers.
Oh wow.
And as you can see here, I have the preliminary sketches, trying to find out what kind of design would be best for the company. And then I brought it onto the computer and came up with some more designs. And these were the final few I came up with, and I narrowed it down to these two.
Wow.
And these are a couple of the deliverables I did, this billboard and these business cards.
Wow. That is quite impressive. That so I must admit I couldn't do this even if I tried. I just don't have the gumption in me to push me to do it. But as I'm looking at what you created from start to finish, it is very impressive. I'm noticing the work you put into things like as I look at the business card in the back of it, it's the same as the apostrophe from Carmen's and the like the way you sketched out and created the logo. It's all really, really impressive. So wow, I can't even compliment it properly because to see it done in that way is something that I'm not familiar with, but I can recognize the great talent it took to make that happen and just how impressive it is in general. So uh, I am impressed, and I'm sure everyone else will be. So, Abby, I would like to thank you so much for your time this morning. And again, just send my compliments to you because that project is quite incredible. So, all the best as you move forward. Thank you for your time this morning.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Hannah. Hannah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Cool. I can hear you as well. We're off to a great start here. So, Hannah, as we've done along the other students here, I'll just simply start by asking you to tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I am Hannah, and currently I'm a graphic design student here at DMACC. I will be graduating in May, and currently I'm looking to stay in the Des Moines area and find a full-time graphic design position that works with illustrations as well as Photoshop and layout designs.
Okay, that's pretty impressive, and it makes sense. I get it. So, Hannah, I'm we're gonna jump into your project here, but sometimes I like to just see where people are landing on things. You said you want to stay in the Des Moines area. Are there currently any projects that you see as you like go around town that you look at and you go, oh wow, that's really impressive. I would like to potentially do that one day. It could be something as simple as like a random billboard that you really like the layout of, or a complete series of something that a company has put out. What's something that you see around Des Moines that motivates you and you feel like you'd be able to do well?
Currently we get like a Des Moines magazine in our mailbox every month, and I've really loved looking through that. And it's also fun to read, but as well as look at the design work and all of the creative ways they come up with putting things into that magazine.
Yeah, the people at Des Moines Magazine do a really great job, especially the one they put me on. I must say they really knocked it out of the park with that one. How about you tell us about your favorite project, Anna?
So my favorite project, I would have to say my book design for The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Oh wow, is that something you're
Um,
going to share with us? Is it?
no, I currently do not have that ready to share, but
It's okay. I just wanted to make that a little bit easier if you were, but okay, tell us about it. Let's hear it.
so personally, I loved reading, and so I always love looking at like book covers and just like I feel like a book cover can really make or break a book because if the cover is really not that interesting, sometimes it doesn't really draw you towards the book. So I always loved the idea of that. And when we got this project, I was really excited because we had a lot of creative freedom to create and just design it how I thought it would fit. And I really enjoyed that process.
Nice. And so if you had to describe what you actually did, uh what was it that you feel like you did a good job of bringing to life in that project?
Something I really enjoyed about doing that is creating like the chapter headers and things like that, and then making sure everything fit properly on the pages and wasn't like it didn't shove any like paragraphs onto wrong sections. And then I really enjoyed designing the cover because we really had a lot of creative freedom with what we put on our cover and how we wanted to do it.
Wow, that is really I'm always impressed by the people who enjoy the work of the work. And so for you to say that you enjoyed making sure that your paragraphs were aligned properly and things like that, I think the world of people who are willing to put that sort of work into things. And so before we wrap up here, I do want to ask, what are your future goals? What do you hope to accomplish now that you are on the verge of graduation?
My future goals is I would love to find a full-time job at an agency or like a magazine publication, since I really enjoy layout design work. but I'm honestly really open to many different creative jobs that would give me some more and new knowledge about graphic design.
Wow. Simple to the point, and I get it. That is spot on. Wonderful work, Hannah. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. All the best to you and everything you got coming up.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Next up, we have Salma. Salma, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. I can hear and see you as well. I don't get to see everyone's name, so I wasn't even sure if you were in here or not. So this is just rolling smoothly and perfectly. How about you start us out like we've had the others, and that's by telling us a little bit about yourself.
All right. Well, my name is Salma Munoz. I'm from Des Moines, Iowa, and I'm like looking for more like of a illustrative focused career for graphic design.
Cool, cool. And so, as you've been here at DMACC, what has been your favorite project?
My favorite project has been from my digital artistry class. It was like a social composite. So we were focusing on like a social problem in our world. So I actually have mine if you want to see.
Yep. Go right ahead.
All right. So this one is what I did. I digitally painted this
Really?
on my iPad, and basically like I took a photo that I found on Adobe, and I color picked everything from the photo, and I placed it on to make it look like I like put paint on top of each other basically, and I added more of a little design aspect under the body and the eyes to emphasize like the emotion of the movement that I was doing.
Nice. This is very impressive. There's so much that I'm seeing that I have questions and like, wow, how do you manage to do such a thing? So that is beautiful and so well done. And you said, so did you start out with the photo and then make adjustments to it? Is that what you said happened there?
I did start out with the photo, but I used the photo more as a reference, and then I just digitally like painted it onto a blank canvas.
Perfect. Okay, so the reason I was asking is because I didn't know if this was just someone you knew and you painted, or if it was, because I know you said you got it from Adobe or somewhere. I don't know if it was just like a generic stock photo or what. But yeah, it looks like, and I mean this just as an outside observer, but it looks like you put time and care into this as if you knew the person. So that's why I wanted to kind of dig into that a little bit, because
Yeah.
it's really, really impressive. And so when you do a thing like this, uh the fulfillment must be great. Like, how did it feel once you got that to the point where you were, where you considered yourself done? Like when you finished that project, how did it make you feel?
I felt very accomplished. I was so excited that I even showed my mom and my dad my project. Uh, I usually do that every time I finish like a project. Like, hey mom, hey dad, look at this. Look at the progress that I'm making. I'm pretty sure they're sick of me telling them.
I bet
But
they're not. I bet if they're seeing progress, they're probably really thrilled about it. And speaking of progress, what do you hope to progress to from this? Like, what are your future goals?
my future goals is to basically continue with like what I did right here, and I'm hoping that companies that I am going to work for will love the idea of me doing some more like illustrative painting for for like their designs and everything, because I think like the painting look is like, it's very beautiful in my opinion.
Yeah, when it's done, like if you had asked me to paint this, it wouldn't be beautiful. But someone talented like you painting it is, it's astonishing. So I again, my compliments to you, just like everyone else. You guys are an incredibly talented group. So I wish you the best with everything as you go forward. Thank you so much for your time, Salma.
All right, thank you so much.
You have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
All right. And next up, we have Maria. Maria, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Cool. This is off to an excellent start. We've gotten everyone up and everyone can hear and see. So, Maria, you know the drill by now. You've seen it a few times. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah. So I'm originally from a small town that's south of Des Moines. And I grew up at a young age, just really loving any and all things art related.
What town?
Truro. It's small.
No, shout them out. I want everyone in Truro watching this on YouTube to be proud. There's probably going to be a parade for you in Truro after this.
Well, it wouldn't be too long. One. It's a small town. We'd have to get everybody together to make the parade. But so I grew up loving all things art related at that time, and I took that love of art into high school and now throughout my adulthood. And that's kind of just led me to this place I'm in now, pursuing career in graphic design.
Wonderful, wonderful. And so you came to DMACC, you're pursuing it, and what was your favorite project once you got here?
It's tricky. It's a cheesy answer, but I really enjoyed everything I've worked on. That's why I kind of know I'm in a good spot, because I haven't had anything I disliked. I really enjoy branding projects, just because there's a lot of different aspects that go into it. I'm getting to do a lot of different things within those kinds of projects. So I specifically enjoy that.
Okay, cool. And can you give me a project or two that like you worked on and you thought to yourself like, wow, I've found my thing. Like this is, so I won't call them your favorites. I don't want to make the other projects feel any jealousy, but when do you recall a moment where you were like, okay, this is it. This I enjoy.
Yeah. Basically anything that I've gotten to work on that pertains to my personal interests. I feel like that has always been up my avenue. If it's anything like food related or drinks, or just social aspects of things, things that I'm genuinely interested in, I'm usually like, this is kind of my jam. And even so much so, if it's not something I'm necessarily interested in, I'm still interested in the design work. So
that's a cool thing you just mentioned. I never even thought about that until you just said it, that as a designer, you may come across something that you have absolutely no interest or knowledge of. And then before you know it, you've thrown yourself into the design work of it. And now you're able to approach it from a different perspective that probably helps you get into more things. So that's pretty cool to hear. So what are your future goals as you move forward out of the program and into the real world?
yeah, I just have to say, as far as goals, it's probably just to work in an engaging and in a fun environment, just having the opportunity to learn and expand my skills. It's been a pleasure so far to work alongside my classmates and with my professors. I just really look forward to continuing growing as a designer, wherever that may be.
Okay, cool. And if you had to rank your professors based on who you like, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So, I kind of ask this with a few students here and there, and I'd be interested in hearing your answer as well. But is there anything that you see that either, say, a classmate or a marketing department at a company around town, or just in general, even nationwide, is there a marketing campaign that you look at and you go, wow, I really like this, the way they did, whatever it may be. And like I said, it could be something as simple as a magazine spread a classmate did, or something as, wildly popular as like the progressive commercials. Like, is there something that you look at and you go, okay, this is my jam right here.
Yeah, it's funny you say like commercials. I look at TV so differently now than I used to before I started school. I mean, I look at commercials and I see like animation and different things, or just art aspects, the way people are thinking. And I feel like now I watch TV or commercials and I'm like, oh, I like what they thought. I like what they put into this. I just look at it so differently. You watch that stuff passively normally, and now it's I'm like, I could probably do that. I could take this idea and turn it into something that is sufficient for this project. So not necessarily specific answer, but TV in general, I think I look at a lot differently than I used to.
No, that's super interesting. That's very interesting to hear because as a comedian, I do that sometimes where my family will want to watch comedy and I'm watching and tinkering with the bits the comedians are doing, going, I would have done this or that or whatever. And it's just really interesting that that is a universal approach to industry once you're in. So I appreciate your time, Maria. You are absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. All the best to you as you move forward with your career and your life beyond DMACC. Thanks again for your time.
Awesome. Thank you.
Bye. Hello, everyone. I'm Dante. I'm your host for Portfolio Day, and we will be starting right now, actually, with Brooke. Brooke, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Cool. Welcome to the party, Brooke. Uh, how about we go ahead and get things rolling? I have a few questions I'm going to ask you, and then we'll get you on with your day. So, Brooke, starting out, can you just tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hello, my name is Brooke Hankey. I am from Anton, Iowa, and I'll be graduating from DMACC with an ASS degree in graphic design this May. I'm looking for a job in the Sioux City, Iowa area, and my favorite thing to do is design graphics for clothing and signs.
Cool. Clothing and signs. Big business there. That's very impressive. So, what was the area you were looking for work in?
For clothing and signs, like doing like vinyl.
But what was the actual area? Like, not Des Moines. You said, was it
No, in Sioux City, Iowa, because I live in
City?
Anton, and that's like the biggest town here, and I figured it'd be easier to get a job in that area.
Makes sense. There you go. Okay, cool. And so, what brought you to DMACC and the graphic design department here?
Through my whole life, I've loved to draw. In high school, I took a class called 2D design where I learned about some of the Adobe programs. To me, that was very fun to learn about those, and all that was done through the computer. And so after taking that class, I wanted to pursue a career in the graphic design field. I looked at many community colleges before finding the perfect one. Many of the colleges did this career strictly online. I knew I wanted to do this in person. When I came to DMACC and found that classes would be in person, I knew that would be a good fit for me. Although the pandemic has ended my face-to-face experience, I feel that DMACC instruction and leadership has done all they could to make me feel successful in my career. Also, attending orientation helped me to learn more about the program. I knew that after orientation, this would be a good school where I would be prepared after 2 years of learning for a job in the career field of graphic design. Besides that, it's a very nice campus, and the apartments are also very nice. Thankfully, I picked DMACC to pursue my career.
Nice. Cool. You're very much on brand for DMACC. You're like, yeah, I'm going to bat for DMACC, baby. I love it. So here's the design test for you. I got a personal test I'm gonna give you, Brooke. Okay, can we do a quick test?
Yeah.
All right, now here's the deal. They hired me to come in and then they put me in a basement. I'm not allowed to tell anyone where I am. The doors are locked, there's no windows, and the lights are off. But I've got this hat on, but I also have these really bright lights on. So should I go hat with sunglasses? Or should I just go sunglasses? Like, do you like the reflection of you guys? Should I go no hat, sunglasses, hat, sunglasses, hat, no sunglasses? What's your design mind telling you I should do?
I think just hat.
Just hat. Cool, cool. The reflection was giving you too much there. I get it. Here, so I did a little bit of research and I found out that you have an internship right now with KMK Apparel, and that's not Cottonmouth Kings, which I, as an old person, thought it was. But you have an internship right now. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
KMK Apparel Design is a small business located in Kingsley, Iowa. At this business, they specialize in doing embroidery, screen printing, graphic design, vinyl decals, and custom graphics. Since I have been working here, I have learned a little bit on how to screen print, embroider, and vinyl. I have mostly helped out with the vinyl. Vinyl gets printed, I am the one who gets to peel it. And then I get to apply it to shirts and masks. But mostly other workers do that, but sometimes let me do it. Doing vinyl is my favorite part of this job. In the store, they sell lots of clothing for nearby schools. I've gotten to design some graphics for some of these shirts that get put up in the store for customers to purchase. There have also been a few times that customers asked for a certain design for something like Unity Point Health or Fire School, and I created them graphics. This is fun to do, but can be stressful when you're unable to find a good font. I recently just got done making a sign for a church. It was fairly simple to do. Working here has been fun. I my time working here, how fun and stressful it can be being a graphic designer.
Cool, cool. And so you're they're in Kingsley, Iowa. They're doing a lot of work for, like you said, schools, churches, and things like that. Are you getting the opportunity to express yourself creatively, you feel, or is it because you said sometimes you have trouble finding fonts? To me, I think that's a good problem for you to have because it means they're allowing you a little bit of leeway to make decisions and things like that. So, do you find yourself in the internship being able to express yourself creatively in a way that fulfills you?
Yes.
That's awesome. That is absolutely amazing. And that's why you come to DMACC to do the graphic design program and end up in a place where you can intern and do the work that they ask, but also express yourself creatively. So I'm very happy to hear that for you, Brooke. Thank you so much for your time this morning and all the best as you move forward. Take care, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, guys. Up next, we have Noah Johnson.
What's up, Dante? How's it going, man?
It's going, Noah. How are you?
I'm good, you know. It's a little early, but I'm feeling, pretty good. So,
Oh man, are you normally not up this early?
I mean, sometimes well, I guess most of the time I am because I have a morning class, but yeah, I don't know.
You're talking to a professional comedian, buddy. I'm never up this early, so don't don't feel judged at all. I was just curious. So one of the things I know about you so far is that you are an early riser, but you don't like it. How about you tell us some other things about yourself so we can get to know you a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. So, I'm Noah Johnson. I'm sure y'all know me, and so I grew up in Des Moines, Iowa, and I'm 20 years old. And I'm looking for a job in the Des Moines area, but I'm also open to like moving out of state eventually. So, yeah.
Cool, cool. And do you have any hobbies? Anything you like to do?
Yeah, so I like to take photos. That's one of my favorite things to do outside of like graphic design. And I also like to go fishing and play basketball.
Nice. Hey, having a pretty good year fishing this year so far?
It's been rough because the weather has been so weird in Iowa. Like it snowed, I think, last week.
Yep.
Or like, yeah. It's just been off. So the water temperature is not completely there yet for the fish to warm up and start getting active. So
I know, man. Lucky for you, right here at DMACC, there's a lake. So
yeah, for
if
real.
you ever decide you want to get out there, you can. So let me ask you this, Noah. What was your favorite project you did here at DMACC?
Okay, so there's a lot of good ones, but I think my favorite project was probably a rebrand project that I did in my Com Design 3 class. And it was where we picked like a local business and we had to rebrand it. And I chose this ice cream shop down the street from my house called Granny's Ice Cream.
Oh wow.
I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's kind of like an East Side like staple. So I did some like rebranding for that project and I thought that it turned out really sick.
Okay, cool. I will say this. It's kind of hard to mess up ice cream. So that was smart. That shows you got some good sense about you. I can't imagine a single ad that would make me go, you know what? I don't want that ice cream. If the ad was bad, I would just simply go, you know what I'm going to do to help me get over that bad ad? I'm going to eat some ice cream. So that's a win-win, man. Good work on you.
Thank you.
So uh let's talk about moving forward now. What you mentioned that you want to find work here in the Des Moines area. What are your future goals though? What does that look like for you moving forward?
Yeah, so I got a couple ideas of where I want everything to go.
Okay.
So like I mentioned, I take photos and stuff. So I want to merge graphic design and photos together. And I'm also like really into like clothing and stuff. So I want to do something for like clothing companies. Like maybe I'm like a creative director for a clothing company in the future, and I get to like come up with the campaigns and like the branding and all that. And then maybe it's like being a creative director for like a fashion editorial lifestyle magazine type of thing. And then if that doesn't pan out, then like another goal of mine is like to start up like a graphic design studio in Des Moines somewhere and do like rebrands for like local boutiques, coffee shops, photographers and stuff like that. So those are my goals.
Cool, cool. I don't. You mentioned that if the initial goal of becoming a creative director didn't work out, you would try that. But I don't see why you couldn't do both.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, I see you looking at things and shooting and aiming high. So I wish you the absolute best with that. I appreciate your time this morning. All the best to you as you move forward, my friend. Take
Yeah.
care. All right.
Thanks, Dante.
You got it, buddy. All right, moving right along. We've got, let's see, up next, we've got Charlie. Charlie, can you hear me, buddy?
Yeah, hey man, how's it going?
Hey, things are going really well, Charlie. Let's get right into it. What brought you to DMACC and the graphic design department here?
So initially I wasn't really sure what I wanted to go with out of high school, but I took a lot of art classes and stuff throughout high school, and it kind of came across my brother ended up doing graphic design before me.
Oh,
And
wow.
it kind of came across as more of a realistic way to keep doing art.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm originally from Jewel, Iowa, so not too far away from here, and it just DMACC's really inviting, and it's super great learning in all the classes from the teachers.
Nice, nice. And so you said you had a brother that did it initially. Did that help or hurt you? Like, did you feel a sense of like community and he was helpful, or was it a sense of competitiveness and you know, it pushed you to be better? Or what was that like?
It definitely it helps a lot. Like especially we started a business actually together,
Oh, wow.
and yeah, so we make a lot of like enamel pins and stuff, and we kind of go back and forth with designs and stuff. And when I like going through school making projects, I'd ask him for his opinion and stuff. So definitely helps.
Wonderful, wonderful. And can you tell me a little bit about your skill set when it comes to designing? What are you working with here, buddy? What we got?
Yeah, so mostly Illustrator, like a lot of logo design and poster work, that kind of stuff. Probably one of my favorite things that I've done through school was a rebrand of like a Lay's chip bag. So I went through and like remade the logo and remade the whole bag and stuff like that. So definitely like branding and advertising.
Wow, what did you do to remake the Lay's chip bag? What did you change? What do you feel like you brought to Lay's?
So with the logo, I kind of made it like into like a 3-circle stack, like totally different basically from what they have now. And then I kind of went with like a chrome bag, like with nothing on it, but
Oh,
just
wow.
stuff on the bottom coming up from the bottom of it. So I
Okay.
thought that was pretty different than anything I'd seen.
I'll tell you the same thing I told Noah, which is that's an incredibly smart option to choose for a project, because again, who's going to be upset at potato chips? You
Yeah.
know, again, you do a bad job on the bag. I'm just going to open the bag up and eat the chips to make me feel better about what would be a bad job. Not that you did. I'm sure you did an excellent job. From what you've described, I think Lay's should be calling you any minute. If I own Lay's, I would. So way to
That'd be
go
great.
there. Now, you did mention that you work in Illustrator a bit. Can you elaborate on your skills in Illustrator and just on your ability as a designer in general?
So I really try to go with just trying to get everything precise and really getting the point across and designing everything just really clean and being able to really understand what's going on and what the message is in the design. And I
That
really, a big thing that I think about is the colors. in the design, that really gets to me about what is right with the color palette and if they go together and stuff like that.
That's incredible. As a comedian, I, I'm in a Facebook group called Bad Comedy Flyers, and it's just a bunch of comedians posting the worst flyers we've been featured on. And so to hear graphic designers speak about it with passion and love for the craft, the way you guys do, makes me really happy that hopefully I won't have to post there moving
Yeah.
forward a whole lot more. And so I just want to let you know I appreciate that you're putting that effort into it, and that you understand that something basic sometimes can be great. And I, even from the Lay's rebrand you described to just focusing in on something that a lot of people may think is simple, like color, I commend you for that. That's
Thanks, man.
really excellent work. So thank you so much for your time, Charlie.
Yeah,
All
thanks,
the
man.
best to you as you move forward with you and your brother and your business, and whatever it may be you choose to get into once you get out of here at DMACC, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. Great
You
to meet
got
you.
it. Pleasure's mine, man. And up next, we have Braxton. Braxton, can you hear me?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm great, man. How are you?
Morning. I'm doing all right, man. Just kind of waking up, just getting ready,
Man, it's an early morning for you guys. I hear that's the
Yes, sir.
common theme here.
Yes, sir.
So, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, Braxton?
Yes, sir. So yeah, my name is Braxton Frazier. I'm initially from Austin, Texas, so like I'm kind of a long ways from home. But kind of just coming up here. I've just been studying at DMACC. I'm set to graduate this May with a degree, an associate's degree in graphic design. In this summer, I'm going to go back home, but if any remote positions were open, I'd definitely look into that. So yeah.
Cool. And so, what is it that you specialize in? What?
So I really enjoy specifically working in Illustrator. So I like to do kind of like a lot of illustrations and then take them in Illustrator and vectorize them. But specifically, I like to work on posters, logos, kind of packaging design.
Okay.
I really appreciated kind of doing this. I say this year, but honestly, this whole program. So
Nice. And so, is there a project that you think back on and you're like, man, when I got the opportunity to do this, I really threw myself into it. I really enjoyed it. I really felt like, man, I'm making the right call here. Like, graphic design is my thing, and this proved it to me.
yes, sir. Yeah. So there was one project I was commissioned to work on the this publication for the Iowa Culinary Institute.
Mm-hmm.
I was like a 40-page, seasonal publication that I was able to kind of like be the singular designer on and kind of remake and redesign. And I thought that was a really fun experience. I got to learn a lot about it. I even got to go to the printers and speak with them about it. Very fun project. Also working with editors and things like that. It was a lot to learn, a lot to experience. It was just fun to just be able to work on it because I was able to combine aspects of like, Photoshop, taking images, adjusting them, and as well as Illustrator where, I'm creating like not necessarily a logo, but like an insignia that, that I'm able to kind of draw out and then take into Illustrator, vectorize, put into InDesign and kind of bring everything together in InDesign. I thought that was really a fun experience.
Nice. And so when you get the opportunity to do something like that while you're here at DMACC, and then you look forward at what things are going to be coming for you once you're gone, what do you feel like you bring to projects that's going to be helpful for companies as they, move forward and potentially want to hire you or work with you? Like when you think about a project having Braxton Frazier's name on it, what's something that, like, what is something that you feel like you're bringing that's gonna set you apart from everyone else?
Unique to myself. Okay. Well, I think many people I've went to school with, and I guess people have seen in general, like, share different traits, of course. But I think something that I'm open to is definitely humbling myself and understanding that I don't know everything, and there's going to be people who know more, people who know less as well. But I have to open myself up and allow for criticism, and allow for someone to teach me things so that I can, of course, improve and grow better. But that, I think, trying to structure my work beforehand, so making sure I'm sketching out ideas, making sure that I'm having discussions with people, about the work that we're doing, and trying to be like open lines of communication, I think is something that I try to do in every project.
That's a very reasonable and quite honestly a mature approach to a life and career moving forward that you're gonna obviously do great things with. But I would like to point out the fact that everything you said about being open to criticism and listening to others, uh, like that's not what Kanye would do. Okay, he wouldn't listen to the haters. He would tell the haters to back off a little bit. And so while I do think it's great that you're willing to do that, keep in mind that you're an excellent worker as well. And so don't listen to any. No, I'm kidding. Absolutely.
No.
Take that criticism and be kind and work hard, and you'll accomplish great things, man. So thank you for your time this
Thank you.
morning. I wish you all the best moving forward, man.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Take care. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Portfolio Day. I am Dante Powell. I'm a comedian, and I am here to host this thing. So, we are going to jump right into it. I'm going to go ahead and speak with the first student for this session. Amber, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Cool. Welcome to Portfolio Day. How's it going?
It's going all right. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. This has been a fun morning so far, so we'll just go ahead and keep the fun going. So, what do you see yourself doing professionally after you graduate here at DMACC?
I would really like to see myself in some sort of illustration type graphic design job. I really excel in illustration and I really enjoy it. And I think that would be a good career choice for me.
Okay, that's understandable. Let's talk about you personally though. Like, so you want to do the illustration. Eh, what do you feel is your strongest graphic design skill? Like, let's say you had to take a few of them. How would you go about describing them as they pertain to you? Like, what are your strongest skills?
I feel like my top skill would probably be illustration in the sense that I've been doing it for a very long time. I grew up in a very artistic, creative family. I've been doing lots of fine arts since I was very young. So I'd say my top skill would be in the illustration realm. And then following that would probably be like layout and typography.
Cool, cool. So you come from an artistic family. That is probably an amazing thing to have at your disposal. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Like, what was that like for you? How did that help you? Did it hinder you at all? I could imagine that maybe sometimes that could be quite a bit of pressure potentially. But how did you deal with it? What was that like for you?
So I first started taking art classes at the Des Moines Art Center when I was 6.
Oh
So
wow.
I've been doing artistic stuff for a very long time. My
Okay.
grandma is a professional artist. She sells watercolor, pastel, and oil paintings professionally. So I've learned quite a bit of skill and stuff like that from her. I would say that being able to have that creative background has definitely given me a leg up in my graphic design career because I knew a lot about color theory and weight and shape and white space and stuff like that.
Wow, that's really impressive. When you think about taking that to the next level, which of course you mentioned would just be a career of some sort moving forward, uh, you've got the artistic background. You've now got a more technical background to go along with that from DMACC here. What is what is it that you see yourself doing? Like, if you were able to pick one thing that's out there that you were doing, what would it be? Like, I'm thinking, because for me as a comedian, I always think that the goal is to sell out a huge arena. As an artist who now is working in graphic design, what is something that you see as like, okay, this is the mountaintop, this is what I'm hoping to get to?
Well, really, I think I would like to find myself doing meaningful illustrations for different kinds of awareness campaigns, I think.
Hmm.
Trying to bring awareness to issues that really need attention and stuff like that. I think that would be like the pinnacle for me.
Beautiful, beautiful. There is something absolutely beautiful about anyone using their gifts and talents to bring awareness. So I commend you for that. And I thank you for your time this morning. I really appreciate it. All the best to you as you move forward.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we have Alex. Alex, can you hear me? No, Alex, I think. Maybe he's there or they're there and it's taking a while. I don't know. I'll skip Alex if I need to, but I'm gonna wait for now. Oh, I see we've got word that there is no Alex. So we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go find Alex. I'm literally gonna, I don't know where Alex is in the world, but I'm gonna go get Alex. So you guys just stay right here. Don't panic. It's probably not a big deal. I'm just gonna straighten the situation out because that's what DMACC is paying me to do. So no, I'm kidding, guys. I'm not gonna find Alex. I don't know where Alex is. It was just news to me that Alex wasn't here. So we're actually going to move on. Um, we're going to go to Miranda. I just wanted to give Miranda a little bit of space there before she had to worry about coming off. So sorry if I scared any of you. I'm not leaving. I'm here. You're stuck with me. They have the door locked. So Miranda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful. I was waiting on you to pop up there. I had to stall a little bit. So how's your day going, Miranda?
Pretty good. How's your day going?
Pretty good. My friend Alex isn't here, and that hurt me a
Right.
little bit, but we're keeping things moving.
Okay.
I'm happy to have you here, friend. So the day is going quite well. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Miranda Copey. I'm 20 years old. I'm originally from Southern California.
Okay.
I've been living here in Iowa since like the beginning of high school. So it's been some time now. I started DMACC here in 2019. I've been working pretty hard to get my associate's degree in graphic design, and I'm about to graduate here shortly. That's super exciting. I'm also bilingual. I'm half Hispanic, so that's kind of helpful sometimes. Yeah.
Well, I struggle with English, so got
You're
me
right.
beat there.
It's
So,
hard.
so let's talk about let's talk about the program and everything you've been able to do here.
Yeah.
What sort of design work is it that you enjoy doing?
I really love most design work, honestly. I've loved arts for pretty much my entire life. I always knew that I'd go into some sort of design or art career, and graphic design just really is the one for me, I think. I really love digital illustration because it's just so close to drawing, and that was my favorite thing to do growing up. But other than that, some new hobbies that I've come to really enjoy actually are things like magazine layout and user interface design, also known as UI design.
Okay. Can you tell me a
I
little bit
also
about UI design while we're here?
So UI design stands for user interface design. And so basically what that means is when you go on a website, either on your laptop or on your phone, and you see where the pictures are, where the wording is, certain buttons they use, you know, basically how the website is laid out and designed. Someone has to do that. Someone's got to design the transitions, the buttons, the kind of the workflow of the website. And I think a good looking website is just really helpful for any business, really. Yeah, I think it's really fun and really cool.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I'm getting older and I'm turning into my parents. So I notice things like that when I go to a website, if it's smooth and I can easily find whatever it is I may want to, find, it's super helpful.
Right.
And
Love that.
yeah, and when I can't, like I said, I turn to my dad and I lose all my patience and I'm thinking to myself, who's out here doing this? But thankfully now I know Miranda is out there doing her best to stop this
I'm
from
gonna be
happening.
working hard to fix it.
Well, I sure hope that everyone is out there listening and watching us on YouTube and they're taking notes because nothing worse than a bad website. And so one of the questions I've been able to ask just because I'm, genuinely interested as you guys begin to transition into your careers, what is something that you look at right now that you say, okay, this is the modern standard in design. Like it could be something as simple as maybe a project a classmate did, or something as, you know, extreme as like a commercial on television for Progressive or something. Like what's something you look at and you go, maybe even a website. You look at it and you go, this is something that I really love and that it inspires me.
Yeah. So let me think. So I don't know. I think, for example, let's say one thing that's really common today is like in commercials now, it's not just like videos of just people acting, you know. Now in commercials they can like add graphics and images and all sorts of things. And so nowadays it's kind of, there's so many convergences and just like combinations of different platforms and medias, and so now it's hard to just kind of focus on one thing. So I think one thing that's really important now as a graphic designer is you have to try and learn as much as you possibly can, you know, learn all the different programs, get a kind of a grip on everything, because it's all you're going to need to do. I don't know, so some you're going to need to do one of them at some point. You got to learn to do all of them. So just kind of, yeah, I don't know, does that make sense?
It does. So as a comedian, people always say that I need to be able to write material, but I also need to be able to improvise in case there are hecklers and things like that. And I guess today, technically, I'm heckling you guys, but you have to be able to roll with the punches. So to be able to do that in design is going to be a huge, huge help for you. So having that approach right now and knowing that and hopefully working on it is going to help you go to some great places. So Miranda, thank you so much for your time this morning. I wish you all the best as you move forward.
Thank you so much. I hope you have a great day.
You do the same. All right. And up next, we have Dwight. Dwight, can you hear me, my friend? I can't hear you. You got to unmute yourself, buddy.
Good morning. How's it
Good
going?
morning. How's it going, Dwight?
That's going pretty well.
Good. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. So I am actually adopted from an entirely different country. I'm an adopted American immigrant from the country of Latvia. And
nice.
So I grew up in America, which is super awesome. And I've had a lot of interest over the years. And aviation is one of my big interests. You can see with the photo that I have behind me.
Yeah.
And I've picked graphic design because I really enjoy the artistic sides of it and what you can do with it to improve people's lives, because everything is designed by somebody. Like everything that you see, all the websites, all the materials that you see, all the prints, all the advertising, it's all designed by somebody. And so I like the idea of having design as something that can help the world.
That's incredibly noble. I think that's really awesome that you have that unique perspective, especially at such a young age. So you mentioned you're from Latvia. Are you familiar with Kristaps Porzingis?
Not exactly.
Okay, he's a basketball player in the NBA from Latvia, and at first he was my only friend I knew from Latvia. Now I know you, so I just wanted to make sure I let you know that it's an absolute pleasure to meet you and know you and have you here with the program and just here in general. So can you tell me a little bit about your favorite project you got to do here at DMACC?
Yeah, so my favorite project here at DMACC was one where we're doing a branding project for a restaurant. And so Michael Blair, who is listening today, he gave us randomly assigned us each a restaurant to do. And so I got a little restaurant in Grimes called Cohen Patch. It's like a small like family restaurant sort of thing. And then I went in an entirely different direction of the branding and sort of like turned it into like a music enthusiast sort of restaurant. And I really enjoyed that. It was so much fun.
So I've been there a few times. Nothing would make me happier than if they fully embraced what you did for them. If they turned it into a music inspired spot, that would be great. I would absolutely love that. Do you have any future goals moving forward now that you're on the verge of graduating?
Yeah, I personally would really like to work in the aviation industry as a graphic designer. And in particular, I know you asked a couple of students earlier what their like dream project would be.
Yeah.
And so for me, I would really like to design the next main livery and branding for Delta Airlines. That would be the ultimate goal. They are one of, if not the world's largest airlines. And whenever they do a new livery, they spend a long time with it. And then they keep the livery for like 10, 20 years. So it'd be an iconic livery, and I would really love to be part of that.
Okay, here's what I'll tell you, Dwight. I think they should let me design, they should let you design the graphics, but they should let me design the actual planes. Because as a person who loves aviation, you tell me what you think about this. I think airplanes would look cooler if the wings actually flapped. You know, if the wings were going up and down like a bird, I think airplanes would just look so much more fun. I'd be way more likely to fly more. So do you think you could design something cool for my new feature of the wings that go up and down?
I mean, I'd have to ask some of the aerospace engineers I know, but it'd be possible. It could be a possibility. There are some aircraft that kind of already do that a little bit, like the Boeing 787, how the wings flex up quite a bit. So there are some aircraft that kind of do that. So if you ever fly on a Boeing 787, you'll see some of that.
I need more wing action in that though. I want to bird it up. I want us to go crazy out there, Dwight. So that is really that's incredible, and you sound like you have great interest, like you said, in aviation and things like that. So as you start to move out, man, you've got all the world out there to explore and do great things in. So thank you so much for your time this morning. I wish you all the best as you move forward and take on your next move in your career.
You're welcome.
All right, buddy. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Portfolio Day, everyone. I'm your host, Dante Powell, and I'm a little bit early on this one, but I'm here. You guys are here. I saw that everyone was here, so I wanted to go ahead and jump on and get this thing rolling. If you're unfamiliar with how the process is going to go, I'm going to interview each of you, ask you a few questions, and then I will leave you alone. That's the agreement we've come to. DMACC has they put me down in the basement. I'm not allowed to tell you guys where I am. That's a thing, but I am very happy to be here. And in keeping with the happiness, we're going to go ahead and jump into our first student, Zachariah. If you can hear me, you can go ahead and turn on your mic and your video, and we'll get into the interview. There you are, Zach.
Hey, Dante.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm great. It looks like you're coming to us live from Scranton.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Just gonna jump right into this. Is there a specific project or class that you enjoyed working on during your time here at DMACC?
Yeah, absolutely. While I did enjoy pretty much everything that I did there, my favorite had be illustration work. Really getting to explore the different techniques that they use for different styles of illustration was really fun. And I do have a project I would like to show if you wouldn't mind.
Let's take a look at it.
My favorite project that I have worked on so far.
Let's take a look.
So this was a illustration. The task was to give a flat illustration using no gradients, no shading or anything, just flat colors and shapes.
Okay.
And so I took this one and I put quite a bit of detail into it, and I think it really shows in the final piece there.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's quite impressive.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah. And so that was the overall design. It looked like it was maybe an ad at an airport
Yeah.
potentially.
Yeah. Yep. So just kind of like for WWF, the
Yep.
World Wildlife Fund, showing some of their endangered species, giving a little information about it, kind of show some awareness on the subject. And so that the one that I chose was the leopard, and I think I got to really, really shine with my illustration on this piece.
I couldn't agree more. It definitely shows an ability and a talent for what you're doing. So what would you say drives you to do your best work?
Yeah, so what drives me is, first and foremost is my family. I've got 2 children and a wife, and they push me every day to do my best, I don't
Okay.
want to produce anything that I could ever think, well, maybe this isn't my best work. I always give it 100%. So my family's there, always giving me that support to push on. I actually wouldn't have been started in graphic design if it wouldn't have been for family. So
Now, you know that there's going to be a point that you're going to reach in parenting where you're going to be designing things and your children are just going to roast it. They're just going to think
oh yeah,
everything you
oh
do
yeah,
is cool. So
oh yeah.
I'm wanting you to take a second and just really enjoy that comfort and warmth that you get from being like, oh, I want to do things that make my wife and children proud. Because one day you're going to design something and show it to them, and they're going to go, Dad, no one wears that anymore.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
you're just gonna drop your head in shame and proudly wear and post whatever it is. So
Right.
I admire that you have your family and that they're motivating you the way they are. So that's really, really cool. What would you say is your dream job though? Let's talk about that.
So yeah, going along the lines of, I mean, my strength are definitely with illustration. I would love to be an illustrator. Just doing anything, infographics is pretty fun. I did some of that. Um, simplistic designs, I love it. Anything illustrating. Eventually end game, I would love to be like illustrating for children's books and stuff, because my children themselves, they love reading, and every night, so it's like something that we always look forward to. And it'd be cool to be, someone who's got something to put out for other kids to enjoy as well.
That is incredibly noble. Yeah, if you need someone to help you write a children's book, just DM me. I've got some content that the children really need to learn about. So just let me know. I can teach them all about hat and sunglasses combinations, because I don't think they pay attention to that enough. They just go out
Right.
there willy-nilly with any hat, any sunglasses. There's a method to this thing. So let me know when you're ready to put that together, and we can. And Zach, thank you so much for your time this morning, man.
Yeah, thanks for
I wish
having me.
you nothing but the best as you move forward and take on the world. DMACC
Yeah.
got you ready, baby.
Thanks, man.
You got it. Up next, everyone, we've got Jenna. Jenna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
There's Jenna. Welcome to I guess this is like your first and last portfolio day.
Yeah.
So welcome aboard. Can you start out by telling us a little bit about yourself?
Okay, well, my name is Jenna Winnicky. I currently live in Clive and I'm going to DMACC. And I'm currently set to graduate in December of 2021. Oh my goodness.
It's
And
all the years are running together, Jenna.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
feel bad about that. Don't. That's,
And I basically just like to make illustrations in InDesign.
oh, all right. That
I mean,
easy
illustration.
enough. So how would you describe your design style?
Most of my design styles are pretty flat color, not a lot of shading, not a lot of detail. Well, there's a lot of detail, but most of them are just flat colors. And then there's some that include line work, but I prefer to mainly work in darker colors because I find the spooky and the darkness connect more with me more, but I can also do lighter colors too if people need them.
Okay, spooky and darkness. That is, as someone who's trapped in a DMACC basement right now, you got the aesthetic. I'm feeling what you're putting down. I'm picking up. Let's talk about your favorite project. What would you say is your favorite project?
That one would actually have to be the personal logo and brand, and I actually have it.
Let's
so I
take a
can
look at it.
Is that
Whoa.
showing up?
Yeah, it's showing up.
Okay. So basically, it was my favorite because this just includes a lot of what I like to do. And so each thing has a representation of what I like. And just put it
Yeah.
all together in one.
I really like that. That is very impressive. I have no knowledge of how any of this stuff works. And I can tell you looking at this, that the thing I love about it is that it looks like I can't even, like, I don't even know how to describe it properly, but there's a symmetry to it while at the same time being unique. Like the snakes work perfectly together against the skull in the center, and it's symmetrical with the sword. It's just a really good project there. If you were to post that online, like 36 bikers will go get that tattooed on their forehead right now. So that's, I mean that in the most complimentary way possible, just so we're clear.
I'll take it as a compliment then.
Good, good. Oh man, that is really, really good. So how long did it take you to do that?
This took me about a week because there were a lot of different parts. They're all separate pieces that I put together. And so then layering them and making sure that everything was in the right spot was a big challenge.
Yeah, cool. Right. Okay, so cool. Yeah, feel free to if when you're in interviews with companies moving forward, feel free to just lie and say everything took you like 10, 15 minutes. Just like, oh, I did that in like 15. And they'll be like, oh man, if we give her a week, imagine what she'll do. And then you'll have the week and you can still do that. So that's some good advice from a professional comedian who doesn't have an HR department that'll get on to me if I mess up. So take that advice with a grain of salt, Jenna.
All right.
Jenna, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Excellent work, and good luck as you move forward. All right, we are up to Jerson. Jerson, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? All right.
I can.
Great.
I'm not saying your name correctly, am I?
No, you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Jerson. We're off to a great start then.
Yeah.
So this is a two-part question. Yeah. Why did you choose DMACC? And then can you tell me a little bit about yourself and maybe how that all goes along there?
Oh yeah, for sure. So I guess originally I wasn't planning on attending DMACC. I was actually going to attend Iowa State University for agricultural engineering. So that's a big shift. But at the very last minute, when I was about to start classes there, I decided that it really wasn't something I wanted to do. It wasn't anything I was passionate about. So I decided to take a gap year or 3. And eventually I ended up talking to one of my friends who was actually in the program already at the time. And she spoke to me about it, and it just sounded good for many reasons. The main reason, number one, is I'm broke, and it's cheap to go here, and I love that. And the second thing is I just always wanted to have a career that allowed me to use my creativity. I still yet to regret my decision about that. So that's the first part. The second part of the question, I guess I should just introduce myself a little bit. Again, like you said, I'm Jerson Valenzuela, I'm from Des Moines, Iowa, and I'm a first generation, soon to be DMACC graduate, getting my AAS in graphic design. And of course, my specific strengths include, but are not limited to, illustration and branding. Definitely looking for a job around the Des Moines metro area or any place that allows me to work remotely. And a big major thing about me is that I am Mexican American, so I'm very close to my family. So it's really important that I'm in graphic design right now, because a lot of the younger members of my family are talented in different ways. I know that some of them are singers. I know some of them can play the instruments pretty well. I know some of them are developing amazing artistic talents at the age of like 5. They're doing crazy things. And what I see though is that a lot of the time with them, they don't pursue anything further with that. They just kind of like remain as hobbies, and they kind of push that off to the back burner, so that way they can pursue something that can give them a little bit more money, so that way they can be more make stuff that's more sustainable, or make money that's more sustainable. So it's really important for me to be in graphic design with this background, because I just want to be the one for them to show them that you can be successful. Although it is very difficult, you can be successful in pursuing something that you're passionate about.
That's incredible, man. That is very incredible. So you said a couple of things that stuck out to me. One, that you're doing this to help others, which I think is a noble cause, and I commend you on that. I mean, you also said that DMACC was cheap, and DMACC wanted me to specify that they are inexpensive.
Inexpensive, yeah.
Inexpensive, not cheap.
All right, yeah.
All right, Jersey. So what does graduating in this career in graphic design mean for you? Like, so you've mentioned that it's going to be a thing that allows you to show others in your family that there's more out there. But when you talk about like, what I want you to talk about rather is what it's going to, because I'm basically leading you into telling me about your favorite project.
Gotcha.
what is this? So we're going to do that, but I want to kind of two-part this one as well. You had no real interest in this, and now you're here about to graduate.
Yeah.
That process, you have to grow in like confidence and things like that. Tell me about how that has gone for you, and I guess while simultaneously telling me about that project that you really loved.
Okay, yeah, for sure. So the process, it definitely started like all my other members of like all the other members of my family. Growing up, I was really artistic. I wanted to draw a lot. I really liked cartoons. I watched a lot of cartoons. I don't like saying this, but I have a natural talent. I just, for some reason, saying that rubs me the wrong way.
No, it's
I worked my ass off. Like that's a skill I honed, and I not learning from anybody else. And I was definitely at a point in high school where I thought maybe pursuing a career that involved using my creativity wasn't the wisest choice, because I didn't see a lot of people make it in that sort of career field.
Right.
It wasn't until that I started to learn more about graphic design, where it does allow me to be creative, while at the same time I am focusing on, I guess, more of the business aspect. And it's definitely, although it is competitive, a more sustainable option rather than just being a full-on artist. And one of the biggest things that would mean for me is that I get to basically help other people. I guess show them off. Like, say if they are part of a nonprofit, show them off, because I do work with a few nonprofits, and it is going to lead me to one of my favorite projects. It is actually for one of my friends who is a drag queen. This was one of my favorite projects that I have done so far. I just did it out of the blue. It was definitely heavily inspired by late 60s, early 70s psychedelic Art Nouveau. You see all of that in there. And it was really important for me to basically showcase my friend there, that he can, you know, put on a dress and look real good, and he can, you know, this is what he's about. Find him, hire him, call him. And that's what I really like to do. I just like to help people show that sort of thing, show that sort of stuff off.
Beautiful, beautiful. I could not do that, and I appreciate that you can, because that sort of work is important. And I commend you, like I said, on everything you told us. You are going to do great things. I can tell, because you're putting your heart into your work. So, Jerson, thank you so much for your time. I wish you the best as you move forward, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
You as well.
All right. Hello, 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 everyone. I'm Dante. I'm your host. I'm a comedian based here in Des Moines, and it's an absolute honor to be with you guys today as we go through your portfolio day. We're going to jump right into this, and I'm going to do a quick Q&A session with all of you, starting with Noble Star. Noble, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I absolutely can, Noble. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. Would you mind doing me a favor and just introducing yourself a little bit and just telling me a little bit about you?
Hi, my name is Noble, and I'm originally from Ghana, but I moved here about 10 years ago. And I started like designing in the Des Moines area for my church. And then I saw that I have like an interest in this design thing. So I decided to go to DMACC and pursue it.
Wonderful, wonderful. And it looks like you're about to graduate. So not only did you pursue it, you accomplished the goal. So with that sort of tenacity and attitude, what I'm curious about is where do you see yourself in 10 years?
I see myself like being like an art director for like a corporate job, or just working for like um a design firm.
Okay, okay. And again, as someone who can clearly set a goal and achieve it, I don't see why that would be any trouble for you to do at all. But in terms of your design, what is it that inspires your design?
um Everything around me, like walking around, I see like everything has color, everything like has a layer. So everything like around me, nature, everything inspires my design.
Okay, what do you feel you've picked up here at DMACC that's going to help you as you start to put all of that together? Meaning your ability to see everything around you and have it inspire you, and your ability to know that you want to become a creative director or work at an ad agency. What has DMACC given you that's going to allow you to bring all that together and make the most of what you've learned here?
I've learned a lot about like design principles,
Mhm.
which I had no knowledge of before I started DMAC. And when I applied it, I when I applied those principles during my schoolwork and like still like design for my church sometimes, when I applied there, like I saw my design like really improved, and I hope to keep that with me throughout my career.
That's incredible, man. That's really that's an amazing thing to hear because as you do it more, you're naturally going to get better. But having a solid foundation of good technical skills with something like this is going to be beyond helpful. So I'm really happy to hear that for you. I'm glad that you've still been able to do the work not only at school but for your church as well. And I wish you absolute continued success as you move forward with this.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your time. We're gonna move right along. Up next, we have Allison. Allison, can you hear me?
Hello,
Hi,
how are you?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm great.
That is really, really good to hear. Let's jump right in here. Can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, my name is Allison Shaw. I'm from Des Moines. I always have been, and I really love art and just being creative. And in high school, we had this program called APEX, which stands for Aspiring Professional Experience. And in that class, we just got to like tour some local companies and interview some designers. And after that, I just felt really inspired and decided I wanted to go to DMACC for graphic design.
That's incredible. you said something that really stuck out there. You said, I'm from Des Moines and I always have been. And I love that pride and where you're from. And now you're here at DMACC. You know, a lot of times, because I'm from Louisiana originally. And when I moved here, I noticed that a lot of people from Des Moines were enamored with Iowa and Iowa State. But DMACC is an excellent choice. So I'm so happy for you that you're getting these opportunities. So how about you tell us a little bit about the work that you actually enjoy doing?
Yeah, so I really like working in Illustrator the most, but I also like creating logos and like posters and layouts, like magazine layouts and stuff like that. Yeah.
Cool, cool. And so getting to do some of that here at DMACC, did it change the way you viewed, you know, reading magazines or seeing other ads that you may have come across? Like, did it adjust the way you viewed and took in that information at all?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think in typography, we had to like look for like typography errors in like magazines or books around our house, and I found a lot. So they just stick out more.
Oh wow, yeah, I would imagine so. That makes sense. Wow, I didn't know that these magazines were out there sending out magazines full of typography mistakes. But in fairness to me, I also don't know what typography is. So there's that. So, Allison, what are your future goals?
I'd really love to find a job after graduating. I graduate in August, and I'd really just love any job where I could get like the opportunity to gain more experience and knowledge. I'd love to work in Illustrator the most, but I also love doing like packaging, logos, and stuff like that. So branding, yeah, anything like that.
Cool, cool. Okay, so we briefly discussed you finding the like typography errors and things like that. Is there anything you've come across since you started doing this that you find yourself very impressed by? Be it something as simple as maybe like, oh, I saw one of my classmates do this and I really loved it, or something, you know, huge and big time like a commercial that you just love the way it was put together, or a magazine that you read and you were like, okay, no mistakes here. These guys, they've got it under control.
Yeah, I'm really into fashion, so I like to look at magazines like Vogue and like stuff like that. And I just really like how they designed those. I think they're really well done.
Cool, cool. There you go. And so I think that you've got a great grasp of everything that you'll need to be successful moving forward. And uh, I look forward to opening up Vogue one day and seeing what you've done with it, or whatever it is that you decide to do. I look forward to you having the opportunity and the platform to bring life to whatever it's going to be.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your time, and again, all the best with whatever it ends up being for you there.
All right, thank you so much.
You have a great day.
You too.
All right, guys. Up next, we have Kevin. Kevin, are you there?
Hey, hi, how are you?
I'm great, my friend. Kevin, just like everyone else, I'm going to start out with an opportunity for you to just tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right, well, I'm Kevin Guerrero. I'm from El Salvador and I moved to US 3 years ago. I already had my graphic design degree from my country, but when I moved here, I was like, you know what? First of all, I need to learn English, and then I would like to study graphic design again. So, well, I'm graduating this August again as a graphic designer. And right now, I'm working as an intern for DMACC marketing department. So I work as a graphic designer for them. And yeah.
Cool, cool. And where was it you said you're working as an intern?
Oh, DMACC. I work with DMACC.
Oh, okay. So actually, cool.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that you moved here and you already had a bit of a foundation, but you wanted to learn English as well. You why why did you choose to double back down on graphic design on top of that? Because it seems like it would be difficult to learn a second language, but to then also take something you've, in essence, mastered and then have to learn new fundamentals for that
Mhm.
too. So why did you choose graphic design again?
Well, first of all, because I wanted to improve my skills, and there's always something new that you can learn from people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And so where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Well, to be honest, I would like to. Well, I already have my own business, but in the future, I don't know. I would like to work in my business like full time, because right now it's like sometimes the customer, they want me to create something for them, but probably, I mean, it's something like I have a job for, I have work like for 1 or 2 days, but I cannot consider like a full time job because it is not enough. So
Okay.
yeah.
So you just want to be able to build that client base and so that you're not having, one project here
Hmm.
and then a wait between that project and another. That
Right.
that makes sense. And that's something that as you start to develop and network with others, you should naturally be able to do. Um, when you think about the projects you were able to do here and the projects you did, back in El Salvador, getting ready for all of this. What's motivating you right now? Like, what are some things that you look at in graphic design that you look to and say, "Oh, this is really good. I really like the graphic design here."
Well, I think US has like a lot of opportunities,
Hmm.
and I think that I can, as I told you, well, um, I already improved my skills, I think, and right now I'm able to create new things, and also, I don't know, you see around, and then you see a lot of new opportunities, things you can create here,
Yeah.
and yeah, so
Cool. I like that. That if you look at everything as an opportunity, you'll naturally be able to be motivated and inspired
right.
by things. So that's cool. You've got your business going, you've got your degrees, you'll be getting another degree in August, and things will surely pick up for you and keep you going, man. That's excellent. I'm so happy for you. So
Thank you.
thank you so much for your time this morning and all the best moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, man.
So, yeah.
Uh, all right. Up next, we have Brady. Brady, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you, Dante?
I'm good, man. They got me sequestered in a basement that I'm not allowed to give the location out. So I'm just looking forward to finishing these off and hopefully they'll release me. So
Nice.
that's where I am. You look like you're in a mountain range somewhere, so
Yes,
that's
sir.
pretty
Living the
cool.
dream.
Can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm Brady. I'm from the Johnston area. I've grown up, in Iowa my entire life. That's kind of everything I've known. But I'm currently at DMACC for graphic design and web development, so I'm doing both of those, and they're just something I find a lot of fun doing.
Cool. And so in doing that, what have you had a favorite project so far?
I think so. I have a lot of fun with branding projects. So if you just like, if there's a random company or if there's a fake company that's given, and then, breaking it apart, creating a new, logo, a new design palette and stuff like that. I have one up here if I'm allowed to share my
You
screen.
absolutely are. Go ahead, let's see it.
So here's just one of them that I was working on. It was an assignment to take a company that has went bankrupt or it doesn't exist anymore, and then bring it back to a modern day style. So I redid the logo, tried to make it still playful and fun with all the different colors, but then, something that would appeal to parents. And then I, had a lot of toys, the toy tags that I worked on, and some Instagram photos.
Yeah, that's real. I like how sleek and nice that is. I hope you I hope the giraffe is still safe.
I tried to get him in there. Yeah, he'll show up every once in a while.
That's beautiful. But that was, sometimes as someone who's not, like, I have no technical skills when it comes to graphic design. So seeing something like that, to me, it just looks like so much work. But what I can recognize as a lot of work, I also recognize as you not trying to do too much. And that I really appreciate, especially when you're trying to rebrand something that everyone's already familiar with. So I thought that was very impressive there. And so let's talk about you some more. What are some future goals you got as you get ready to transition out of DMACC?
Future goals for me, like I said, I've been in Iowa my entire life. So I would love for the rest of my life, or at least the next, 3 to 5 years, to be spent traveling. And I think I picked the greatest major for that because it's nearly all off my computer. So if I wanted to, visit a different state or something like that, I can do it all on my computer. But yeah, in terms of future, I would love to see myself, either working for a business or working freelance and just being able to travel everywhere with it and get, be inspired by different scenery and different things like that.
Nice. Yeah, well, as everyone starts to get vaxxed up, you can get out there and make it happen, man. That's a really unique look at using what you have and the skills you've worked on and learned to just allow yourself to experience life in a new way. So I think that'll be incredibly fun for you. You can actually go see those mountains in your backdrop if you want to, and work there. That's the beauty. I'm a comedian. I can't go tell jokes in a mountain. Nobody, if no one's there, I can't do anything. But you can sit down on the ground and just work there and be inspired by it. So definitely get out there and travel, man. It's a whole big world, and so much of it is out there for you to just enjoy. So you do that, Brady. I look forward to the greatness you're gonna find as you do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Let's see here. I think I have a note. All right. So Soar, wait, I think I may not be saying that correctly. Is the H silent?
Yes, you got it right.
Okay, I'm trying my best here. So Soar, thank you so much for joining us. Can you do me a favor and tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Sore, and I'm from Thailand. We moved here from like about like 7 or so years ago, and um, I will be like graduating early this May.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
And do you have a favorite project you were able to do while here at DMACC?
Yes, there are a few, but like I really like working on like typography stuff because it's like it's really like it's really good, like it's really nice that like a word can be like so powerful when you put it like in with hierarchy and stuff, like how you make it so people can see it in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I enjoy that when I look at ads and I can see that there's oh, like you said, the hierarchy where I'm supposed to read this, then this, or whatever. So I that you enjoy that's really really cool to hear. What are some of your future goals?
A future goal, um, working like with for a company first, and then maybe later down the line, uh, work as a freelance as I get more like experience
Mhm.
and stuff. And yeah, that's all I can think of for future.
Hey, those are great goals, man. You absolutely I mean, to think of those, that's gonna keep you pretty busy if you're freelancing and you've got solid work coming through for you. So you're gonna be graduating here soon and going out to look for that work and then looking for that freelance work. Uh, you've got a great foundation from here at DMACC. Do you feel like your time here has put you in a place where you're going to be able to find success once you take off from here? Like, do you feel confident in your abilities now that you've completed the program?
Oh yes, like all the important like foundation has been laid out. So like, as for like the rest, I can like learn by myself as I move on in my career, because like all the thing that I learned from DMAC is like the foundation, and that's like the most important part.
Yeah.
And as much I can like my skill can like progress further just from like laying down my foundation here in DMAC. So
Right. That foundation will allow you to then go out and get the experience that's gonna help make you an overall great graphic designer
yeah.
as you grow. So that's really good to hear. Really happy for you, and I look forward to the cool stuff you're gonna do, man. Thank you so much for your time this
All
morning.
right. Thank you.
All the best moving forward, buddy. Take care. Hello, everyone. I'm Dante. I'm your host for this beautiful event. I've been here all morning, and the work I've seen so far has been incredible. So I'm looking forward to continuing and learning more about you guys and the incredible work you've done to present here at Portfolio Day. So, to start, a little bit about me. I'm a comedian here in Des Moines, and DMACC has me trapped in a basement. I got water, so I'm fine. No need to call anyone. We're safe. But we're going to jump into talking about you guys. This is your day, and I'm excited to learn more about you. First person I'm going to be speaking to this morning for this group is Jeff. Jeff, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Cool, cool. I can hear you as well, so we're off to an excellent start so far. Can you start us off, Jeff, by telling me a little bit about you?
Yeah, born and raised here in Iowa. Spent most of my life living here in Ankeny now. Um, as you look at me, you can probably see I'm a little bit older than the other students that you've been talking to today. I'm what DMACC calls a non-traditional student. It's not my first rodeo as far as college goes. I've got both a bachelor's and master's degree in marketing. And, I've done some graphic design and copywriting work earlier in my career. And then I actually stopped doing that and taught at DMACC for over 10 years in the marketing department. But I really missed using my creativity on a regular basis. So I decided, with my wife's blessing, that I would quit teaching and get back to, writing and designing. But, I decided if I was going to do that, I really need to strengthen those design skills, because what I had at that point was just self-taught. So I've been working on that degree, and my skills have definitely improved. So I've been real happy with that.
That's really cool to hear. One of the things I noticed with the students is that foundation is really important. Like, I've spoken to some students who came into this blind with no information at all. Some who have businesses and still came in. And what I'm learning is that getting those foundational tools seems to be really important. And so, I guess my next question for you would be: do you have a favorite project that you were able to do while you were here?
Ooh. I don't know if I have actually a single project. I just like the variety. I got to do a lot of different things. And, as they say, variety is the spice of life. So I like working on a lot of different projects.
Listen, none of the instructors are listening. You can tell me if you didn't like something, okay? No, I'm kidding. So you got to do a variety of things, and as a non-traditional student who, as you mentioned, you had to get your wife's blessing to even jump back into this.
Yeah.
What, I guess, was the biggest, not necessarily surprise, but what were you most intrigued by that you came across doing the program?
Ooh, most intrigued. I guess just really how much there is to learn about graphic design. I guess before I was just kind of winging it and making what I thought looked nice, and I was getting pretty good response from that. But there's actually some science in there that you can learn about graphic design.
Okay,
So
all right.
that's great.
Yeah, as a comedian, sometimes I'll make little fun things to put out on social media, and that's what just today I've learned is that, you know, there's more to this than making a cute poster or flyer. And so I guess with you saying that, uh, how does that then affect how you're going to move forward, and what would you consider your future goals?
I mean, my future goal is to work part-time and to do a variety of projects. But I kind of feel like now I've got a good, well-rounded education. I mean, I know the science behind marketing, and now I know more science behind graphic design and how that all ties together. So, you know, if you're saying we want to reach this many people, okay, well, I know if I help design it this way, this makes it easier to digest and it ties in better to the overall theme. And yeah, so I feel like I got a pretty good understanding of how that all works.
That's excellent that you've been able to master those two things that work so well together hand in hand. So I commend you for taking that step to come back and not think of yourself as so above reproach that you couldn't come back and learn some more. I admire that quite a bit, Jeff. So thank you for your time this morning. All the best as you go forward.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You got it. Up next, we have Caitlin. Caitlin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. How's it going, Caitlin?
Oh, it's going good.
Going good is good. Can you tell us a little bit about just you?
Sure. So I'm from Mitchellville, Iowa. Born and raised here. I always enjoyed art. I was the art kid growing up, so this is kind of where I landed. Can thank my mom for that. But yeah, it's kind of where I'm at now. Here I am.
Cool. And so, what about you? Did you have a favorite project here at DMACC?
Yeah, actually, I just finished something and it was pretty incredible for me to do. It was like a campaign awareness type deal. So I got to do that and make stuff like post like advertisements, and I really enjoy making advertisement stuff. But yeah, I really liked that.
Okay. And so, what's the direct correlation between what you were able to learn here at DMACC and the success you found in that in the campaign that you were able to work on?
I guess when I did this, I can thank like everything I've learned at DMACC, because like other people have said, coming into it, there's so much more you don't realize goes into it. Like the hierarchy of things, like you don't just put something together. You gotta make it all work. And that's stuff I didn't really like think about coming into this 4 years ago or whatever. But I can thank that for helping me be able to create this campaign and like awareness for the issue that I did.
That's incredible. What about moving forward? Because I'm assuming you're going to graduate soon, correct?
Yep, 2 weeks.
2 weeks, man, it's going to sneak up on you. Congratulations on that. And then as you start to transition away from DMACC, what are some of your future goals?
So like my first goal is obviously I really want to find something in creating like advertisements or even magazine layout type work. And then my ultimate goal is to do my own thing, start my own thing. That's always been my goal, is to do something like freelance or even my own business.
Do you have it specified to where you want it to just be a graphic design business, or are you wanting to start a magazine, or is it just an open-ended thing where you just want it to be yours and you'll decide what it is later?
Yeah, I want to keep it open for now. Like I want to keep my options open and kind of figure out what I want to do and the best fit for me.
Okay.
So
cool. Well, that all sounds really amazing and fun, quite honestly. So I appreciate your time this morning, and I wish you the best as you go out into the world and take on everything that's out there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. All right, everyone, we're going to keep things moving right along. Up next, Derek. Derek, can you hear me?
How's it going?
It's going, buddy. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm certainly not in a DMACC basement, but I'm doing pretty good.
Well, consider yourself lucky, buddy. There's a lot going on in here.
Oh, I'm
Trust me.
sure.
All right, Derek. So I see here that you are actually into music promotion. Can you tell me a little bit about that and you as well?
So I have always been a huge music fan. And when I was younger, I was specifically inspired by Frank Maddox's art for Linkin Park and other artists. And so a huge dream of mine is to work with major artists for like the album art and to do tour photography.
Okay. And so what about you? Are you musically inclined at all, or is your talent strictly on the design?
You know, I definitely tried to do music back in high school, but I quickly found out that was not the route for me.
Oh,
So
man. As a comedian, I don't let people tell me what I can and can't do. People told me I couldn't sing, but now that they pay money to come see me with a microphone, I can do what I want to do. So if you're out there helping on a tour and you're the tour photographer and you're developing artwork that's amazing for these albums, you better go in that studio and ask them to let you do some background or something, okay? You got this. While I got you here, what was your favorite project that you did here at DMACC?
So back in December, my friend Luke texted me, and he's more musically inclined than I am. And he kind of was like, hey, I'm putting together greatest hits for my music. Could you possibly make art? And it ended up snowballing to me doing the art, making the track list, and then doing all the promo. And it was something really special.
And that's your friend Luke Combs, right?
Oh, I wish.
No, I was just gonna give you an opportunity to brag on your friend so you could get the information out in case you wanted to stun a little bit. So what would if Derek takes a moment and really lays out for us what your dream project would be, what does that entail? What is it?
So I would love to do like an entire album rollout, like all of the promotion, all of the album artwork, for like a band like Linkin Park, because that would be super full circle for, you know, starting out being super inspired by them. And it would be really, really cool to see my art on like t-shirts and vinyl and stuff like that. So that would be awesome.
Nice. That's really cool. So this is just general information for me, but so I'm signed with the record label and I just released an album last year, and going into it, I was just like, whatever, we'll figure it out. And my producer was adamant. He was like, no, we won't. This is going to be something that's very important to you. And he got an African artist. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Fela franchise in Africa, but the artist's name is Lemi Gariaku. And he did such an amazing job with my album cover that I cried when I got it. Like I couldn't believe that some art that I made that he listened to inspired him to create some art that he gave to me that I looked at and was then taken aback by. So I just want to, kind of get that across to you that even if it's not Linkin Park, you still have the ability to affect people in a very amazing way. So I think you should definitely hit up some local artists and see if they need album covers or whatever it may be, because I can tell you from experience that I thought there was a lot about creating my album that I thought was going to make me cry, but simply seeing the cover, I didn't know that. So you got some great power in your hands. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Derek. I wish you all the best as you move forward, buddy.
Thank you very much.
You got it, man. Let's go right along here now. We're going to go to Alyssa.
Hi.
Hi, Alyssa. Am I saying that correctly? It's Alyssa, not Alyssa, right?
Yep, it's Alyssa.
Okay. I again just like to be sure. Alyssa, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm originally from Polk City, Iowa. I went to North Polk High School, and I've always been like Caitlin. I'm always a art kid. I've always been drawing, or I even tried to write music, but it didn't work out so well. But I've just tried out all sorts of different art within like painting and airbrush and regular black and white pencil drawing. And then my art teacher brought someone in to talk about graphic design, and right there, it was just, I always wanted to do graphic design from there. So
Wow. Okay. So it hit you immediately and you knew this is the thing for me. That's really cool. Let's talk for a second about your work here at DMACC. Do you have a favorite project that you were able to do?
I do. It's the most recent project that I did in my digital artistry class. We created like 2 GIFs for DMACC counseling to promote like mental health awareness and their counseling services. And so within those 2 GIFs, we did disproportionate body style illustration, and the other one is more psychedelic. And I really just enjoyed that because like like most people within COVID, you kind of have those mental health problems, and this is just kind of like a way for me to kind of relate to other people and kind of show like this is what people could be struggling with at DMACC. And so it's kind of nice to be able to promote services to help other people out and promote people being mindful of what other people are going through.
Nice. And so you created that just from scratch, just this. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. Here's so the important question of the morning, and this is probably the most important thing I'll ask. Do you get upset when people call a GIF a GIF?
Not really, just because I hear it all the time now. People say what they want to say. So
I personally think you should start fist fighting people that say it the way you don't like it said.
okay,
That's my suggestion for you.
I'll keep that in
Listen,
mind.
whatever happens with that, don't hold me accountable. I don't know what to expect. That's just what I would do if I were you.
Okay.
So let's hear about your goals. What do you hope that your time here at DMACC is able to help you accomplish moving forward?
My long-term goal is to have my own business doing my own thing. I don't exactly know what kind of design I want to do because I've enjoyed like everything I've done here. But I definitely know that this has built up to me getting to move forward to build more skills with different companies as I gain more experience to eventually where I can open my own business and start doing what I want to do.
Nice, nice. And so the background you're in front of now, did you create that or is that?
Yeah, this is my logo.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. What went into that? Like, what's the motivation there?
I just kind of, I had like a whole reasoning to my logo shape. It's more like to be like unique and everything with all of my skills, but I'm trying to like diverge and take a bite out of that, something like that.
Nice.
And
Okay.
so then I just kind of created that with a little bit more of a funky font style going.
I think it's dope. So that's really cool to see. I just wanted to mention it just in case because that's just one of those things that people will definitely take notice of. So thank you so much for your time this morning, and good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good one.
You too. And all right, guys, keeping things moving. We're going to go ahead and talk to Amy now. Amy, can you hear me?
Hi.
What's up?
Not much, you.
Just hanging out in the basement, living life. So,
Can't say I'm in a basement, nah.
that's too bad. You're missing out. So Amy, what should I know about you? Tell me a little bit about yourself.
I was born on a crop farm just south of Slater, Sheldall, Iowa. That's where I grew up. I also went to North Polk. Just before this, I went to Iowa State, got my bachelor's in agricultural communications. Decided to torture myself some more and get some more education to go along with that. So found myself here at DMACC doing graphic design and digital marketing. I've always kind of liked being creative in general. I never did arts in high school, but it was just more of I would like being creative for myself. But I'm finding out that I'm liking this graphic design side of things. So I'm enjoying it, and I'm able to communicate as well.
Nice. And so you leave Iowa State, you come to DMACC, you're working and putting projects and things together. Do you have a favorite project?
Oof, gosh, there's so many projects that I enjoy. I don't know if we can show our projects.
Yeah, I would yes.
Some of my classmates think it's a little creepy, but it's one of my favorite things.
Oh, hell yeah, let's see it.
So I created this in Photoshop. I based it off of an image, so it was a food collage that we all had to create. Everyone did fruits. I took my agricultural side and created a piece out of pork meat.
And you think it's your classmates that think it's creepy,
Some
not
of them
literally
do.
everyone in the world, I see.
No.
All right. Yeah, just the classmates, I'm sure. I'm kidding.
Like
So
unique.
it is a little creepy, but it's excellently done. Like I couldn't do that. And I say that as someone who is fairly difficult to impress with art. So that anytime I see someone do something that I personally can't do, I don't look at it as as something to critique, but rather something to enjoy. So that was pretty cool. I knew what it was as soon as I saw it, and that's what.
Well, that was the point.
That's what art is supposed to do for us. So that's really cool. So what about when do you graduate? I guess is the.
So I say I graduate this May. Technically, I have a summer class because it goes along with my internship for the summer. So I have that. So I have my graphic design internship.
You're not going to try that hard. Nobody's thinking about internship. You're going to do great. But as you transition away from DMACC once you graduate, what are some of your future goals? What are you looking to get into?
Unlike anyone else, I don't have an interest in going on my own, having my own business. My interest is actually working in a corporate environment, making other people's ideas and interests come to life in graphic design and work, make it be able to communicate what they want in a more visual way.
Yeah, so that is, life would be boring without people like you who could come in to those of us who don't know the way to do that sort of thing, and you can take our ideas and interpret them into something great. So I think it's great that you have the aspirations to work for the dark overlords and have them tell you what to do. As opposed, no, I think that approach is just as reasonable as any other. So I think you'll knock it out of the park, and I wish you the best as you take off and start to do that. So thank you so much for your time this morning. You have a great rest of your day.
Enjoy the basement.
I will. Hello, everyone. I'm Dante Powell. I'm a comedian from Des Moines, and I'm your host for this incredible event this morning. Thank you to all of you students for being here. DMACC and all of the departments are super grateful to have you all as students. So we're going to jump right into this portfolio day. The first student I'm going to be speaking with is Daft. Daft, can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. We got you unmuted. I can hear you. You can hear me.
Yes.
Let's start this off with a very simple and basic opportunity for you to just tell us a little bit about yourself. What should we know about you?
Well, my name is Daphne Flores. I grew up in Venezuela. I've been living here for 5 years. I just came here to learn English, and like I decided to do photography since I already have a degree in graphic design. I just wanted to keep learning.
Wow, that is incredible. You're never too old to learn, so that's a great approach. Since you've been here at DMACC in the photography program, what's been your favorite project?
I feel like I always like to take portraits, but this semester I learned to love commercial, just like capture like products, just learning the lighting. I think that's like a great experience for me.
Okay, that's something I am bad at. I look at photos I take of just items and things, even around the house sometimes, and then I, look at photos online or in stores. And I'm like, man, they have such good lighting, and it really does make a difference. So that's really interesting that you said that. As you get ready to transition away from DMACC and graduate here, what are some of your future goals? What are you looking forward to doing once you're out?
I think first of all, I would like to have like a full-time job so I can gain more experience in the area between like portrait, commercial, food photography, and then probably in the long run, I would love to have my own business.
Okay, and would you want that to just be a studio, or would you want to be freelancing and just taking photos of whatever you want? Like, do you have a specific goal in mind, or is it just general? You just want to own your business in general?
I just want my business. Like I have a background in business too.
Okay.
So it will be nice to put that out there with graphic design and photography too.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So, did you already have an interest in photography before you started the program?
I did. When I was cursing my graphic design degree, I have like some classes in photography. Then I moved here, traveled a lot, and then I was like, I need to make something with it more than just like taking photos and have them in my phone.
Nice, yeah, and so DMACC was able to help you grow those skills. It seems you were saying, right?
Yes.
Cool. Well, that's really, really awesome to hear. So thank you so much for your time this morning, and
thank you.
Good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, guys. Up next, we have Alex Stanger. Can you hear me, Alex?
Hello?
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing quite well, buddy. Alex, we're gonna jump right into this and just have you tell me a little bit about yourself.
All right. So, like I said, my name is Alex Stanger. I'm a Des Moines, Iowa native. Born and raised here. Photography. That's my major. I took it up like end of high school, senior year. I took a basic photography class, and I was like, pretty good at it. I enjoyed doing it, and it was like the first thing I saw that I was like, you know what, I'm okay at this, and I might be able to make a little bit of money down the road. So I took that up after high school in DMACC. Been doing that for 2 years now.
Nice. That's really cool to hear. So it's sort of along the lines of what I was talking with Daft about. You had some interest and then you showed up here at DMACC. What are some of the things you feel like DMACC was able to help you with? What do you feel like you've improved on?
Well, with the photography program specifically, it's like just a very straightforward, like, just this major. Like I've only taken like 3 classes that are like weren't specifically for photography. And I think that was really cool because I could like focus on just like the one thing instead of having to take all the extra classes that you do like a liberal arts degree that would like not help me with anything that I needed.
Okay. And do you have a favorite project you were able to do while you were here?
Yeah. So this last semester, we did a shoe photo shoot in our commercial class. And I'm a bit of a sneakerhead. I got a lot of shoes, so I really took advantage of that to take some cool photos. And I got a couple here where I show you.
Yeah, let's see.
Let's see if I do this right. Oh my God, here we go. Is that up?
It is up now.
Yep. So this is the pair of Kobe's that I borrowed from a friend to shoot. I just really like the assignment. I got a pair of Converse here that I also did. Just really like these, yeah.
And so I one of the things I noticed, you like to almost have this falling effect. I noticed you have the strings coming up as if the shoe is falling. I think that's an underrated aspect because I shop for shoes quite a bit as well. But I love that look that you have for both of those, the Kobe's and the Converse. So that's a cool little it's just a small thing that ended up making a big difference in how I would normally view shoes.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a pain, let me tell you, because I had to hang those up with like fishing wire from like something called C-stand. And it sucked because it kept moving around, and then I had to go in Photoshop and Photoshop all the string out, and that took like 2 hours per photo. I mean, it was a pain.
I would imagine so, but it's excellent work, and I'm glad that you were able to build that skill set here at DMACC to help you be able to pull something like that off. Because I know it's not easy because I've taken pictures of shoes quite a bit, and they never look that nice. So now you've done your photography classes, the 3 other classes you were worried about, and now you start to reach the point where you're about to wrap things up. What are your future goals as you get ready to take off out of here?
For me personally, this hasn't been something I pursued a lot in like DMACC, but I want to pursue it more, is like photojournalism kind of stuff. And especially capturing like a lot of social movements that might be going on right now. I have a lot of very strong political opinions, and I'd like to be able to like work with those to be able to take cool photos and stuff and capture like movements as they happen.
Nice. I have some very strong political opinions as well, and I'm not going to talk about them or anything. But one of them is that there aren't enough hot dog stands in Des Moines.
That's a good one.
So I've been doing my own little photojournalism where I go to places that do serve hot dogs, and I make sure I take a picture, leave them an amazing Yelp review. And so if you think of that as just a baseline, you're already way ahead of the game if you just get out there and try just a little bit. You can always look back and go, you know what? I've got Dante beat, and that's something.
That works, right? Yep.
All right, Alex. Cool. All right, then. There we go. We're gonna be sending you off with a point of motivation there. Thank you so much for your time today, my friend. You have a good one and knock it out with whatever you end up doing, my man.
Yeah, you do. You too.
Thank you. All righty, we will move right along now to Brooke. Brooke, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, Brooke. How's it going?
Good. Having a busy day.
Yeah, I am as well. They got me in. DMACC just bought this new like $14 million studio and I'm the first person that gets to use it. So that's really cool. I'm excited about that. What about you? Can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
I was born and raised in small town Adel, Iowa. We recently moved up here to Ankeny in September. We moved with our 2 dogs and just me and my mom, and just got hired for a full-time job starting, I think, the 10th of May, and
Congrats.
I'm really excited for it. And
That's pretty cool. What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to be working with kids, actually. I'm going to be a daycare teacher.
Nice.
So I'll still have like all my photography on the side and everything, and I'm hoping with like working with the kids and being able to like interact with the parents that I could possibly either get like photography gigs or possibly get like babysitting gigs doing working with kids.
The other thing is that if the children start to annoy you, you'll really look forward to being able to go and take pictures to get away from them.
It'll be kind of like a little oasis away from them a little bit.
Exactly. I can tell you, I was a kid once, and boy, did I annoy some teachers. So I probably created quite a few photographers, if I'm being honest.
I think we all
did. So can you tell me about your favorite project you got to work on while you were here at DMACC?
My favorite project was probably trying to do my cousin's senior photos, because I did those last summer, and it was a lot of fun because we could actually get her to like go out and actually in the lake, and she was like up to like her leg deep or like shorts deep, and just having fun out there and getting some pretty cool photos and going on some old train tracks that were like clear up high in the air, and I'm terrified of heights.
Whoa.
And that was really interesting because I'm just like, I kept like looking down and it's like, I'm good 100+ feet up in the air. And I'm like, I was not.
Sometimes you have to quell the fear to get the shot. So that's what's important.
Oh, yeah.
You guys should recreate that lake photo this winter. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, it's too cold.
I won't push anymore on that one. So let's talk about your future goals. You mentioned that you've got the job working with the children and that you'll be able to hopefully do some photography on the side as well. What are the goals? Like, what do you see yourself doing with that moving forward?
So I hope once I get like more like my photography gigs that I can actually like build my business and be able to like take more time, go part-time then, and kind of do like the whole like 25-75 and do 50-50 and kind of like slowly increase into getting all into photography and or doing kind of that way.
That is an absolutely great idea and a great way to transition, so that you're not, if you give yourself that leeway where you can work and you're financially stable and you're not placing financial burden on top of the decisions you make with your photography, you can be a little more selective starting out and probably be a much happier photographer. So I'm very happy that you're taking that approach and you'll be able to do that. Before we let you go, we do want to ask you, could you real quick just rank your professors that you had here at DMACC, favorite to least favorite? I'm kidding. They don't want you to do that, actually. So
Ooh, I might get in trouble with one of my professors for that.
you absolutely would. So good call on ignoring me and not doing that. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Brooke. Have a great day and enjoy all the amazing photography you're going to get to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll move right along, and next we'll be joined by Erin. Erin, are you there?
Hi.
Hey, Erin, how's it going?
I'm good, thank you.
Cool. Erin, can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm Erin. I'm from Mount Vernon, Iowa. It's near Cedar Rapids. If you don't know where that is, it's a pretty small town. I am graduating this May in photography, and I am excited to be done with school.
I can imagine so. I noticed some art behind you there. Did you do that?
Um, the big one I did not do, but this little one I did do.
Okay. You know what you should do now that you are going to have that degree in photography, you should just take a picture of the big one, get it printed on a canvas, and then take credit for it.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting move.
I'm all about interesting, Aaron. That's the thing about me. Uh, that project may not be one you want to take on, but what was a project you did here at DMACC that you feel like was maybe one of your favorites?
Well, recently I've been doing a lot of commercial stuff. Portraits kind of been on the back burner since it's been winter recently. So one of my favorite things that I've been doing right now is like commercial edits. So like doing ads and stuff like that for companies. And yeah, I've really had a good time editing and it's really fun.
Cool. And so once you graduate, what's the plan from there? What are your future goals?
So my future goal is to move back to my hometown and start my business up there. I want to get into doing senior photos there at the high school and the surrounding high schools. And then I also want to do posed like sports portraits. So like the team picture and then like portraits of the players. And then I also would like to do commercial on the side for like freelance type business.
That is really cool. You should invest in a trampoline. I'm going to tell you why. Because if you're going to be doing sports photos and you are going to get anyone who has any aspirations like me, they're going to want you to get a photo of them dunking. And if you show up with the trampoline, I'm telling you, business is going to boom. Everyone's going to be like, we want to go to Erin because she gets the great dunk photos. She's got the trampoline set up and she makes you look real cool. So that's just a little bit of insider advice from me because the only thing I know about photography or in terms of it that the photography you were mentioning doing was the action shots from sports. And if it's not a dunk, it's not cool. So
Yeah, I can see that. It has to be the action shot every time.
absolutely, Aaron, and I'm sure you'll knock them out. So, uh, where did your interest in photography come from? Were you interested in it before you came to DMACC, or was it something that you found and then decided to come to DMACC as a result of it?
Yeah, so I really didn't know what I was going to do with my life and then like during high school. And then in senior year, I finally decided I'm just going to take this photography class. I think it'll be fun. And I ended up really enjoying it and I decided that I was pretty good at it. So I thought, hey, I finally found what I want to do. So yeah, I came to DMACC mostly because my best friend decided to come here and also because the program here is really great. So I've had a great time here.
That really worked out for you. I'm very happy to hear that for you. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I really appreciate it, and I wish you continued success as you move forward with things.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to close out this particular session with John. John, are you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm here.
Beautiful, beautiful. And you're outside enjoying the fresh air. Look at you, John. John, can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, my name's John. I'm from here from Des Moines. I'm studying photography, and I'll be graduating in May.
Cool, cool. You graduated in May. I have to ask, is the photo in the background, is that a photo you took?
Yes, it is.
It's beautiful. I love it. It's a lot of cool stuff happening in it. So with your time at DMACC, do you have a favorite project?
Everything in the photography program was fun, but if I had to boil it down, my favorite project was portfolio, the portfolio class, ordering my book with all my photos. I think that was my favorite project.
Okay, and that getting to see the work you've done, because your portfolio, I'm sure it encapsulated everything you had done. You had a little bit from here, a little bit from there. Getting to see all of that at one time, what did that feel like? Like, how cool was it to look back on things and look at things that you probably take great pride in?
It was great. I'm always, looking at my pictures and trying to critique them, and I think I can do better. But I'm happy with what I got, and I'm looking forward to taking more photos of Iowa and other places.
Cool, cool. And so, as you mentioned, taking photos in Iowa and the other places, what are your future goals? Like, what is it you want to eventually do with this?
Eventually, I want to start my own business. I'm going to start off freelancing, see how that works out, gain some experience, and then I'll work my way up to a traditional studio. So that's the plan.
Nice, nice. It's a reasonable thing to do there. What pushed you into this? Like, have you always been the type of person to take pictures? Like, what led you to ending up here?
I like taking photos, and I started off with just a regular old point and shoot, and I realized I could take some better pictures, so I upgraded my equipment little by little and added on to it. And I've always been drawn to photography. I love making photos, creating photos from your surroundings, from everyday normal things that people take for granted.
Nice. As a person who says that sort of thing, a question I'm curious about, and I'd love to have the opportunity to ask you here is, when is the last time you saw a picture that you didn't take, but it made you stop and go, "Wow, that's a really good photo"?
All the time. I mean, I look at other people's work, and I'm like blown away by the creativity that they show, and the work that they produce. So, I mean, it's all the time.
Nice. Okay, cool. So that is really cool to hear that you get to enjoy it not just as something you do, but as something to experience. So I'm really happy for you that you finished the program out and that you're off to a great start with what's sure to be a great career in photography. So thank you for your time this morning and all the best.
Thank you, Dante.
You got it. Hello, everyone. I'm Dante Powell. I'm your host for this afternoon. Well, I guess we got a few more seconds. Now it's technically afternoon. So I'm a comedian from here in Des Moines, and I'm so excited that DMACC has allowed me to be a part of these presentations as you guys get ready to just talk to us a bit about life beyond DMACC as you're moving forward here. So let's go ahead and jump right into this. I'm gonna talk with each of you for about 5 minutes or so and just ask you a few questions and try to make the most of this. And let's just go ahead and do that. So let's start with Katie. Katie, can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Yes.
Cool.
Can you see me?
I can. There you are.
Okay. All right.
Wonderful, wonderful. We're off to a great start. So Katie, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Katie France. I am born and raised in West Des Moines, lived here my entire life. I've been interested in photography, since 2008. Been interested in it since then, and now I'm here. So
cool. And so let's talk about your time at DMACC. What led you here? Were you did you hear about them somewhere and you're like, okay, that's it for me? Like what were the series of events that got you to DMACC?
yeah, so this all starts back in 2008. My aunt was a photographer down in Florida, and I loved modeling for her. I went through a modeling program, and that didn't work out for me. It just wasn't something that I wanted to do. And a few years later, in high school, I was part of my yearbook, and I was one of the main photographers. And I ended up just having it as a hobby. I went to Iowa State for psychology. That didn't work out. I didn't want to do that for the rest of my life. So after doing some research, I just put my trust in DMACC, and yeah. So
cool. That was a great call. It seems like you're happy with your decision. So that's always good. Good news to hear. Now, as someone, I also was a model and turned it down. I was like, I'm too cute to be a model full time. So I get turning down being a model. But you eventually work your way to DMACC. And in terms of photography program, what was your favorite project you got a chance to work on while you were here?
Yeah, so with my favorite style of photography is photojournalism. And so it wasn't necessarily a project that we had to work on, but during the summer, the rallies of 2020, I went, and that was kind of like a personal thing to show my support and show kind of inform everybody kind of like what was going on. And so that was probably my favorite. And I got actually a few photos of all of this. This was at the governor's mansion when the walk from the sculpture garden.
Yep.
And so just gotta, it was my favorite and some of my best photos that I've shot. So
those are absolutely incredible. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's speaking of modeling, I was actually modeling at that march. I was handing out water, but technically I was there to also be photographed. So
okay,
I get it, man. You're out there killing it and doing great work. That's what I'm seeing there when you present that. So you now are on the precipice of graduating. When do you finish?
May.
In May.
Yeah.
What are your future goals once you're done?
So after I graduate, I'm actually continuing my education in crime science at another at a university. And with that comes my knowledge in photography will help with that. But I also hope to pursue photography as like a part-time or create my own business on the side.
Okay, cool. I watch enough television to know that you definitely need people taking pictures of crimes, huge cameras and whatnot. So
Yeah.
you are setting yourself up for some greatness here, my friend. So thank you so much for joining me this morning. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You have a great rest of your day.
You as well.
Let's move right along, guys. Next up, we've got Keaton. Keaton, are you there? Can you hear me, Keaton?
Can you see me?
I can, yes. Can you see me?
Yep, we're good.
What about now? Just making sure I was live. I didn't want to, it feels like I've been freezing a little bit. How's it going, Keaton? How's your day going?
Pretty good. How about you?
It's been pretty cool. So DMACC just spent like millions of dollars on his new studio, and I'm the first one that gets to use it, which is pretty cool. So yeah,
awesome.
You know it. Tens of millions. I want to make sure they hear me say that. Keaton, let's stop the joking and have you tell me a little bit about yourself. What should I know about Keaton?
I was born and raised here in Des Moines. I found photography in high school. I was like the only kid doing it, and I won a couple awards at the Raccoon River Art Conference for black and white and color photography.
Wow. Okay. So you started in high school and then you win some awards and now you're interested in it. And so let's talk about how you end up at DMACC. Did you just stumble across the information? Like what brought you here?
I think I was at like a college fair type thing, and I saw a pamphlet for DMACC's photography program, and I knew photography was something that I really enjoyed doing, and I was like, I might as well try to make a career out of it.
That's wonderful. And so you come here, and then are you graduating in May as well?
Yes.
Cool. Congratulations on that. So now that you're here and you're doing everything that they're asking you to do you have a favorite project that you got a chance to participate in while you were here?
I took, I believe it was photography history, and we had an assignment to recreate an old style of photography, and I picked pictorialism, and I really liked it because it was completely different from how we take pictures now. They're like soft and focused, and it was a real test of my creativity and my use of Lightroom.
Wow. Okay, that sounds really cool. I don't know much about photography, but I know a good picture when I see one. So I think it's amazing that you are learning to capture these techniques to be able to do those different sorts of things. So great work there. So what are your future goals? Once you finish up in May and you take off away from DMACC, what are you hoping that you're able to accomplish?
I am hoping to be able to either do photography on the side or make it my full-time business. I really just want to use my skills and make people happy with my work and
Wonderful.
make myself happy in the process.
Making people happy is, I wish that was more people's goal in life. And I mean, we're all talented in some way. If we use our talents to make each other happy, wow, what a world this would be. So I appreciate you taking that approach and having that perspective, Keaton. Thank you so much for your time today. And I really appreciate it. Good luck as you move forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's keep things moving right along, guys. Yvette, are you here? Can you hear me?
I'm right here.
There we are. Hi, Yvette. How's it going?
It's going well.
Good. I'm very happy to hear that. So let's start. I wanna ask you to tell me a little bit about yourself as well. What should I know about Yvette?
Um, where do I start? I guess I was born and raised in Utah and then moved around a couple states, ended up in Iowa. Started photography in high school, I guess. And then once I went to college, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I just know that I loved art. So then I decided to continue after I got my associates in liberal arts to get my photography degree.
Cool, cool. And so what type of photography do you enjoy and plan on pursuing?
Portraiture. I realized I really love taking pictures of people. So I'm a big fan of portrait photography, and I plan on taking more pictures of people in the future.
Nice. You may have heard earlier, I'm a model and there was another model as well. So
Yeah.
if you ever need models, just let me know. I hang out with a bunch of models. It's not a big deal. It's just how things go. Uh, so you mentioned being from Utah. Uh, can you tell me a little bit more about where you're from and like how you plan to actually use the degree that you're working on?
So I plan on staying here in Des Moines area for a while. And then from then on, I want to move. I'm not sure where, but it's going to be Hobbin States probably. So I plan on using my degree to start up my business. So right now I'm starting up events photography. It's a portraiture business. So I plan on taking pictures of seniors, families, maternity, couples. My goal in the future is to hopefully be able to travel more. So if I can get, paid to travel somewhere to go take pictures of people, I would love that.
That would be a cool thing to be able to do. And so you've already got the business started. You're keeping that going and everything. What do you feel you've learned at DMACC that's going to help you with that? What are some of the things you've picked up?
I think one thing that I enjoyed about the photo program at DMACC the most was getting to try all sorts of different forms of photography and types. I think I realized that commercial photography isn't my best friend, but like when it comes to product photography and stuff, but I do love taking landscapes and animal portraits as well. But when it comes to taking pictures of just people, I noticed that's probably my favorite part of it. And I love that I got to explore all of those different types. And then I guess, being able to learn how to edit the photos and to start up this business, especially in portrait photography, I feel like it's helped me a lot in getting everything started and everything going for myself. So I am very happy that I got to be a part of this program.
That's really good to hear. You don't want to show up and then leave and feel like you haven't picked anything up. So that's really good that you've got a nice solid technical base now to work everything else off of. And not only that, but you were able to put yourself outside of your comfort zone and try some things that you learn, hey, maybe this isn't for me, but you at least got to experience it. And I think that is that's going to be helpful as you get ready to move along. And you mentioned you want to move around a little bit and be some other places. So that's really, really good for you. So I just wanted to make sure I thank you for your time today. You were absolutely amazing. You have a wonderful rest of your day, and make sure that as you move forward and transition away from DMACC, you just keep true to everything you learned here. It's only going to get better for you.
Perfect. Well, thank you. I
You
appreciate
got it. Take care. Let's keep the train moving. Next up, we've got Megan Curtis. Megan, are you there? Can you
I'm here.
Hell yeah. How's it going, Megan?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Very happy to be here. This has been a really fun experience seeing all the talent on display. Can you tell me a little bit about yourself, Megan?
Sure. Let's see. I was born in Phoenix, Arizona. A lot of people don't know that just because they assume how pale I am. I'm from Iowa, obviously. But I was born there. I moved here when I was 4, and I have lived here ever since. I, like a lot of my classmates, found photography in high school. It was just something that really drew me to wanting to go to school every day and take pictures of things, because normally going to school is hard, and finding something that you love to do is awesome. So yeah, it was great, and I've been taking pictures ever since of like anything and everything. So
Okay, what's your favorite project you were able to work on here at DMACC?
Actually, it was one pretty recent. We went to a farm in Winterset for our portrait class, and we did a wedding shoot. And honestly, when I first started this program, I thought like taking pictures of people was scary, and like I'm not a people, like I'm an introvert. I don't really like talking to people. So it was hard for me, but I found that I really loved it, and I got some really awesome pictures for my portfolio. And yeah, I think that one was definitely one of my favorites, just because it was really special. And yeah, I loved it.
Wow, that's cool to hear. Did you take the picture in the frame behind you?
Oh, no. No, that was bought somewhere. My
Here's an
mom's
idea.
repainting the frame right now. So no,
Here's
I
an
did not
idea.
take that.
Take a picture of that, then print it, then put that picture in the frame.
Okay.
Voila.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I have something else that my mom would rather frame. She doesn't like that picture anymore, just because we've had it
Oh,
ever since we moved in.
yeah,
So
burn
I'll probably
that.
find something similar though.
Burn that picture and you take something cooler.
I'll burn it. I'll burn it myself.
Think of me when you burn the photo of
Okay.
whatever it is.
For sure. For sure. Good
Okay, Meg.
idea.
Here's the deal. Let's circle back and get serious here. What are your goals? So are you graduating in May as well? Is this a
I
May?
am, yes.
Cool, cool. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
What's the plan? Like, what are your goals once you wrap it up?
It's hard to say. Honestly, I change my mind so much. I've been thinking about maybe after taking the summer off and kind of exploring the whole fields of like what I could do with photography part-time. I also kind of wanted to further my education and get a degree in literature.
Okay.
And because that reading and writing is something I also really love to do. So I might try to explore that. But as of right now, I hope to get something within the part-time kind of range of photography, just learning everything I can. And then maybe someday have my own business, just because I really do find that really exciting, just to be like, I have my own business. So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, that's
a lot of you guys mentioned wanting to have your own business, and there's room out there for everyone. So why not do it? And
absolutely.
you also mentioned that you like photography and reading and writing, and that you could write books. And the cool thing about being a photographer, like, I don't like to read. I don't even know how to read, if I'm being honest with you. And you could also make books that I could enjoy because you can do photos. So you're just out there knocking it out. Okay. You are set up for absolute success. And as you move forward, I wish you nothing but good luck.
Thank
And I
you.
look forward to seeing all the cool stuff you're gonna do.
Thank you so much. It's been so
Thank
nice talking to you.
The pleasure has been mine. Thank you so much, and have
Thank
a great
you.
day.
You too.
All right, guys, we are working our way through, and our next student is actually Carissa. Carissa, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, Carissa. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm hanging in here. I'm trying to think of the word to describe how I'm feeling. It's really excitement, but you can only be so excited in a dark room in a morning. So I'm trying to temper it a little bit and not go too crazy.
Well, you're halfway there.
I'm living on a prayer.
Yes. You got the reference.
So I see that you've got some work. We're gonna take a look at your work in a minute. But to start us out, can you just tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I've been living in Des Moines since 2010, and I have loved photography for as long as I can remember. I always admired family portraits loved ones display in their homes. Uh, Funny story, my grandmother actually called me out on it one time and made a comment about having to dust off all of her photos when she knew I would be visiting. So now I will be graduating from DMACC's photography program in August, where I've learned everything from basic photography principles to advanced posing techniques.
Wow. Okay. That you even got the family in on it. They're like, hey, you're making us do extra work.
Absolutely.
That's incredible. So like I mentioned earlier, we are going to see some of your work. Can you tell me about some of the projects you've worked on here at DMACC and maybe show some of them?
Sure. This last semester, we've really worked hard on portraiture, and we have taken photos of everything from seniors to families, and even did a mock wedding.
Okay.
So the photos that I have to show you are some senior photos I've taken and a couple of photos from the mock wedding.
Okay, cool. Let's take a look.
So this is a picture of my nephew and his friends. They're trying to do TikTok moves. This is just a girl that I photographed her senior photos.
Okay.
This is one of my nephew's friends. He's sitting on a train locomotive. That's my nephew. This is the girl again, his friends. And now these are the mock wedding photos. So just a few. Tell me if I'm going through these too fast.
No, so they're not displaying. I can see all of them. I can see the folder that you have open, but I can't see them pulled up.
It's not showing them pulled up.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try something else.
Okay.
Let's see here. We'll try it again.
Let's go. I'm excited.
Okay, can you see that now?
I can. There we go.
Okay.
Tiptoe.
Well, now I tried something different, but now it's not cycling through them.
Oh man, Carissa, I got to be honest with you. I'm the last person that would be able to fix some sort of issue with technology. So no judgment at all here.
Yeah, technology is usually not my friend.
Well,
and I even practiced last night too. So I'm like,
that's the cool thing about practicing is that sometimes it does you no good.
You can say that again.
All right. Well,
okay. Try and see if I can.
Yeah, we'll give it one more go here.
Yeah, so you can't see her?
No, I can't. If she's pulled up for you, it's not showing for me. I mean, I can see it, like I said, in the folder, but not the actual picture. And you know what? That's okay because you did such a great job. I can still tell she's an incredibly nice lady who takes great pictures. So before I let you take off out of here, I do just want to ask real quick, what are your future goals for once you take off away from DMACC?
I too want to start my own business and have my own studio.
Nice, simple and to the point and understandable. That's something that you absolutely can and should do. So thank you so much for your time today, Carissa. I wish you nothing but continued success as you move forward.
Thank you, Dante.
You're welcome. Have a great day. Hello, everyone, and welcome to your portfolio day. I am Dante Powell. I'm a comedian from here in Des Moines, and I am hosting this. So, welcome aboard, everyone. Let's go ahead and jump right in. I'm sure Heather explained to all of you how this is going to work. I have a few questions I'm going to ask you and just talk to you a bit about your time here at DMACC. So, to begin, we're starting out with Cassandra. Cassandra, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
What's now? Of course, I can hear you, Cassandra. I can hear you just fine.
Perfect.
Thank you for joining us this morning, Cassandra. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, I'm Cassandra. Hello. I live in Des Moines, Iowa. I've lived here since 2015. I am in the DMACC photography program and I graduate this summer. And after DMACC, I'm transferring to Grandview University for the Studio Arts program and I'm minoring in creative writing. My area of concentration with photography is commercial and editorial work, including food, interiors, still life, and portraiture. And I started my photography career in the military as a military photojournalist.
Wow, that's impressive. Way to go, you. Look at you knocking it out of the park, just killing it.
Trying.
So, that leads you to DMACC, and you get here to DMACC. What was your favorite project here at DMACC?
Definitely my favorite project was actually the portfolio class, which is what I'm in right now. One of my biggest personal and professional goals was to get my website up. And through this class, not only was I able to get my website up, but I was able to get business cards printed and a photo book for interviews. And that was a huge accomplishment for me because now my work actually has somewhere to live online. And it's inspiring me to shoot more, photograph more.
Nice. That's really, really good to hear. And so you've got that working for you. And you mentioned that you're going to continue your education. What are your ultimate goals though? Like what are you hoping to get out of all of this?
I have a lot of goals. For our time, I will keep it short. So really, I want to continue my education for myself. Really, it's a personal goal to go to art school and to learn how to write. I was inspired by my military past where I had to know how to, I had to know how to not only photograph my work, but also how to write articles to go with my photography and how to market that. So I would like to continue my education so I can learn a little bit more about art, and I know that will affect my photography. And I want to learn how to write a little better so that if I ever decide to go through a photojournalism route, I have that supporting me.
Cool. That sounds really fun and amazing. So the last question I'll ask you is, you mentioned that when you were in the military, you had to do some work on, you had to not only take the photos, but you had to write for them and things like that. What's motivating you these days? What do you find yourself interested in doing, and what's the motivation?
Definitely food. I started a small kitchen job and like prep work in the kitchen for a local pop-up, and it's been really inspiring to not only hear other people's stories. It's inspiring me to tell other people's stories through my photography and writing. So that's something I hope to do. And then also just being around food and how colorful it is. And I would love to photograph a cookbook someday. So yes.
That sounds incredible. I am also a fan of food. So
it's pretty great.
It is just awesome. So I'm very happy to hear that for you. I thank you so much for your time this morning, Cassandra. It was an absolute pleasure to speak with you.
Of course. Thank you for having
You're
me.
welcome. All the best as you move forward with things. Take care. All right, guys. Next up, we have Jade. Jade, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Hello, I can. Yeah, thanks so much for joining me. We're gonna start out the same way. Can you just tell me a little bit about yourself?
I am Jade Harwell, obviously. I'm 21 years old. I actually just recently turned 21, so that's been pretty fun. I live in Ames, but I'm originally from Panora. I don't know if you've heard of that before or not.
Yeah.
But I lived out there for a while.
Horrible.
Yeah. And then I kind of took interest in photography my sophomore to junior year of high school. We actually got our first photography class that year. And so we were able to kind of explore and see what we wanted to do. And I've just loved it ever since. So.
All right. So you get into it in high school and then you work your way to DMACC. What was your favorite project here at DMACC?
It was a class I took last semester. It was David Purdy's studio photography class, actually. We did a product photography, and I had never done photography in that field before. I've only really done like nature, landscape, floral. So it was really different, and I really enjoyed it a lot.
Nice. Was there a project in particular that you remember, like, oh, I got a great shot here of this, or was it anything that made you out?
It was, we did a student choice, and I chose product photography again for that one. And I have one of my grandpa's old cameras. It's a Nikon MSX 1000. I don't know, but I took some pictures of that, and I really liked the way they turned out. And I was really surprised with how I did on it. So.
Cool. Okay, so let me ask you this. You got into it in high school at the photography class there. So I'm sure you picked up some skills along the way there. Once you get to DMACC, what did you learn here that you feel like has helped you so that you can now go out and do even bigger and better things?
Well, I think with photography, I really limited myself in high school with just like one thing. I stuck to one thing, and I got to take different classes through photography and kind of explore and see what else I was good at and what else I could do. And so it kind of broadened my horizons a little bit with that. And I found out like I enjoy doing more than just floral and nature, and I can do other things as well. So.
Yeah, nothing wrong with expanding the horizons there. That's a great thing to do. And so, in that vein, what are your goals now that you're finishing up here at DMACC? What's the ultimate goal here?
In the future, I want to eventually open up a small business to sell some of my work and have it framed and sell it to people, but then also be open to like family photo shoots, senior photos. Maybe I love working with kids, so maybe doing like school photos for daycares and preschools and doing that kind of thing. So
cool. That sounds incredible. You'll be able to do a lot of different things that you enjoy, which that's gonna make life better for you. So congrats on that. Thank you so much for your time today, Jade. I really appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Anytime. All right. So we're gonna keep this train rolling right along. Next up, we've got Keaton. Keaton, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going all right. I'm really enjoying watching this.
Cool. Well, I'll try to keep it interesting this time as well. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was under attack just now. There's fans on in here, and a piece of paper just blew across the table. I was absolutely certain some kind of monster was here to ruin me.
It
So
looks really dark behind you. Very creepy.
yeah, I don't know if I told you guys, DMACC spent literally like $500 million on a new studio here, and I'm the first person that gets to use it. So I'm hella excited. Keaton, can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name is Keaton Wallace, but I go professionally by Keaton Sam. I'm 22. I've lived here in Iowa my whole life. I love it. And I started photography probably before high school. I just was always whipping out my phone, taking pictures. I made a fancy little lens that went over the camera on my phone so that I could take better pictures. And I'm now at DMACC. I'm going to be graduating this May with my photography associates. And then I'm also halfway done with my graphic design associates as well. So I hope to be finishing that next year. Yeah.
Cool. I'll hopefully be at the portfolio day for that, and you can give me an assessment on which one you like more. I want to make
Okay.
So Keaton, listening to you made me realize something pretty interesting. So you're 22, I'm 33 years old, and when I think about taking pictures in school, anytime even in high school, so before college, everything was on just a camera. Like cell phones
Yeah.
weren't as readily available. And with there even only being an 11-year difference in our age, to see how things have been fast tracked in that way that you were like, no, I always had my phone out taking photos. That's really cool. And will hopefully lead to even more people getting into photography. So since you've been taking photos for so long, and then you work your way to DMACC, what's been your favorite project you participated in here?
Well, if I could share my screen.
You absolutely can. Go for it.
I'm gonna show a bit of my website. Can you see it all right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's gorgeous.
Alrighty, so I love portrait photography, specifically when it's like me and just a couple. I love the intimacy of that. This is a prom shoot I got to do. This is actually my sister and her boyfriend. They asked me to do their prom pictures, and I had an absolute blast. This is actually where I realized how much I really do truly enjoy portrait photography.
Okay.
And then I also really love landscapes and architecture. So I have been to Colorado a couple times. I absolutely love the mountains, love shooting those. And I also just really I love shooting buildings, because you don't have to tell them how to move or anything. They just kind of sit there and you get to shoot pictures of them and make them look fancy, make them look pretty.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one thing to go to Colorado where everything is just naturally beautiful. I go to Colorado and feel like I can take photos, but to do what you've done, with those buildings that you showed and things like that, that are just sort of ordinary to most of us, I think that takes a very unique talent and eye. So great work there.
Thank you.
What are your future goals? What are you hoping to build this into?
Well, so I'm graduating this semester, and I actually have a younger sister who is in the video program here at DMACC. She'll be graduating, I think, this summer. And we actually had the idea of combining interests and doing a business together. Okay. So we could shoot events, specifically weddings, where I'm shooting all the pictures, she's shooting all the videos. We work really well together. So that's our hopeful plan.
Nice. That is a really good idea. And the fact that you two work together is also going to be incredibly helpful for you. So I can't send you enough congratulations on all the dope stuff you're doing, and the foresight you have to get into doing even cooler stuff as you progress. I wish you ultimate success and can't wait to see what other kind of cool stuff you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great day. All righty then. Let's keep this thing going, guys. Next up, we have Daniel. Daniel, are you there? Can you hear me? You just unmuted. So yeah,
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. We're
Can
on
you?
the same page.
Gotcha. My building has their lawnmower guy racing across the lawn every once in a while. So if you hear that, sorry about that.
Can you do me a favor and go scream at him? Tell him we're doing interviews and he needs to cut it out right now.
I mean, I thought about it. But
I'm sorry for the terrible pun. Thank you so much for joining us, Daniel. I will tell you, I can't hear it, so we're fine. As long as you can hear me and I can hear you, I think we'll get through this with no problem. So Daniel, can you start us out by telling me a little bit about yourself?
My name is Daniel Massey. I am adopted from China. We moved to Virginia, and then we've been in Iowa for the past too many years. I like Iowa, don't get me wrong, but it's too flat, and I need me some mountains or forest or something. Yeah. But yeah, I'm in the photography program, and yeah, I've bounced between quite a few jobs. I'm 22, and I get bored really easily. So this is where I've landed now.
Cool. Well, you made it through the program, so you obviously didn't get too bored with the program. That's pretty cool.
That was always sort of a fear actually going through. I was like, am I gonna get bored of this like everything else? But yeah.
Cool. So let's talk about your time here at DMACC. I just saw that they put up the question asking if you wanted to show your work. If you want to, you absolutely can and should.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have a favorite project? Can you show us your work here if you have it?
Yeah, let me just share my screen here. I do. So I really like doing product photography. So like
whoa.
This and the other one that has the no, this one are my favorite photos I've ever taken throughout my life actually. I did product photography, commercial photography with David Purdy, which is one of my favorite professors I've ever had in my life. And it sort of really showed me how much I like taking photos of glass and sort of just shiny things because it's difficult. And if you can do it right, it really shows you how good you are with lighting and everything else.
Those are incredible shots. That's it's really cool to me because like that's what they're giving me right now. Actually, DMACC has just brought in a bunch of Crown Royal and they're just dumping it in me every time we take a break. So that's why I'm struggling so much with all of this. But then also, again, I have an untrained eye, so I don't pick up on a lot of maybe the nuances that you would as a photographer. But the colors of it, the yellow backdrop with the nice wood that you have it sat on, and the beautiful brown in the glass, man, that's a really good picture. Both of them actually.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this project looks absolutely amazing. What's the plan from here? What's the ultimate goal? Like what are your goals now that you're finishing up and you've got something amazing like this in your portfolio? What are your goals?
Honestly, I have like rough goals of like wanting to do maybe some commercial stuff and maybe trying to get in with a big company and start there. I don't know, or even small. It really doesn't matter personally. But I'm sort of reluctant to sort of map out a plan because every time I do that, like step by step, I'm just like, oh, that I get bored. But then every time I don't plan, it works out wonderfully. So sort of torn between what I should do. whether plan it out, see, or just sort of let life take its course, you know?
Yeah, the cool thing that I can tell you as an older person is that you can actually do both. You can start with a nice set of structured plans and figure it out as you go along. There's nothing wrong
Yeah,
with being
perfect.
able to adapt and adjust. So I don't see why you wouldn't be able to go out and just find general happiness or whatever you would define as success for yourself. You also, just as an aside, uh having a skill like photography, um you don't have to you don't have to make everything a matter of is it goal oriented or not. Like, you
Yeah,
just have a skill now. So if you want to take a photo on a phone just of something that you find interesting, you're equipped to do it in a way that's probably way better than most of the people around you. And that's admirable to me. Like,
for
as
sure.
a comedian, people always talk to me, sometimes people will go, "Oh man, you're really funny. You should do comedy." And I'm just sitting there like, "Okay, I might give it a shot at some point." But you forget that, you have this talent that you get to share with the world. So I'm really excited for you that you're going to get to do that, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for your time. Take care and have a wonderful day, man. Enjoy it.
You too.
Thank you. All right, guys, we're down to the last student for this portion. Jeffrey, are you there? Can you hear me, Jeff?
Yes, I can hear you.
Cool. Hey, Jeff, how's it going?
I'm living the dream, brother. Living the dream.
You and me both. Jeff, can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, my name's Jeff, obviously, and I joined the military after getting my degree in criminal justice. I was medically retired after being hurt in Iraq. I came back to Des Moines and was being a stay-at-home dad and needed something to fill my time. I'm an artist by nature, so I got into the graphic design program starting off because I thought that would be a good fit to help with my artwork and make adjustments and stuff to do prints of stuff. And then I was hit by a feed grain truck at 45 miles an hour and got another brain injury, and I couldn't make the connection with the computers. The information wasn't sticking. So I figured that if I switched to photography, the principles of light and how you set up a picture when you draw it and when you shoot it, I thought maybe that would be a good fit. Because I'd never done anything with photography before I got into this program. So
Wow, that's an incredible story, man. So first off, thank you for your service. And secondly, I'm elated that you survived all of that, man, and you're still here going hard.
God's got a plan for everybody. So
Yeah, man, way to go. So are you finishing up in May as well?
no, I actually, since I'm a stay-at-home dad, I've only been taking about 3 classes a semester.
Okay.
Because I have 3 kids that I am responsible for getting ready and being at home when they get home. So I still have a couple of semesters left. I only have 2 photography classes left though. So
Cool. There you go. And so you have starting in the graphic design and then coming over to photography. You've had a chance to work on some really cool stuff, I'm guessing. Do you have a favorite project that you've been a part of?
yeah, let's see.
Let's see.
So I don't know if I'm doing this right. Can you see my pictures up there or no?
Not yet. You gotta share the screen somehow.
Oh.
There we go.
There we go. Can you see it now?
Absolutely, I can.
Okay, so I guess product photography, I really like that. This is one of my favorite pictures that I've taken. This one, the skull in the wine glass.
Yeah.
Because it's 2 different pictures combined into one. I like
wow.
the splash and stuff from one photo, but I thought it was pretty awesome that there was a skull in the pour in the other photo. So I combined them to make that one photo.
Okay, cool.
And then I guess the second one would be, so I took this picture, the one with the lady gal with their face painted. I took that photograph because in my artwork, I airbrushed this photograph. So I got to kind of combine my airbrush work with my photography work. So I thought that was kind of neat.
Okay, and so did the one you airbrushed, was that based on the other one or was it reversed? Did you do
It
the
was
airbrush?
reversed. I
Wow.
actually, before I started the photography program, I got my certificate in airbrush from DMACC.
Okay, cool. So you airbrushed that and then you were able to recreate it for a photograph. That's really interesting and cool.
Yeah, I thought it was something neat that I got to do to combine my two passions, I guess. So
Nice. And so then I moving into I guess the future from here. What are your future goals now that you're approaching being done?
well, I the portfolio class has probably been my favorite class because I've been trying to get my artwork out there. So, having to design a website and then business cards and then put my work in a book so I can actually show it to people. I've been trying to get off the ground and start getting my artwork out there. I have Instagram and I have a web page now and I have a Facebook page. So I guess my goal is not necessarily to do anything specific with photography, but have it in my wheel set for things that I can do.
Yeah.
Or take pictures of something and then turn it into a painting or airbrush or something like that.
Nice. That's incredible, man. Thank you so much for your time today, Jeff. I really appreciate you coming on, and this was an absolute delight for me, man. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you very much.
You
Appreciate
got
it.
it, man. Take care. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Portfolio Day. I am Dante Powell, Des Moines comedian and host of this illustrious event. we are down to the final students here. You guys are the last group here that I get to hang out with today. It's been an absolute pleasure so far. I've had a blast hanging out with you guys. And so let's go ahead and jump right into it. Our first student that I'm going to be talking to for this particular session is Amanda. Amanda, can you hear me? Can you?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome.
Way to go. We're off to a great start. Air high five. Amanda, can you start us out by telling me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, my name's Amanda Harrington. I go by Amanda Eileen on my socials, but I'm from Maxwell, Iowa, and I was definitely the friend that always had their camera on, taking videos or pictures. So my school had a yearbook program, a very small school, so it wasn't like huge, but I decided to join the yearbook program. And that's kind of how I started getting like the camera, like an actual camera in my hands. And it was mostly just sports photography, so I kind of started my interest there. But now I've definitely just gotten into like the portrait, nature, commercial, little less than the portrait and nature, but definitely still in there for sure.
Nice. That's really cool. So tell me about what is it that takes you from being on the yearbook staff in high school to now you're finishing up the program at DMACC? Like what led you to ending up at DMACC and like finishing out this program?
Well, I actually didn't start at DMACC in the photography program. I started in the business program and I took a semester or two there. And then I knew DMACC had a photography program, so I was like, okay, I need to do this. I can't just not go on without continuing after being in yearbook in high school and loving that. So I joined the photography program and was taking both those at the same time. And now I've dropped the business and I'm finishing the photography this May and continuing in accounting. So we're
There
moving
you
on.
go. Keeping busy, nothing wrong with that.
Yes.
What's your favorite project you were able to do in the photography program?
Oh man, well, I definitely enjoyed the travel class as like a class in whole, but for projects, we did a speedlight day in Portrait 1, which was really fun because I'd never gotten to work with speedlights because I'd only ever done it work in yearbook. And so we did speedlights and then we had a mock wedding in Portrait 2, which was awesome. It was a great experience to be able to even have that in our portfolio that a lot of us have gotten to do.
Yeah, that sounds incredible. And so what are your future goals? Like as you finish up here, and I know you said you're working on finishing up in accounting as well. I understand how those two could very well work together, but what is the future goal?
So probably the closest future goal in aspects would be like owning my own studio and continuing like working on having my own business. But like a super far off main goal would definitely be like nature photography with National Geographic, because my dad always had National Geographic books lying around, so that was always something I grew up seeing. So I didn't really include much nature into my portfolio, but I have a few to show.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, I don't know if it's gonna pop up with it. We'll do this. Can you see that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So this was in the travel class actually, and it was at the zoo that we got to experience seeing all the birds and stuff and all the giraffes. And then when I was visiting family in North Dakota, we went to, was it Sumter's Hill? I can't remember exactly now, but there were elk out there. And I was really close to this with my brother, so it worked out with the lens I had on at the time. And then this was in Minnesota on our way back at like 80 miles an hour. So I was pretty proud of this one and how it turned out.
Oh.
Because the colors after like post-processing, I was able to get those to pop really well. And it definitely one that I got to print in a class, so that was fun.
Wow, yeah, that's beautiful. Man, well, it sounds like you are gonna wrap this program up and be off to some amazing stuff, and I'm really happy to hear that for you. So,
Did it pop back to the right screen on you, Dante?
no, it's right. I see you.
Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if I messed it up.
No, you're just fine. And yeah, so I wish you the best as you get into everything you've got going for yourself. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Up next, we have Brian. Am I saying that correctly, Brian? Is that how Brian? Uh-oh, I can't hear you if you're talking to me, Brian. I saw you. Now I can see you, but I still can't hear you. So make a few more adjustments. I see you working on
All
stuff
right,
there.
let's see there.
There you are. I
All
got you.
right.
How's it going, Brian?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. My brother's name is Brian, and I always do that to him anytime we go somewhere. He's got the most normal name of all of the boys, so it's a fun thing to do with him. So, Brian, can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I was just gonna say a little bit about how I got started in photography. I have this book here. I've got it's I've got that background up. Oh, it's called Passion Line. I'll just move it around a little bit. By Howard Schatz. And it's dancers in bodyscapes, so this really intricate lighting and things like that. Anyway, I saw this book when I was 15, and it made me want to got me interested in photography. So I started then in our photography program at my high school at 16. You had to be 16 to be in it. And then at 17, I did their advanced placement course, which was digital photography. So I've been taking digital photography since I was 17, which is 20 years now. So that's how I got started. And I've gone to a bunch of different schools, a bunch of different college programs, but always trying to find a way to incorporate photography into things like photojournalism and anthropology and just other programs that I thought would be a good way to make photography or have photography be an element of it. But in the end, I ended up just coming to DMACC to do the photography program.
Okay, now you showed the book, and to have that motivate you in that way, what was your favorite project you got a chance to be a part of at DMACC? Like,
So probably one of my favorite projects. I'll grab. This is my book.
yeah, that's what I'm interested in.
So one of my favorite ones was this here.
Wow.
One of the shoe product photos that I thought that turned out really well, and it was an interesting way to work with color to highlight the color of the product as well, and it was fun to do. Product photography is probably my favorite thing to do. I'm slowly warming up more and more towards portraits, but event photography is the other thing that I do a lot of I used to do a lot of. I haven't been doing as much of it now, but I do very well with.
Okay, that's good stuff to hear there. So the photo you just showed of the shoe,
Uh-huh.
You have been doing photography for so how long before you get to DMACC? You said you started at like 15, 16, and then you
Yep.
started DMACC at what age?
Originally, because I originally started the photography program when they still had a film element to it, so that would have been 5 or 6 years ago, and then came back to it. about a year and a half ago because I did the video production program as well. So
Cool.
it took me a little bit longer to get through those two programs, doing them at the same time. But yeah, I'm finishing up with the photography program this semester. So
No shame in that. So the reason I was asking was because the direction I'm trying to take this in is the DMACC program. You show up here and you're working on a book like the one you showed in that shot. What is it that you're learning here that takes you from 15, 16-year-old Brian that picks up a book and is interested in bodyscapes to such a unique, beautiful, colorful picture like the one you just showed me that you were, obviously very proud of, and justifiably so. That really blew me away. That's an excellent photo, man.
thank you. So going over like the benefits of going to school, and I think continuing to go to school at a program like what DMACC has to offer, it allows you to work in a group of people that are like-minded and that you can bounce ideas off of.
Okay.
It also gives you some structure, like that photo was, the assignment was to take a photo of a shoe, and then expand on that and do your own thing. But had I not gotten that assignment, I probably wouldn't have been taking photos of shoes, honestly. So it was a creative way, or a way to find something that is outside your wheelhouse and then do it creatively in your own style.
Beautiful, beautiful. That's absolutely cool. So before I let you go, one more quick question. Can you tell me real quick about your future goals? What you're hoping?
Yeah, so I've talked to a couple of businesses in the area about doing some product photography for them, budding businesses, starting businesses that are putting out some new products that they want to get product photos of, and hopefully it can work towards some more commercial work in that regard. But I'd also like to continue doing. I used to do a lot of band photography, event type photography for bands. I'd like to get back into that some, and I'd like to teach. So that would be a goal in the future. Also, is to teach it at the college level, or the community college level. I really enjoy helping people work through some of their creative boundaries, and I think that's a great way to do it.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, I've talked to quite a few students today, asked a lot of them about their goals, and you're the first one to say, teach it and pass it along. So that's really dope, man. Thank you again so much for your time and sharing that work with us. It was really cool, man.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was great to be here.
Yeah, you have a great day. Thanks. And we are down to my last student today, and that's Henry. Henry, are you there? Can you hear me?
I think so. Can you hear me?
I see you.
Awesome.
Cool. All right, Henry. Let's jump right into it, my man. Can you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so name's Henry. I'm a minimalist landscape, urban landscape, and portrait photographer. Not so much portrait, but I'm trying to get into that more. I'm looking to graduate in the summer of 21. I'm based out of Des Moines. Besides taking photos, I guess I do rock climbing, a lot of hiking, camping, traveling, all that kind of good stuff. But for now, we're kind of stuck in Iowa.
That has been the case, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So you described quite a bit of photography I know nothing about. So can you, the way that we've been operating though, is that I ask you about your favorite project. Do you have a favorite project you did during your time at DMACC here?
There's quite a few. It's kind of hard to pinpoint one. I really liked the ones where we kind of went out onto like a location and did a lot of shooting there. I wasn't too much of a fan of studio work. Um, I guess one is when we went to the art center and we just kind of had free range of just shooting whatever we wanted for an hour or so. I kind of like that, just being able to pop in headphones and just go and take photos kind of on my own. I don't really have to direct anybody. Not my forte.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, just I guess just all the projects, just getting me out there to shoot is kind of what I love to do. So
Nice.
anything that lets me do it.
Nice. And so, what are your future goals?
Kind of after I graduate, one thing I wanted to do is really travel the West Coast. Um, I love national parks. I got a camper I'm working on renovating currently, and so one thing I want to do is take that out and really see, like, there's like a big loop on this highway that you can hit, and you can hit like 8 national parks or something like that.
Yeah.
But really just kind of maybe start putting together like a photo book of stuff that I'm really like kind of tailored to one thing instead of just kind of like a general portfolio. Um, but that's kind of as far as I'm getting, and I guess working more on getting my business up and running, selling prints, all that kind of good stuff. But
Nice.
that's in the future, so I'm not 100% certain what's going to happen, but that's
Yeah.
the goal.
You've got time to figure goals out. That's the good
Yeah.
thing about future goals.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. If you had to pinpoint the either photo or maybe a series or something that you've done during your time here at DMACC that you were most proud of. So maybe it wasn't your favorite, but something that maybe potentially challenged you and you're
Yeah.
proud of the fact that you came through it, or maybe you did enjoy it and it was just really good. But what's something that you look at and you go, wow, I Henry is proud of this. What would it be?
Um, well, actually, I can pull it up, I think.
There we go. Let's see
Yeah, I
it.
was gonna say, like, what am I doing? Yeah, let me get it pulled up real quick.
Yeah, let's take a look at it.
Let's see if this works. Hopefully, are you able to see my screen?
It's pulling up for me right now, I think. Let's see.
Oh,
Or I thought it was. It said you
thought it was.
started. There we go.
Is that going? Awesome. Oh, come on, don't do this. Oh no, what is going on? Really struggling, I guess. See if this is gonna work. One thing we did was went to the art center, and I love playing with like lines and shadows and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of my work is kind of based upon the time of day. I like more directional sun. I know a lot of people prefer like golden hour and like early in the morning, that kind of thing, but I really love just getting like that direct sunlight casted on buildings and structures and all that kind of good stuff.
Okay.
Like, get out of this. Things blocking the X button right up here. You're kidding. I'll have to hit the X button. Let's see. This is like another one right outside of the art center that we went to. Again, just playing with lines, shadows, that kind of good stuff. It really just draws me in. Something about just intersecting lines is something I love to work with and all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, man, that those were both really excellent shots and stuff
Thank you.
that I think most of us just as observers notice, but don't take the time to like really see the beauty in it the way you do. So that was
Thank
really
you.
cool, man. Thanks
Yeah,
so much for sharing that.
absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. So I want to thank you for your time this morning. I appreciate you sitting down and answering some questions for me. And I wish you the best as you move forward. Take care and have a great day.
Hi there, I am Sean Diddy, and I'm so pleased to be your moderator or host for this next portion of the DMACC Portfolio Day. So many talented students are with us, and we are going to get to spend about 5 minutes with each one of them. So we're going to showcase their work, ask some questions, and have a little time. So we're going to move right into this because Jordan is our first student. So Jordan, if you're ready, we're going to kick things off. And I think I'm kicking back. Let me just fix this. There we go. Okay. I had a little audio issue. Okay, Jordan, now that we got my little audio blip out of the way, you guys are going to be perfect the whole rest of the afternoon.
Oh gosh, I hope so.
So, okay, is it Jordan Bostwick? Is that how you say your last name?
Yes, Jordan Bostwick.
Perfect. So you are in the animation program, right? Why did you choose animation?
I've loved animation basically my entire life. My dad tells me stories that when I was little, he could just sit me down in front of the Lion King movie when I was a little baby, and I'd be perfectly fine. Like I'd never do anything. So I've loved animation literally since I was just a baby. And I thought it was so cool how you can just create life from like movement in life just from drawings. And I've always loved drawing and always loved art. So animation just kind of seemed like a fit for me.
It does. It sounds like it. Oh, so do you have a favorite project that you worked on at DMACC?
Yeah. So I really like horror and making horror. So I actually worked on an alien project that I did. That one was my by far favorite project. It was a project that we had all hands off from our teacher. We did whatever we wanted, basically. All we had to do was come up with basically a new idea. And I took off and I made the scene where I did basically everything myself besides like the texturing. I put together the audio, and I just absolutely loved it. The freedom to create something that I wanted to make for so long was absolutely awesome.
So, okay, we'll be watching for your scary movies. I mean, do you know what you want to do after graduation or what type of work you want to go into?
I really want to go into game design. I really like big open world games. They're super fun, I think, and I really like all of the little details that people put into it. And I want to be like one of those, I want to create like a scene and a mood and an atmosphere that can really like give people a different perspective on life, because just it's become so cool what other people can do in just games in this industry. So I really want to be able to do that too.
And it sounds like because you've kind of told us what kind of animation you like, and do you intend to further your schooling? Are you ready to go into the job market? I'm saying this because there might be somebody watching who might want to hire you. So are you free to move around the country? Where do you want to live? What do you want to do?
Well, okay, so I mean, I really love Iowa, like absolutely adore Iowa. So I would like to I really just want to get my feet in the water right after graduation, like really badly, and then maybe eventually later on go back to school and like learn more stuff if I can. But I want to get out into the industry and like learn how it works with firsthand experience, honestly. And if I'm just basically seeing whatever comes my way. Yeah.
Perfect. And that 5 minutes flew by, basically. We have just a couple of seconds left. So I want to ask you one final question. In the world of animation, and you kind of had that favorite project that you worked on, if you could have a dream job right now when you graduate, do you have any idea what that would be?
Basically just working for a really good and high up animation studio, Disney, Pixar, any kind of gaming studio in Texas or really anywhere. It's just really just being able to do something or create of my own work would just be the best thing ever.
Ah, You're fabulous. And oh, did we show any of your work? Now, this is my first interview,
No.
you all. So we need to show some of your work, and I will have it together for the rest of the interviews. But Jordan, can you pop up some of your work and just show us what you have? And then I'm going to start my timer for the next person so that everybody gets 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
And this shows that Jordan's a total team player and working with me to get me out of the gate. Okay, what are we seeing?
So this is an animation I did. These are just screenshots for basically what I did. This is an animation we did in our class where we personified one of a non-living item and gave it life. So basically I have this guy just walking across the ground here, and he goes and picks up a pencil and starts fighting with the pencil. This is a 2D animation I had done. Again, just a screenshot. You can see all of this in my demo reel. It's a dragon where we did this practicing morph, one item morphing to another, and it was really awesome. I love this project. Well, this is a screenshot from the alien project I was telling you about, where I have my scientist guy here hiding from the alien, and the alien comes down the hallway and goes into the the room. Absolutely, my favorite part was the lighting. I just loved creating this scene. So yeah.
Wow,
Yeah,
this is fantastic. So, and this is all in your portfolio, so people can look you up. So, so as we conclude, say your name for us one more time, so people can look you up when we want to follow you.
Jordan Bostwick.
Thanks, Jordan. Thanks for
you.
joining us.
Yeah.
So this is such an exciting day, and I know we have Robert Heinsroth with us. And Robert, I've got it together now. So if you have some work to show us, we'd love to see that, and we'd love to ask you some questions. I see you're on with us, and you're a 3D modeler and illustrator. Is that right?
Yes, so that's what I'm primarily going for. However, as an animation student, I'd also like to explore further beyond that. Those are just the two primary things that I think I'm probably the best at.
Excellent. And will you say your name correctly, just in case I didn't get your pronunciation right?
Robert Heinsroth. You had it right.
Wow, look at that. And again, I keep saying these names because I think we're going to be following you guys. I think we're going to see a lot from this class. So what made you pursue animation as a career? And I know you said you want to do some broad things. What's behind this plan?
So it all started in high school. I love video games. I'm a huge video game nerd. It's just I grew up playing them, and so they're like one of my favorite things. And so in high school, the one thing I knew I wanted to do was I wanted to do something video game related. And so in high school, I pursued many different avenues to try and get there. The one that I thought I was going to go down was computer programming. However, I found out my graduating year of high school that DMACC had just started an animation program. And I've always been more of a creative type rather than a scientific type. I'm good at science, but I prefer the art. And so I figured I'd try it out to see if that would be something easier for me to pursue instead of computer programming. And here I am, semester out from graduating.
I love it. Timing is everything. So when will you graduate?
So our class will, we have a summer class, so we won't be graduating until August, but we have one semester left.
Excellent. And I want to ask you about your favorite projects. And I think while we do that, do you have any projects you want to show us and talk a little bit about?
I do. However, it is a physical project. So it is a project that I did outside of actual classwork. However, this project has has created two additional ideas of mine. One of them I have pursued in class. However, unfortunately, I didn't finish it in time, so I wasn't able to get it in my demo reel. But I have fully designed a 78 card deck of tarot cards. And so I had them printed because I like the design so much. And so this is, for example, the Chariot card. And so I spent a lot of time working on these cards, and I'm very proud of how they turned out. I haven't had a box made for them, but this is like by far one of my favorite things that I've done so far.
So can we purchase said tarot cards?
Shoot me an email and I can certainly work something out.
So keep that in mind. You know, and again, this is what DMACC is all about. You're starting businesses, you're starting different projects. Is that your favorite project? Do you have any other projects you worked on that you want to tell us about?
I mean, all of the other projects that I'm proud of all made it into my demo reel, and so you can see that on my portfolio page. There was a 3D tavern that I modeled. There was I did an animation showing off these cards in my demo reel. I have another one of like a morph I did. Most of it's just like kind of me showing off what 3D modeling skills I do have and what illustration skills I do have.
So what are your plans after you graduate?
What I'd love to happen is someone here sees that I am a great artist and just hires me on the spot. Realistically, I'm probably just going to go freelance before I attempt to really try and push myself into the market, because I would like to expand my portfolio and demo reel further. I'm proud of the stuff that I've done in this class. However, it was stuff that I've gone through learning, and so I would like to further refine my craft before I really try and push into the industry.
And again, to see your portfolios, anybody who's watching can contact DMACC. Do you also have a website or anything, or do you want to send people toward DMACC to see your portfolio?
I believe the Portfolio Day website has a link to my demo reel along with the resume of stuff that I've done.
And this is so fun to get to see all of you in action. So while we have just like a minute and a half left, in case that perfect person is out there wanting to hire you, do you have plans to live in Iowa? Would you travel? Where would you like to be?
If I do travel, if I ever go to the West Coast only to work for Pixar, if I do end up traveling, it'll probably be either to Texas or the East Coast for a larger company. But if I'm doing smaller stuff or if I'm staying freelance, I'll probably stay here in Iowa, because as technology has progressed, working from home and a world away has advanced quite a bit.
It really has. And again, if you're watching this and you want to learn about these students, there's a website, and it's DMACC, DMACC Portfolioday.com. And it's a great way to learn about everybody. So Robert, with just our final 30 seconds, I'm going to, just throw a question at you. As I think as you're progressing, is there anything about DMACC that you'll remember? I mean, do you feel like you found a good camaraderie or team there, or what's the one thing you'll remember from your student experience?
I will remember a lot of people that I've worked with throughout these classes. I think because of going through this class, I reconnected with friends that I hadn't seen for a while, made some new friends, and I found some people that I would really love to work with in the future. And so I think I'll remember all the fun times I had in these classes and the conversations that I've had with these people.
Good. All right. We're all going to be looking to buy those tarot cards. So thanks for your time.
Hit me up then, please.
So again, there's Robert. Thank you, Robert. We're going to continue down the list, and you can tell we could talk to each of these people all day. They're just so, this is what creativity is all about. We have Kate Saban coming up next with us. And Kate, if you're ready, there she is, a 3D artist and animator from Altoona, Iowa. Tell us a little bit about so I heard that there's a model featured on your reel. Tell us about that.
Yeah, sure. So I get inspired by fantasy role-playing games. Since childhood, we learn about Harry Potter, we believe in Santa Claus, and we love all this magic. And then we grow up and we lose connection to fantasy worlds. So role-playing games and any other fantasy games kind of bring us back to that magic. And no matter of age, we can play it and enjoy that different world. So that's why I really wanted to create this elf model. And I got inspired by nature, kind of, because he's got this goldish, greenish palette and a little bit of amber color in it. So just to show the connection of my elf to the nature, and I can demonstrate him in a second. Can you see it?
Look at that.
Yeah, so this is my model. I'm very proud of him because I worked hard on creating all those textures and my kind of dragon armor. So yeah, that's my model.
That's amazing. Now you've also done stop motion, is that right?
Yes, so in 2018, I created a promotional cartoon for my mom's felt toy store. She used to be a puppetry director, and she's having some experience in actually moving the toys and make them alive. So we had this nice collaboration in creating this cartoon, and stop motion is very fun. I love it since the childhood. I've been watching some stop motion cartoons as a child, and so I was so excited to do this. It's pretty hard because for our first second of that cartoon, we had to spend about 4 hours just to move everything and make the actual video. So it was very fun. And the story is about cat people. She created those felt toys herself, and she created the environment. And it's a story about a detective that is trying to find two kittens, and a crazy old rat stole those kittens to make them fight in a fight club. So I made it in kind of neo-noir style, and I will demonstrate you a piece of the project. Okay, can you see it?
We can see it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's the detective.
Fantastic. Wow. How many out, just this little bit, how long did this take you?
It took me forever. Well, actually, my cartoon is about 40 seconds long. And for each second, I had to spend about oops, a little bit violent. So I had to spend about 4 hours just to create that 1 second. But then also you have to combine all the files together. You have to add audio and different visual effects. Like I have the gun shooting. So yeah, it took a while, but it was very fun, especially working with my mom. So we had a lot of fun.
Now, and you have all of those capabilities. And I think, what do you feel is your biggest strength as a 3D artist?
Mm-hmm. It's pretty hard to say because I like other people judge me, not myself. But I believe that it's important to do a research, and it's important to be flexible and find different approaches to your project. So when I do my projects, I always try to do research and then level up my models, my projects as much as possible. And then I try to come up with different kind of ideas so I can always change something in case I need it, and just to be flexible and creative.
Great. And we have about a minute left. Do you have any other projects you want to share with us?
Well, I don't have it prepared.
If not, I have another question for you.
It's in my demo reel, yeah.
Good. Okay, so the demo reel again, DMACC Portfolio Day. Hello, easy for me to say.com. So where would you like to live and work after you graduate?
I would like to live and work in any place where I can explore game industry, where I can create different kind of worlds. I'm pretty open because I really want to develop myself, my knowledge, my imagination with all this work, and any opportunity I will be happy to take, no matter where it is.
Oh, and employers will be so lucky to have you. Thank you, Kate. So there she is, Kate Sibon, and you can check out her portfolio. Again, this work is just fantastic. I love looking at what everyone has done. Okay, and next we have Conrad coming up. Conrad Offstein, and I'm going to make sure I said that right. It might be Offstein. So Conrad, when you're ready, please pronounce your name correctly so that we can all follow you when you're famous.
Yeah, so it is Conrad Offstein.
Okay, see, that's, you know, the name Diddy, it just, yeah. So, okay, so Offstein, Conrad Offstein, and you're an animator and a rigger. So
yeah,
you have a whole different, a little bit of a skew. So tell us a little bit about what interests you and your story, really.
So I got into animation when I was really young. I saw the first Toy Story movie and I was just hooked. The idea of bringing something to life, you know, being a puppeteer or a Dr. Frankenstein, if you will, and bringing something that starts off as just a model, just a skeleton, giving it life, and then having that, you know, change people's lives, giving them emotion, making them feel emotions. That really got me into it. So that's why I chose animation and rigging as a career.
So for those of us who are outside of the industry, what is rigging?
So rigging is taking a model that someone has made, so a mesh, if you will, and giving it skeletons, giving it controls so that you can move it around, and you can move it like a human would, or if it's an animal, like an animal would. Just being able to have those controls to give it life. And sometimes it also involves coding, which I'm also have a background in.
Oh, so, and now you've taken this background in coding, you are a rigger, you're an animator. What kind of jobs are you looking for after you graduate?
So I'm looking for a job as a rigger, preferably, or a character animator in the movie industry. I would love to work for Pixar. That'd be a dream come true. But I mean, I'm also open to the game industry, just something where I can, get my skills out there and help make a movie and change people's lives.
And that's, you talked about how, a movie really impacted you and you want to impact other people. Do you have a favorite project? And we'd love to see some of your work. So if you have some things you want to share with us, please share your screen and tell us about your favorite projects.
Yeah, so my favorite project, it was a Dr. Frankenstein monster that I found an artist had created. And I got the permission to have it, and I gave this character life. So I put all the controls in. If you can see here, I put the bones in, and I gave it life. I gave it controls to move it around. This was by far the best. It brought all my skills to light. Coding, controls, technicalness, just all these things, and putting it in here, overcoming these obstacles, I had a blast.
Gosh, it's just amazing. So now you can control him, raise his arms, do whatever. Do you, as you look at where you want to go, do you know where he, oh, look, see, there he is. This is fantastic. So you're doing this real time, right?
Yeah, I can move it around. I can move his stuff.
It's just, so now where would you like to end up? Do you have a location that you're hoping to, somewhere you'd like to live? What's your dream job and place to land?
I think I'd love to move out to the West Coast. I know there's a lot of animation stuff out there. But as we know, the industry, it's global. So if I could get a job from a studio out in West California, here, I mean, I really will take anything. As students, we really just want to get our foots in the door and have a job. I'm just looking for a full-time job in the industry. Anything that I can get, really.
What do you think makes you stand out? If there are several people interviewing, and I can tell you right now, you've got that personality, you've got that background, but what do you think makes you stand out and makes you a little different than another applicant for a job?
I think my drive and my attention to detail really puts me apart. A lot of people, they don't think of the nuanced stuff. I have a really good eye for the animation, for the art. I have a strong background in art and coding, which I think makes me a really strong suit, and just helps me get in the door and put myself above other people that be starting off. So.
Great. And we have just under a minute left. Do you have any other projects on your screen that you want to share?
No, I don't really have anything else to share. I got everything on my demo reel on the website. Just put my best foot forward there.
There we go. And it's DMACCPortfolioday.com is where that portfolio will be. And it's Conrad Offstein. And Conrad, we'll be watching for what you do. And just with a couple of seconds left, I just want to give you a little window as we conclude. Was there anything about your DMACC experience or anything you want to share as we finish your segment here?
I think just DMACC as a whole, it's a great place. I met a lot of great friends. I got a lot of people in this class that I look forward to working with in the future, hopefully. And it's done so well for me and my friends, and I think it's definitely got me where I want to go.
I have to tell you, Iowa, speaking on behalf of our entire state of Iowa, we're so proud to have you. So thank you. Thanks.
right, thank
This
you.
is, again, Conrad Offstein, and you can check out his work on that portfolio page. Again, this is the future, and I love that a lot of these students are talking about the fact that this is a global industry these days. And our next student is Jessie Hill, and Jessie is a 3D modeler and an illustrator. And Jessie, when you're ready, we would love to meet you, and we'll look at some of your projects. And of course, I have questions for you.
Yep, of course, and I'm ready.
Awesome. Okay, so, well, I guess the standard, why did you choose animation? How did you get here?
One of the main reasons, there are two main reasons. One, it was my freshman year of high school. My art teacher, we did a project. We were supposed to create a new character and like create new dynamics and like draw them all out. And after that project, she sat me down and asked me would I want to do this for a living. She was talking about game animation and all that. So that was one thing that really wanted me to get into it. And also playing video games a lot growing up really helped me out. Like examples like Nintendo, I would play a lot of that. There would be like a Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, a lot of fighting games. I used to play a lot of those. And yeah, video games and my art teacher, those were really good people to help me get into this. But originally I didn't want to do this. I wanted to do education, but then I found out it wasn't for me. And then luckily I found out there was an animation program at DMACC. So I joined that and I didn't regret it ever since.
Yeah, we're so glad to have you. And now what's the part of, is there a certain part of animation that you love the most?
Like I say in the demo reel, find it on Portfolio Day, 3D modeling and illustrating. Like for illustrating, I drew a lot back in school. Like from elementary through high school, you would see me drawing like Zelda or Pokemon or like something from Nintendo or something like that, or any other video game. I used to draw video game characters a lot in school. And with the modeling, I knew nothing about it before I started DMACC. And then finally we did a model of a fish. I chose a marlin, and I decided I would like to look into this more. And then we did a whole class based on 3D modeling, and I decided, yep, this is what I want to do. And
with the 3D, go ahead.
Oh yeah, and also I would love to get some voice acting into it too on the side, but yeah, that's not animation, just voice acting. Yep.
And who knows who might be watching right now. So just remember his name, Jessie Hill. You can find him at the DMACCportfolioday.com. Jessie, how would do you think the things that you're working on would go into like video games? Is that kind of, if you could produce anything, would it be a video game, and what would it be like?
I would want to, like a dream that I've always wanted was to create open world games like Skyrim and Breath of the Wild. Those were two games that I have spent so many hours playing, and those really inspired me to want to create open world games. So, and also I've gotten into more like a sword combat and magic. So I would want to do like a mixture of those two in one game, like 5 characters that you can choose between. Each one has their own element and like their own different type of sword combat.
Awesome. Do you have any samples that you'd like to show us by sharing your screen?
Yes, I have 2 actually. Hold on. Desktop. Okay, see?
Oh my gosh, wow.
No, that's just my background.
Oh, okay.
But this
but this is you, right?
Yes, this is me. I did a drawing of me for a profile picture for like my Twitter and all that and everything. And this was the first time I ever actually used a blend tool for like the shadows, because like before I had no idea how to do it. And I actually completed this while I was in the demo reel class that we were working on the demo reel.
And what else do you have? Do you have anything else that you want to show us?
Another one is a model with, I wanted to do a model to put into like a fighting game like Mortal Kombat. So I have the model out, and then I have 2 attacks for him that he did. One of them is a kicking combo, like so.
Wow.
Just a simple double kick. And then another one is a special, because I wanted to make him a bit telepathic as well, telekinetic. So I decided to add one where he pulls the enemy in closer.
Fantastic. Wow, we are going to be watching for you, Jesse Hill. Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing your work with us. And again, we'll check you out at DMACCPortfolioday.com. Thanks, Jesse.
Yep, look forward to seeing you all.
So this concludes this segment. We're going to move into the animation program, and those folks, I believe, are ready, right, Heather? So we'll just kind of keep Heather's behind the scenes keeping me together. So we're going to keep moving on. We have Kyle coming up next, I believe. And Kyle, if you are ready, it's Kyle Ladine, and Kyle's a 3D animator. So Kyle, if you want to turn on your camera, there you are. Kyle, what's your favorite type of animation? Oh, you're muted.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
All right, awesome. I love creating 3D character animations. I love how you can make these characters come to life, and spending time getting every pose just how you want it is just really satisfying work to do.
This type of work blows me away. In fact, we want to see, do you have some samples to show us?
Here, yeah, I do. Let's see.
And I always like to ask what your favorite project that you worked on at DMACC is. So if it happens to be one of the things you're sharing, tell us about the experience.
It'll be this one right here. I created a select screen for a video game character. I did not make the character, I just animated him in the background.
Wow. So now, did you collaborate with another student in regard to the character, or how?
No, this is all me. I got the character from a free website that had a bunch of rigs that you could pick up that were really nice to use.
So all of that, but all of the work, the movement, that's all you. And and do you have other work you want to show us?
I had nothing set up and ready, but
Well, let's talk about this just a little bit, because we have, so you said this was your favorite project. What were your favorite parts of it? Like, was there something you loved creating?
Well, just the whole movement of the character. It was really satisfying to sit through and use my reference to get it to work and get all the little nuances in the movement to look and feel real.
Yeah, it's so fluid. It's amazing. So do you have a long-term career goal? Do you know where you want to go with this?
Yeah, I would love to. It's always been a dream of mine to work in the video game industry. So I would love to eventually get hired by a video game company, and then hopefully eventually have my name published in a AAA video game. I think that would really be awesome.
And you have a portfolio at the DMACCPortfolioday.com website.
Mhm.
Do you know where you'd want to live? Would you move for a job? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, anywhere near the mountains, really. I would love to be out in the mountains. I love mountains. I love snowboarding and hiking and all that kind of stuff. So that would be really cool. But ideally, Denver would be a place to move. I have friends and family already out there. It's just a great atmosphere to be there. I love it there. So.
And when do you graduate?
End of this summer in August, I'll be done.
So when we get back to animation, what do you think drew you into this line of work? Do you remember the moment you said, that's it, I want to do this?
Yeah. So I started going to DMACC for computer aided design, and it wasn't really, I didn't have the freedom of what I wanted to do. So I was talking to my academic advisor, and he told me about the animation program, and I decided to wait a year to be able to join the program, and it's been great. I've loved it ever since we started. It's been awesome.
What do you think, as you're going into the job market, what do you think you bring to the table that makes you unique or strong? As there's competition for jobs, but what makes you stand out?
My drive to work, I guess. I love being in a group of people and having the camaraderie of talking and helping everybody out, and just making an awesome project or something with the group. I think that would just be really sweet.
And that's such a big job skill right now, is the ability to work independently, but then turn around and collaborate and communicate. Yeah, you're right. I happen to be in New York City. If you are all hearing sirens behind me, that's why. But we have about a minute left with you, Kyle. And I think that one of the questions that I have is, you've kind of shown us this character. If you had a dream project, if we just gave you an unlimited budget and said, go create whatever you want to create, what would you make?
Oh man, I would love to make a first person shooter. That's what I've really grown up playing. I think that would be really awesome to make all of different reload animations, different reload animations, just the running of different characters, dives, rolls. I think that would be really cool.
Well, we look forward to seeing it, and thank you for taking time with us again.
Thank you.
Kyle Ledeen, did I say it right?
Correct. Yep.
Excellent. We will be watching for you. And again, he's on that DMACCPortfolioday.com website, so you can check out more of his work. Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, thank you.
Next, we have Caleb, and Caleb is another animator, but also a modeler. And Caleb, it's always interesting to me to find out how people got into this line of work. So tell us your story. How'd you get to DMACC, and how did you decide on animation and particularly, I guess, modeling? So tell us a little bit about that. I think we have Caleb. I see him connecting to audio. We'll just take a moment for him to connect in. And again, there's Caleb. It might just take a little bit to connect the audio. It says it's connecting. There we go. And now you're muted. So when you're ready to unmute, we're ready for your story. There he is.
There we go. Sorry, could you read that question one more time?
Yes, absolutely. I'm just looking at, you're an animator and a modeler. Like, how did you get here? What made you come to DMACC and decide to do this?
So what made me get into animation and modeling is I grew up on cartoons and video games. So as I used to play those coming home from school, I decided at the end of my last high school year, animation sounded like the next greatest thing to try to get into. And I found out that DMACC was eventually going to have a animation program, because I was there a little bit before they got that started. So I decided to take graphic design, decided, I've got the basics. Let me wait for them to get set up for animation. Once that started, I decided to do my 2 years, and I've always been a big fan of Monster Hunter. So 3D modeling and creature design has always been something I really, really enjoyed. So I decided to put most of my efforts into that.
Oh, do you have something you can show us?
I actually do. Let's see if I can't full screen this real quick.
Perfect. We're all wondering if it's going to be a monster. And again, any of these portfolios, by the way, are at that DMACCPortfolioday.com. So it is. All right, tell us what this is and the story behind it.
So I've actually given this a name, despite how cheesy it is. His name is Ritalio. And he's
Ritalio?
he's like a scavenger creature that just likes to dig through waste. So people should not just leave their waste around. Otherwise, you have to deal with this huge creature. I guess his main form of defense and attack would be the fact that he's such a long creature. He just wraps around his victims, and he has a little stinger at the back of his cell, or end of his cell. So he used to.
Oh, there it is. Wow.
And he just pokes them with that. But yeah.
So is that one of your favorite projects? Do you have any other favorites?
This was during our sprint.
Why did you like it so much?
I mean, this is what I wanted to do since I got into animation. Like, he was a lot of fun to make. Even at the end of this project, I got some hair and fur on him, but I couldn't get that one to load in time. So I decided to use this one since this one has the most detail on him. He even has some teeth. Once I get used to scrolling in with this. Oh, don't show himself like that.
Oh yeah, I can see.
There he
see
goes.
his teeth. He does have teeth. So, okay, and now in your portfolio, do you have the version with fur?
Yes.
Okay, so this is
definitely check that out.
Setting us all up to go check out your portfolio at the DMACCportfolioday.com. So Caleb Lewis, by the way, when you look up for his portfolio. So Caleb, do you know what industry you want to work in or what you want to do when you graduate?
I would definitely love to work in the video game industry, but I would also like to work on movies and even cartoons. I also like 2D animation as well. Like anywhere where I can make creatures.
This is so fun. So do you, I guess as you look at, you love the creatures. So is there a specific like role or job title that you're looking for?
Just a creature animator and creature modeler for sure.
So we know this is and just okay. I just want to know: does the creature just pop into your head? Do you dream the creature? How do these creatures come to you?
Kind of both. Like I feel like every other day I have a creature to come up with, and it's just all about getting it down on paper. Like I tend to keep a notebook next to my bed. Just wake up like, oh, I have a creature idea. Let's make this, and eventually it gets to a point where I can actually try to model it. Retalio is probably the best one I've modeled, so he definitely gets to be in the portfolio. But I would love to continue learning how to model and to learn other techniques.
Great. And we have about a minute left together. So if you have anything else you want to share, just let me know. Do you have anything else? Otherwise, I have another question for you.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, well, we'll look at your portfolio. But my question to you is, and I've asked this a couple of times during this time today, but you have such a great personality. I mean, what do you think as you go in interviewing, what do you think makes you stand out from other people?
Well, definitely, I would say one of my greatest qualities is my love for just learning new things. Like, I love to be taught things. Like, I'm not a difficult person to work with. And I think a lot of people see that. I definitely like to put in a lot of work in what I do because I definitely love making these guys. So definitely something that a lot of employers would definitely look at, I feel.
Absolutely. And your attitude's contagious. So who wouldn't want to work with you? It's great. Thanks, Caleb. So again, it's Caleb Lewis, and we're going to watch for your work.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Thanks so much. So we're moving on to Kylie Pearson. Kylie, I'm sorry, Kylie. And when you come on screen, now Kylie's getting audio connected, and Kylie is an animator. And with us here online, by the way, as each of us kind of connect in, it takes a second for the audio to connect, but I do want to let you know there's more work by these students, and I've mentioned this website, I feel like a lot. So please, if you've heard it a bunch of times and you're like, I remember it, there are people tuning in and out all the time. So we just want to make sure everybody knows it's there. It's DMACCportfolioday.com. And it looks like Kylie the audio is on. So Kylie, if you want to hit your camera and unmute yourself, I think we're ready to go. And then you can make sure I'm saying your name right.
Hello.
Introduce yourself and tell us your correct pronunciation.
Hello, my name is Kylie Pearson, and it's nice to meet all of you.
Yay, perfect. So I did get it right. So Kylie, what made you get into animation?
Animation has always been a driving force in my life somewhat, and has really affected my drawing since I seriously started drawing at 12 years old. I've always wanted to learn how to draw like my favorite cartoons and video games since then, though I never really knew where to start or what information to look up for animation until I learned about DMACC's animation program when I was originally at Ankeny campus.
So you were originally in a different program and you found this one? Is that how it happened?
No, we just moved campuses. We were originally at Ankeny campus and now we're at West Campus.
Excellent. So do you like what are you passionate about? What do you love to do?
My passion lies in the media that has surrounded me since I was born, be it television, video games, or animation that you can just find in social media in general. I think the reason why I'm so passionate about it, animation in general, is just how amazing the storytelling abilities are for animation.
Do you have some work you want to show us?
Yes, I'd love to.
Excellent. And I'm guessing, and please just tell us the story behind what you're showing too, because I think as a creator, it's so great to hear your stories and how these things come to you.
These are just some screenshots that I got ready. This is by far the thing that I worked on the most during this semester leading up to today. His name is Bentley Bunny, and he's just like a mascot character that I came up with a while ago.
Hello, Bentley. Wow, that is really great. So now how does he do this? What are your plans for Bentley? Do you think you'll take Bentley like to another level?
Possibly. I did originally have this idea to make like a little bit of like a magical girl show with him including on it. It was a little bit too big for the beginning of class, so I just eventually settled for making Bentley.
What else do you have to show us?
I also there's a few different screenshots that I have. This is from my demo reel. It's a kinetic type video. I only have the screenshot of this now. It's mainly just televisions falling into the ground based off of one of the songs that I listened to often, one of my favorite video games, Persona 4 Golden.
Excellent. And do you have a clip from the video on your portfolio that we can look at later?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. See, this is a perfect preview so that we all just go to the website and see the rest of your portfolio. What else do you have? Give us another little snippet of something you've been working on if you have something.
This is another little snippet of like a little fox character that I came up with. He's just, I wish I had the animation up and ready for this. He's just bouncing along, being happy as a little fox.
It's great. I thought I saw one more thing in there. So do you have another thing you want to show us? Because I think these are just such great previews of what you can do. And you're very there's a variety. Wow. See, again, this is totally different than anything we've seen. What is this?
This is the beginning of my roller coaster animation that I made a while ago in my 2D animation class. I got to learn Adobe Animate a lot better through this project, and it was pretty fun to do, just play around with the timing and whatnot.
This is very exciting. Do you know what you want to do? Like, do you have a grand plan with your skills?
Not particularly. I do plan on eventually going to Washington State and living there, though I have not particularly defined exactly what I want to do because I just like so much.
I think that's, I trust me, I have been in the creative world now for 30 some years. And I think the more flexibility you have, the better it is. And it really looks like you have this well-rounded background. We have just like 30 seconds left together. So I just want to just ask you, because you have this unique personality, you have really different varieties of things. Is there any part of animation, I guess, do you want to tell folks about what would you really love to do? If somebody's out there watching and they're like, I want to give Kaylee a job or Kylie a job, what's your dream job?
I think I'd like to work in video game animation. I have not particularly figured out exactly what, but I'd love to help with animation just in general.
I think that is a great answer. And we want to thank you for sharing your work. And we'll all go check out your portfolio so that we can see the longer clips. But thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a great day. So again, when we look at Kylie Pearson, so you can look up Kylie's work. And we're going on to Mason Schrum. Mason is an animator and a modeler. And I see you, Mason. We're ready to roll. So the question we all wonder with each of you is, how did you get into this? Like, what made you want to be an animator?
A lot of things. Like when I was younger, and I grew up during the start of the kind of like YouTube phase and stuff. So going online and seeing all the different animation stuff, like really old claymation, stop motion with Legos and stuff. It was all really cool. And I think around that time was also a program called Flipbook Hatena for the Nintendo 3DS. And it was a very basic animation program. I never had it, but I saw the videos online of what people would make with it. It was really cool. And it's just seeing that, it's like, I want to do that.
And look, here you are.
Yeah.
Doing that. Speaking of which, do you have any work you want to share with us?
I have one currently up. Let me open this one.
Ooh.
This is a snippet of this, made it onto the demo reel just because I had to cut some of the beginning part for time. But this is some of them made it. You guys still hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
mesmerized by that. I'm literally just, and I think probably everybody watching is too. So you did every piece of this? This is all you?
Yeah. I modeled the creature, I textured it, which took like 5 hours because I had to keep fighting the model to get it to work. But I built the scene, I did the lighting, I did the animation on the lighting. I did all of it.
This is fantastic. How did you find DMACC, or what made you choose DMACC in the program?
There's a story behind that. When I was first at my high school at Valley, I was taking pretty much any art class that I could because I knew I wanted to do something in art. And there was a teacher there named Mr. Murphy. That's what we called him. I don't remember what his first name was, but he was this old guy. He was very kind. He was very no nonsense, but I really liked him, and he was very supportive of the different art stuff. And at Valley, there were two animation classes, and while I was in one of them, and I was talking to him about one of my projects, and back then we were just using Adobe Animate, so it wasn't 3D, but he kind of took me aside, just like, hey, I think you got a talent for stuff like this. DMACC is coming to Valley to show off some of their classes. I think there's an animation class. You should go there. And that kind of was the push that started me down the road to DMACC. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't actually be here.
Well, we're all glad for Mr. Murphy because this work is fantastic. And do you think as you make an art piece, is there something about it that really calls to you? I guess, what's your passion in regard to creating?
I really like to make creepy stuff, as the animation shows. I like to make stuff that looks weird, unsettles people. I just think that's really cool. There is a big like indie horror scene booming right now, especially on Twitter. And like scrolling through it and seeing all the like really cool monsters and creatures that people come up with. Like I don't know how far it would reach, or Siren Head would sound familiar, but that's like a character that somebody made on Twitter that got really famous. And I thought I was like, man, that's really cool. I want to make something like that. Well, this isn't exactly that. It's something similar. Seeing the art piece is very unsettling. Seeing this is very unsettling.
So do you have a dream job? If we could send you anywhere to do anything, what would you like to do?
Really just kind of what I've been doing right now. Just kind of modeling and creating stuff. If I could animate my own monsters, I very much would like to do that. But if they just want me to model something for them, I'd be very happy to do that as well.
So we have a little over 30 seconds left. And so before we let you go, first off, I want to say your name again. It's Mason Schrum. So when people look you up and they look for your demo reel and your portfolio, they can find it. But Mason, before we let you go, is there, I guess, what makes you stand out? I think, well, you're an expert of the creepy. I would put that in my, but what do you think makes you different than maybe another candidate for a job?
What makes me different and stand out? Just, I mean, saying my talent for, as I said, making scary stuff is very, very noticeable, and I think would help out, especially in a studio for, if they're making a horror movie or if they're making a horror game. Just my ability to grasp what people find creepy and use that to my advantage. I guess that would be it.
Fantastic. Yes, you can grasp the creepy and make it real. Yeah. Thanks, Mason. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sharing your work. And again, we will all check that out. We'll check out your portfolio. So this is, again, as we're watching this, this is so top of mind in the creative industry right now. And this work is fantastic. We have Brayson Cope with us. And Brayson, so you're an animator, but I got to note that you do dynamic animation. So can you tell us a little bit about your work and modeling and how that plays into it?
Can you hear me? Is it all
Yes.
good?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I mean, dynamic animation, that's just how I like describing the anime. It's just kind of normal 2D animation, but it's like it moves a lot, moves around a lot. So it's not like something different. It's just, I like animation that moves in interesting ways with lots of shifting camera angles and lots of going off model with reaching out. If you want to reach out, you make the arm go a bit longer into the screen and stuff like that. That stuff just it really impresses me, and I like it a lot, and I want to imitate that in my work.
So what made you want to become an animator? Do you remember that the
Just
decision point?
I liked watching cartoons when I was a kid. Couldn't watch as many cartoons because my parents thought they weren't appropriate. So I was like, I had to sneak them in. I couldn't watch them as often. So it wasn't as much when I was younger, but when I got into like 12, 13, 14, I started watching more cartoons like Adventure Time and Regular Show, and it really inspired me.
What do you think your strength is as an animator?
I think my strength is just high concept ideas. I really like making ideas that are kind of out there. Not like, oh, I'm coming up with something new, but like instead of having like a monster attack, I'll have a monster attack where the monster is living inside of like a woman's arm and it transforms into the monster and then it transforms back into their arm. I think you gotta go a little bit out of the box, Not saying I'm like a giant innovator or anything. That's dumb and pretentious, but like I just like going a little weird with it.
And innovation is very much key. And you've got such interesting ideas. And I know you've named a couple of things that inspired you, but can you just give us some ideas of what has inspired you over the years, and maybe what you aspire to do?
I like I'm pretty inspired by like a lot of Studio Ghibli stuff, like Spirited Away. I like Princess Mononoke. I think like a lot of Studio, what is it? Studio Trigger. Studio Trigger is a lot of stuff that I like Gurren Lagann and Neon Genesis Evangelion. A lot of that, I just love it so much. It's so creative and inspiring.
Do you have some pieces that you can do a screen share and show us?
I don't have anything that I really think would like really do it justice. I don't know.
Is there something in your portfolio that, we're all going to go there and we're going to look. So we'll go to DMACCportfolio.com and we're going to look for Brayson Cope. What do you think? Is it Cope? Is
Cope,
that Cope?
yes.
Remember the name, y'all, because Brayson's going places. Oh, wait. Is there something on your demo reel that you're like extra proud of and we should make sure we see?
Man, I don't want to be like the guy who's like, oh, I'm super good at this and this is so. I don't know.
Okay. What was the most fun to do? Which was your favorite?
I liked my second sprint project a lot. I liked my second sprint project. It was the one I told you about with the monster. But I like my first sprint project but that one was a bit more unpolished. So I like the second one a lot more.
So what about the first one did you like? If you could go back and polish it, what's the
I would color the
shining
whole
piece?
thing. I definitely color the whole thing. And then there were just some parts where it was very stilted animation that I don't like. I'm not into it. And I would definitely go back and fix that.
So as you're looking at now, when are you graduating?
I'm graduating. Sorry, I'm not good with time at all. So I
Nope.
think this year.
So do you know what you want to do? Do you have a plan?
I might just go to a 4-year school. I don't know. Maybe I'll just take it to a 4-year school and get some more connections in the industry. Maybe I'll work freelance if there's something local. I don't know. That's probably my bet. And then maybe go to a studio at some point.
Yeah. So we have like a minute left, and I just want to give you if we gave you unlimited budget, unlimited resources, and you could create a project, what would you make?
I would definitely make I would either make a series or I'd make like an animated film, like just the biggest 2D budget 2D animated film, just insane passion and unique styles and forms of animation, all different kinds.
And so would you pull in that like going off the model? Like, do you feel like that's kind of your signature?
Yes. You gotta stay on model sometimes because people gotta know what they're looking at, So you gotta give them an idea, but then sometimes you have to go off model to defy expectations and make things more dynamic.
Oh, we love it. Brayson, you are fantastic. Thank you for
you.
taking time with us. And we're going to check out your portfolio, Brayson Cope. And we're going to keep moving on down the line. I love it. I feel like, there's so much work that we're all going to be looking forward to seeing. We have Dalton Patterson coming up next. And Dalton, I'm just kind of moving my screens around here. When you are ready, it looks like you're there. Just tell us hello and there we go. And is your camera on, Dalton?
I'm working on getting that going. It looks like at some point in time the permissions changed for my for accessing.
Maybe Heather can let you turn on, or maybe she'll hit the ask to turn on camera. Meanwhile,
yeah, I'm trying to.
There we go. I think Heather's behind the scenes trying to fix it. Meanwhile, though, I do think you can share your screen, even though your camera can't be on.
Hang on. I think I got it. There we go.
There you are. Howdy. So,
hello.
Okay,
how are you?
I'm good. So what made you want to become an animator?
What made me want to become an animator was just, as long as I can remember, I've always had just a massively overactive imagination. I can't listen to a song or read a book without just huge scenes playing out in my head for whatever it is. We've all had that moment too, like riding in the car and looking out the window and just running your hand along whatever's out there. I would say that animation has always been something that I've always been fascinated with. It's got such a good way of conveying different stories through people's experiences and things like that. How people can personify conflicts through a story and characters. It's something that really gets my attention.
Wow, that's it's the depth of what you have thought through is pretty fantastic. It kind of makes me want to see. Do you have a visual to share with us?
Yes, I do. I've got some personal projects as well as some other illustrations that I've done. This kind of rolls into just some of the things that I'm interested in, which is a storyboarding and just creating these kinds of grand and emotional scenes. Here's one of my personal works. Here's a shot from a storyboard that I did for one of my classes in this program. Got another personal work here.
Will you tell us what is that? Will you tell us about that one?
This one, well, me and some friends, one animation that has always encapsulated me and my friends in just all the different ways that it can be interpreted has been Neon Genesis Evangelion. I believe my fellow classmate from the previous interview brought it up. And so we just like to play around. We've done some pieces for it where we've just drawn in our free time of just original characters, that kinds of things like that.
Gosh, great.
And this is one of those pieces.
This is great. Do you have and more? I don't want to stop you in the middle of your.
Yeah, I've got some more.
Ooh, okay. What is this?
This is a piece of work that I did for a friend of mine who was conceptualizing a story that he wanted to write. And I've been just really supportive of them with it. And it's been a great influence for drawing whenever I can't think of anything on my own. So from time to time, I draw pieces from that story that he's made.
Gosh, the detail is just fantastic. Do you know, and I feel free if you want to keep flipping through, and as you're showing us thing, I'm wondering, like, how did you start? What were your first steps to becoming an animator?
Well, my first step to becoming an animator was back in high school. I was focusing more on an engineering degree. I was a big fan of Iron Man had come out, and that was something where it was just like, oh, robotics sounds like something that would be really fascinating. But while I was working on that, my high school had started into animation. That was actually a club that was going on. And while it caught my interest, at the time I didn't join. It would be later in college where I would realize that engineering just wasn't what made me happy. And so I've turned my focus inwards, just trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And I sat down with my friend of mine who was making this story. And it was then that they really convinced me that what I wanted to do was art. I had all these different images in my head that I just had trouble explaining. And it would be so much easier if I could just create them and show what was going on. And so what I did was I went out, I invested $100 into a drawing tablet, some pencils, some sketchbooks, and I sat down with my friend and I said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to enroll in the animation program at DMACC. And I had this moment where I was like, I'm enrolling for a college class that I don't know how to draw. And so after a moment of panic, I contacted a friend of mine who had done some art studies and art classes. And we sat down for about 3 months straight before the program started, just drawing day in and day out, just till 3 to 5 a.m. in the morning. We would just sit down in a program called Draw Pile, where we could both sketch on a canvas, and we'd just hammer in just how to draw characters and just how to convey action in the scene. And just lots of hard work went into that. And I feel like it really prepped me for the class going forward.
Yeah, and your hard work obviously is just so stunning. And we're coming to the end of our time together, but I do want to ask you just real quickly, because here's another great piece. What kind of job are you looking for after graduation?
I would love to do anything involving just character design and story development through storyboards, 2D animation, or 3D animation. I have a really fun time just sketching out scenes and envisioning characters, working out storylines. It's just something that I've always had a real big interest in, and I have a lot of fun doing.
Well, thanks for sharing your work on the screen. Thanks for sharing your time. And again, I'm going to tell everybody to go check out your portfolio, Dalton Patterson. Thank you so much, Dalton.
Thank you.
So we are coming into Brecken Heath, and Brecken also, now Brecken's a 3D artist, and I see you there, Brecken. So I think a lot of times in these creative worlds, people work on their own and you have to be an independent worker, but you also have to be able to work on a team. And do you have any experiences where you worked on a team that you could tell us about?
Yes, actually in high school is when I got into animation and other things. I started working with things like I initially started with programming and working in groups to design programs and games. And then in order to do that, I also got into animation. And throughout the process, I end up with the Hyperstream Club, which we typically go to Ames in the IT Olympics once a year. And there was always a portion that they would never quite admit was video game design, but eventually one year they finally just admitted it was video games designed correctly, and which was a great year. But we had to work with I had to work with a team of and we had to create a game to that would revolve around trust. And after a hell of a lot of debate, because we finally decided to develop a game of a point and click adventure, and the trust was implemented through an NPC that would help you through progress the thing, because we noticed that's how most games get you attached to characters. And the others worked on like level design and the environment. I got to contribute my original model and rig, Marshmallow Man, my simplest basic rig. I enjoyed him very much. And I was also a part of the programming for the game itself with adding the nodes to make it plug and playable. And there wasn't too many sleepless nights, fortunately, before the competition. But we did actually take away third place, which we were very happy with. But we joked most of it was the ridiculously overly complicated door opening animations for the lab setting that was in, because we literally we'd gotten most of it, the game done, but the night before we just spent like the entire 2 nights before that just brainstorming, trying to come up with something stupider than the last of just a door animation opening, and we were just like, that's why they wanted us. That's it.
I love it. So is that the kind of, like, if you had a dream work environment when you go get your dream job, what kind of team or environment would you want to be in?
I was initially nervous with working with other people, though something about joining this animation program has shown me a lot. We tend to all have the same mindset, which makes brainstorming all the more enjoyable, because it's gone anywhere from a clone who wants to take over the universe, or a superhero. Not this one was a great one with some of the people you've already seen today, but a superhero who could create an infinite amount of belts around him. But working in the environment where you are with the people you're working with, it's a great way to communicate, but it brainstorming, getting ideas and feedback immediately is great. Oh, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, something good has come within this past year. My ability to collaborate online has greatly increased for some reason.
Yes, thank you, 2020, for that lesson. Do you have, speaking of online, do you have some things you can share with us on your screen?
I have a few things. There's let's see here. I can pull up the screen. Are we here? We good?
Yes, there we go.
This was our personification trip, something I work with animation a lot and giving life to things. This is kind of more of the full clip of a clip I have in the demo reel of personifying our mouse here.
I am literally sitting here with my mouth agape. I mean, this is high, this is upper level. Wow. And you have more of this on your portfolio reel, right?
Yes, I tend to work with modeling, usually environment and prop stuff you can really nitpick with is kind of my thing. Particle effects actually turned out to be very fun for me. I don't quite have that clip up with me, but it'll be there. I've done I'm trying to do a few collab projects with a friend right now to work on his channel, which will be coming out later in the year, hopefully. But
excellent.
I'm working with character designs. Also, as it turns out, I am photogenically evil, as I have using myself as reference for some reason.
I love it. So, and are you going to use that character in your friend's project, or are you just using that to build a project?
It's kind of going 2 ways, because that character is based on 2 different characters. One is one I am currently writing with in series. I want to actually picturize it, but I'm not fully confident enough in it just yet. But that one I'm kind of in progress. And then there's another thing where it's more of myself. It's more of myself for using interactions with that friend online. I'm going to be helping him with animations for his project.
Wow. So again, what I'm getting from this is that, you're a great collaborator. You're also great on your own. And our time is just about up. So I just want to ask you one final question, because there are folks out here looking to hire animators. What do you think your strengths are as a 3D artist? What makes you stand out?
I kind of mentioned this earlier, but I have attention to detail. I'm a nitpicker, more or less. I will focus on something and weave out things until it's good and done. Which is really tied into my work with particle effects, because it's basically nitpicking with nodes and yelling at your software until it does what you want, which I've found, which again, this brings back to my time with programming. It's it's nitpicking the game. So it was
we love
perfect
it.
for me. And then I tend to pick up things very fast doing physically, especially because I worked as a mechanic for quite a while, and this is a kind of the place where you're going to have to constantly learning new skills on the fly, on the job. And I'm happy that it has fit in to meet what I like to do so well.
Well, anybody will be so lucky to have you. So Brecken Heath, and we'll be watching for your portfolio. And again, it's at dmacportfolioday.com. So thanks, Brecken. And we're going to take, I believe, and Heather will give me a little bit. Here we go. We're going to break for just a little bit. We're going to be back at 3 p.m. Central Time, and that's going to be with the video production group. So take just a little break, like 15 minutes. We're going to be back at the top of the hour, and video production will be here with Anthony, Jeremy, Joel, and Valerie, and we're going to keep going with DMACC Portfolio Day. So we'll be back in 15. Hi there, I'm Sean Diddy, and we are very excited to bring you the video production students who are soon to be graduates of the DMACC program. So we are going to get to interview each of them. We're going to get to see a little bit of their work. And of course, you can always look at their portfolios. There's a website that you can all look at, and it is DMACCportfolioday.com. So we'll be referring back and forth to that. So this is just a little tease of what each of these students has done, and you can look at more on the portfolios. So we're going to start things off with Anthony Garcia. And Anthony, I see you are there. Let me just adjust myself just a little bit. And when you're ready, we would love to have you just turn on your camera. And I think, you know, the first thing we always ask is just have you tell us a little bit about yourself and how did you get to this place of studying video production? So here he is. Hey, Anthony.
Hello.
So
Can you
how
hear me?
did you get here? Yep, we
Okay.
can hear you. How'd you get here? Why did you decide to study video production?
Yeah, so I actually started originally with graphic design. I went to Iowa State for that, and towards the end of my time there, I started to develop an interest in video work and animation or motion graphics. And when I finished there, I decided I want to continue building on those skills, and that's what led me to DMACC. So I could kind of keep getting that kind of hands-on experience that I've been looking for.
That's great. And I know, okay, do you have any projects that you can share with us with screen share or anything specific you want to talk about today?
I could definitely play my reel. It's about 45
Yeah, I think
seconds.
we have, oh yeah, 45 seconds. We all agree we are glad to see your reel. And then once we see a little bit of your reel, we'd love to hear what your favorite project at DMACC might have been.
Sure. Yeah. All right, let me pull up screen share. Good to go?
All right, we're ready. Here he is, Anthony Garcia. I don't know, does it have audio?
Oh yeah, it does. It might not be coming through.
Right, but this is good. You can give us kind of we can see what it is and you can tell us a little bit about each, or maybe your favorite piece of this. Wow.
Sure. Yeah, so it's a mix of video stuff and motion graphics because I kind of try to do that all-encompassing sort of thing. But yeah, there we go.
So yeah, we saw everything from, tell us a little bit about what we just saw and maybe how that would play into what you want to do for a career.
Sure. Well, like I said, I do both animation and video, and I like to incorporate those two things when I can. Kind of towards the end there, you see there was a project that we did towards the end of the semester where I wanted to create this effect. I created this stop motion puppet that we shot in front of a green screen, and then kind of integrate that with the footage that we shot. And actually, I still have him right here, the puppet that we made for this project.
Oh, wow.
So it was really fun. But yeah, just stuff like that. Any excuse I can use to kind of create interesting effects or interesting visuals. That's always been an interest of mine. And I mean, there's plenty of other stuff in here. You can kind of see some of my graphic design roots in here where, you know, designing a logo and then creating motion graphics to accompany that. And really, I'm just looking for any opportunities to kind of flex those creative muscles and, you know, make fun stuff. At some point, I think I do want to start a business, but whatever, until that time comes. I'm open to hearing about any opportunities that come my way, really. So.
Are you open to, I mean, would you be willing to move somewhere for a job? Where would you like to end up? Do you know?
At least for the time being, I'm probably thinking about sticking around the Des Moines, Ankeny area, but maybe down the road, I'd be more open to that.
Yeah, because we look at you and you're so well-rounded, and we have like another little over a minute together. And I would love to, if there's an employer out there, because when are you graduating?
So I'm actually done now. We finished up in December of 2020. So
if there's an employer out there looking, what do you think makes you unique? I mean, looking at your skill set, I would think that's part of it. Is there something else that you'd want an employer to know about you?
I think that's just the main thing, is that I like to kind of have my hands in a lot of different areas, and then continue to learn and continue to grow on things. So I'm willing to take on new challenges to kind of get more well-rounded as I go. But yeah, I guess just that desire to keep learning, I guess.
Okay, and if we just gave you your dream job, what would it be?
Filmmaking. I'd love to just write and direct my own stuff. That would be really, really exciting for me. So yeah, getting that opportunity to do like a short film that we did at the end of the year, that was really exciting. That was really fun. If I could get actual work like that, that would be amazing.
So, and just with a couple of seconds left, so you built the model, like what are your, you can do graphic design. Will you just kind of name off the list of the skills that you have?
Sure. Yeah, I like to direct, like to edit. If I can write and direct my own project, that's fun. Motion graphics, character animation. I think that's about the gist of it.
Yeah, that's a pretty well-rounded background. So again, I'm just going to let everybody know, Anthony Garcia. And Anthony, thank you so much. Everybody's going to look forward to seeing your reel on the website and also just seeing what you do. So thanks for joining us.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
We have Jeremy coming up now. Oh, no, we don't. We have Joel coming up next. I'm getting there. Joel McKellen is coming up next. And Joel, when you're ready, just turn on your camera and unmute yourself. And there you are. Hey, Joel. So
Hi.
how did you get to this program? Kind of tell us a little bit about your background, how you got here. And well, while we're at it, tell us where you want to go.
Well, I've always liked video editing. Like I've been doing it really since high school. It was mostly just making like these short YouTube videos for movies or video games, and I'd always put them on my YouTube channel. And a few years ago, the thought came across my mind of like going into the National Guard to pay for college. Unfortunately, that never happened, but I ended up looking through DMACC and their courses, and I decided to go with video production because that was the closest thing to filmmaking on there.
So what would be your dream job then?
Well, no, it'll be filmmaking. I know that. Although there's like multiple jobs that I think would be great, whether it's like directing, producing, doing the Foley for something, or doing the practical effects of a film. Like I haven't exactly narrowed it down to just one of them just yet.
I think that at this point it's so neat that when do you graduate?
So technically I can't remember if I have to fill something out, but I can get the diploma at the end of the semester, although I'm planning on getting the associate's degree, which will take another year.
And what are your future goals I know, okay, the dream job is film, but how do you feel like the associate's degree and then what you've learned in this program are going to play into your next career step?
Well, I'm hoping that once I get the associate's degree, I can transfer that into getting a bachelor's degree in filmmaking or media with a different college in the future.
Makes sense. Do you have work you can show us?
Yes, I do. So I got a demo reel, and I also have my 2 finals in one of my previous classes that I can show. Let's see here.
And since we have like 3 minutes total, and we want to be able to talk with you about it too. So I don't know if you want to. How long is your video demo reel?
The demo reel, if I remember correctly, it's 2 minutes at most.
Okay, maybe could we look at just a little bit of your demo reel, and then we'll stop it and talk to you a little bit about what else we can see. Okay, perfect.
Sorry, the sound isn't online.
Yeah, well, and this actually works. So we can see the work though, and you said horror filmmaker. So is that your favorite genre?
Yes, although I am working in, I am willing to work in like different genres like comedy, action, superhero.
Wow, and there's so much work here. Now, what do you feel like your special skills are? I know, as you go out there and there's a whole group of people. What parts of these projects do you feel like they were key things that you're really good at?
Well,
or
I
that
did
you
enjoy.
love?
Well, I did like that most of the effects, including like sound and music, I did those by myself. I take pride in that. I rarely ever like look them up on the internet to find those.
This is just great. And I know you'll have more on your demo reel, some interesting shots. And so now when you, this is, okay, tell us about this. Was this a group project?
No, this was part of just a test video that I made, because I also floated around the idea of like just being the stunt man for Michael Myers in a Halloween fan film or something.
We love it. I love it. So with like a minute or so left, I just want to give you a chance. If there's somebody out there, I think that's looking for someone like you that has that special skill set. What do you feel like? Would you want to stay in the Des Moines area? Are you thinking you'll move at some point? Where do you want to end up?
Well, at least for the next year, since I'm planning on staying and getting my associate's degree at DMACC. I probably would like to stay in around the Des Moines area, although I also think it'll be all right if I moved like somewhere else in Iowa, as long as it wasn't too far away for now.
So some company in Iowa is going to get you with all those special skills. And my final question to you is, can you name off, we just did this, I know with Anthony, but maybe your top 3 skills that you feel like are the things you love to do most and the things that you're good at that an employer will really be lucky to get you?
Well, one of them is that I do work hard and I put in a lot of effort into what I do. Even though I prefer doing things by myself, I also do work great with other people. And
I'm going to throw one out there. I have one for you. Imagination. I'm telling you, your vision and your imagination is fantastic. I just, and actually that's our time, but I just want to say, Joel, what a creator, and thanks for taking the time with us, and thanks for sharing your work.
Thank you.
All right, we have Jeremy with us, Jeremy Downs. Now I have a little bit of background on you, Jeremy, so I'm excited to hear a little bit about what you do, because you work in collaborative environments already, right? Tell us a little bit about you and what you're up to.
Sure. Yeah, a little bit. I'm kind of a non-traditional student, you could say. I previously went to DMACC for graphic design, and I worked in that field for about 15 years. And along with Anthony and also Joel, we were classmates. I also got the video production diploma back in December, and just getting some work in the meantime in the last 4 or 5 months, and looking for a part-time or full-time opportunity, or keep doing freelance stuff. I'm open to anything. So yeah.
What do you feel are your core, I guess, values or principles as you create work? Is there something that I guess you're passionate about in your work?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, just in general, like building a collaborative, team environment is really big to me. Just everyone has a unique perspective and opinion and background, and being able to incorporate all that, whether in a producer role, director role, wherever along the production, process. I really enjoy working in a team. Personally, I always try to be, accountable, dependable, creative. I think that kind of answers it. I can keep going.
It does. Yeah, no, and do you have any work you can share with us? I know people have portfolios on the website, but if there's something you'd like to share, I have a feeling audio doesn't always share, but if you want to talk over what we're seeing, I think that's a perfect way to show us.
Yeah, definitely. I can show at least like the first minute of my reel. It's about 1.5 minutes long, so I'll keep that short, and then I can kind of talk over it as we're watching it.
Excellent, and we have.
Here. All right. So is that visible?
It is visible. All right.
Great.
So we
Yeah,
see
so
director,
here's-
DP, editor, and producer.
Yep. So what we're seeing first is just some clips from our student project short film. And I mean, it's a variety of things. And then this is from the VP1 project. This is some work I did on the 48-hour film festival. And then yeah, it's all kind of mixed in, but yeah, just a wide variety of shots. Like on the short film, I worked on the story, I directed it, and I also ended up editing it. In addition to some other things with all the COVID, stuff going on last year, we had some students drop off the project, so had to step into a few different roles. But I thought it turned out great. And then right after this, yeah, we'll just stop it there, and we can talk about some other stuff.
That's the trailer, the tease, so that we all go watch the rest of your reel on the website. Yeah. But you said that do you have a favorite role? I guess let me phrase it like this: what's your dream job?
Sure. I mean, I do really enjoy editing, probably as much as I enjoy directing. I did actually just get back yesterday. I had a quick little a production assistant gig with ABC News 2020, and that was really fun, just being a production assistant. And most of us in the video field, we have to start somewhere, work as a PA for a while and work our way up. But so it was great to have that experience. But yeah, I definitely love directing and editing. It's really hard to pick between the two. So wherever there's a creative team that needs my skills, I'm happy to help out.
I think that says a lot. And I think, if people are out there looking for someone like you, it seems like you've got this great skill set, excellent background, and you're getting some good experience. We have just about a minute and a half left. And I'd love for you to just tell us a little bit about maybe your favorite project and what you liked about it so far. I know many projects are coming for you, but what's your favorite project so far?
Sure. Yeah, I did really enjoy working with all my classmates on our project Free Rent. That's one of the ones I have uploaded on the DMACC Portfolio Day site. It's also on my website, jeremydowns.com. I mean, that was great working with the team and just really bringing, this idea that, just we came up with for the class, and, seeing it through the entire way, start to finish. And then, yeah, just kind of, I guess the entire process of, not even being handed an assignment of what we're doing, and being able to have that freedom. I guess it was a lot of fun. I know you don't always have that in the video world, but yeah, that was a lot of fun to do.
Good. And we've got to give you one more plug, because we know that everybody's reels and information is posted on DMACCPortfolioDay.com. Jeremy, what's your website one more time?
Sure, it's just jeremydowns.com, just my first and last name. And yeah, just real quick, I did also post, I made a music video this spring with a local artist. It was her debut single. That's on both the websites. So I was actually really proud of that as well. It turned out great, but yeah.
Good. And when do you graduate from this program?
It was actually the previous December 2020 with the video production diploma. My plan was I would do that and see, because at that point, the associate's degree was not finalized yet for the curriculum. So my plan was to do that, and then, see how the job market turned out based on that, and possibly come back for the associate's degree. But yeah, things are going great so far.
Excellent. Thanks for spending some time with us. Thanks for sharing your work. Everybody's going to check out your website and also your portfolio. So thanks, Jeremy.
Hey, thank you, Sam.
We have Valerie with us, and Valerie, as you're getting yourself set up, oh, there you are. You're there already. So tell us a little bit about you and how you got to the program, and just roll that right into, if you'd like to, where you see yourself going. I think you're not muted, but we don't have audio. Let's see, unless it's me. And Heather, just send me a little message if it's. Oh, there we go. Hello, Valerie.
Sorry, I have so many audio inputs. My computer just goes to whichever one.
So welcome. How'd you get here? Where do you want to go?
So I started out in probably, I would say, high school, like freshman year of high school. There was something where somebody said, "Would you do a video for a project?" And I said, "Of course." And then I did that, and I realized this is really fun. Kept doing it. It kind of grew into this whole thing of like, oh, let's keep making these videos. And then senior year, somebody in my family was like, "What are you really going to do with your life?" And then at that point, I had to face the reality. And then it popped in. Somebody brought it up, or it popped in my head. And it's just like, oh, you can do video. That's an actual career, because it's something you don't think about. You see it every day, and it's kind of effortless. Of like, I watch TV or I'm on YouTube, and you see these products and you see these videos and commercials, but you don't think about it. And then slowly but surely that warped into like, oh, well, where's the degree? I could go to film school. I could just go to DMACC instead.
So what's your favorite part of your experience at DMACC so far?
I would say personally, it's getting to work. It's it's being forced to work around in every single position, because you could say I want to be a director and then you get thrown into audio. But it's that really, and like that's really that's one of my big takeaways from when I was in the program for a year and a half, was being able to move yourself around, like being in so many positions and having so much extra knowledge and being able to fill any role.
How do you think that'll help, going forward, as you're on crews? Do you think that experience of being in somebody else's shoes will influence how you behave?
Absolutely. I like, even especially because I've been recently working at KCCI Channel 8 recently, because that's my job that I was most recently hired for. It's kind of having that knowledge, like, oh, you're starting out as officially camera operator, but you're also going to do this, and we're going to slowly train you in that, and over here, and that. And it's like this whole well-rounded thing. And I think before I really dedicate to any specific set of skills and go like, oh, well, I need to learn this and how to do all of that, I want to learn the most intermediate of skills on everything, so I can be anywhere. And if I really want to make something, I have the opportunity.
Speaking of making something, do you have anything you want to share with us?
Yes, I have the beginning of my reel.
Perfect. And you have seen the whole audio doesn't necessarily work, so it's a perfect way for you to voice over what we're seeing and tell us about your work.
Yep. All right, I think, is it up?
Yep, it's up.
All right, now I will play probably the first minute of it, because the last 20 seconds are something I'm actually proud of. So, go watch it there with sound. But this was a project I ended up doing in high school. It's called Love Note, and I believe I put markers over in the corners to dictate what I did. And I helped write this one and edit. This was a documentary we ended up working on. So I worked as a producer, getting in contact with people, acquiring as much footage and things that we could for a storm that happened a few months ago to make this. And this is a funny one. This is a class project that I sort of sat around. It's like imitate a news story, and I did, and I'm actually kind of confident this is what got me that job, because I ended up going out and making this news style thing. It just takes 20 minutes. It took me 20 minutes to set up and film because it's a minute or two long, and then I came back, fully edited it, and had it put ready.
And you are now employed, and I think we have a minute and a half left. I guess if there's someone out there, what do you feel like your key skills are that make you stand out from other people?
No, of course. I would say first and foremost, gonna hammer it down again, adaptability. I work well and okay, I can bounce up and quick on my feet. Oh, well, we need you to go over here and help somebody set up these mics. Oh, well, I am ready to go. I am booking it across set and hooking something up. Beyond that, of course, it's determination. I'm going to work until something's done. And then finally, I think it's just the fact that I really enjoy, it's the joy of creativity. I enjoy being creative and coming up with so many different things, because I don't feel like it artistically or in any real term, you should be nailed down to one specific style. You should work down and oh, well, maybe I'll make a drama. And then for the next few months, I'm making a few music videos. And then after that, I might make short films with a few friends. And it could be anything. It's well-rounded creativeness.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. I think you get this industry very well. Well-rounded, adaptability, creativity. We're going to look so forward to that final 20 seconds of your reel, because we all want to know what it is.
Of course.
So that is at the DMACCPortfolioDay.com. And again, thank you so much for taking the time with us and sharing your work. And we're going to, now have you graduated?
Yeah, just same as everyone else. Graduated back in December. I have the degree somewhere in the closet behind me.
All right. Well, then we look forward to seeing all the things you create. Congrats on the job. Congratulations on graduation. So that concludes our video production group. We're going to start back in about 5 minutes with our web development group. So we will be back with you. We're just going to take a very short break. And again, you can watch all of this. You can look at all of their portfolios on that DMACCPortfolioDay.com. And here's our web development group popping up in 5 minutes. We have Justin, Raymond, Erica, Savannah, and Justina. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Hi there, I am Sean Diddy, and we are here with Portfolio Day, DMACC's big presentation of the students who are now graduating. And this is such an honor for me. I get to meet all of these people and help them to showcase their work. And if you want to see any of these portfolios, there's a website. It's DMACCPortfolioDay.com. It's very easy to find it. So you'll get little snippets, and we get 5 minutes with each student. So I'm going to jump right into it. We have Justin coming up first. And Justin, is it Prohaska? That's my first question is, will you please pronounce your name for us?
Yes, of course. My name is Justin Prohaska.
Oh, I was almost there. So Justin, you're a web developer. Tell us a little bit about, how you got here and maybe what your plans are going forward.
Absolutely. Well, I have worked in customer-facing retail for about 10 years now, and it's been great. It's done me really well. It's where I learned a lot of my verbal communication skills, how to interact with customers, so I could, speak with them and learn their wants, their needs, and their desires. But after a while, I felt like I needed a bit of a change. I really wanted to look into a career where I could either explore my creative side or my technical side, because I'm infatuated with both. But you see, a friend of mine recommended web development to me. And so I quickly rushed over to udemy.com, purchased a code along course, and I instantly fell in love. I discovered that through web development, I can utilize both my creative side and my technical side both at the same time. So I didn't have to choose. I could have both.
This is great. And it's wonderful that you have that well-rounded background, that experience, because now, user experience and workplace experience is where it's all at. Now, do you have any examples that you want to share with us on the screen, or should people just go to your portfolio on the website?
Absolutely. I could definitely share some examples. In fact, I would be happy to. Just let me bring up my screen here. Alrighty. So the first thing that you're going to see is this is actually my portfolio website that I designed and created. If you just scroll down a little bit, you can just discover a little bit about me. These are some of the technical skills that I am familiar with, that I've worked with, some of the technologies, so people can feel free to look through there. These are some of my projects that I've done. We'll get back to those in a little bit. Scrolling on down, we have my resume. People can click on that. It'll bring up a PDF so they can print it out or do whatever they like with it or email it. And down at the very bottom, you're always free to be able to contact me. You could just write your message in here, put your email address in there, and send it away. You can also contact me through LinkedIn. If you click on this, it'll take you directly to my LinkedIn account, or you could just simply check out my code if you're curious. This link here takes you directly to my GitHub account. So
this
going
is
back,
fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
So just going back up towards these are my projects that I have handpicked to kind of demonstrate. I'll just show you a couple of them today. But if you're ever curious or on this site, you can simply just click on the project that you're curious about. It'll flip around. It'll tell you about the project. It'll tell you the project info, a little bit of background on the project. It'll tell you the skills that are used in the project. And it'll have some handy dandy links here that will show you the design, the finished developed site, and even just the code if you're interested. I've already taken the liberty of pulling one of those up. So what you're looking at right now is this is a design for one of the websites that I've done. It's a website for a music and party venue rental service. So as you can see, I've gone through and used Adobe XD as my kind of design software of choice. And I created just kind of like a mock-up, just a prototype of what I wanted the site to look like. And then after I finished, I moved quickly into development and created the actual site. So this is the actual website. Anybody can visit it by going to this URL. And Basically, it just showcases all the features of this service, the locations of the service, even offers a gallery where people can view pictures. And it goes into a little depth of what services they have.
Wow. So, and I know you have your skills listed on the website. We have like 35 seconds left. So okay, very important. Are you in the job market? Because I'm pretty sure you will be wanted by a company out there. Are you job hunting?
Yes, I am. I am looking for any possible internships. Big goal is to get a full-time front-end web developer job. If anybody's interested, please feel free to contact me.
So, and your website is your name, right? Will you give us your website one more time?
Yeah, my website is jdprohaska.com. If you want to check out my portfolio, it's jdprohaska.com/portfolio.
Excellent. And you also have a portfolio on the DMACCPortfolioday.com site. And
yes, I do.
Our time has flown by, but Justin, you are just the perfect, well-rounded marketing package. As somebody who's done this for way too many years, I just want to say thank you. It looks great. And we're going to look forward to seeing what you've done.
Thanks
so
a lot.
We'll be watching for you. Thanks, Justin.
All right. Thank you.
So again, we're going to come into Raymond, and just a little bit about my background as I'm doing these interviews. I have been in marketing and television, retail, home shopping, product building for 30 years. And so as I look at these DMACC students, and I'm finishing a PhD in management, it's my pleasure to get to hear how you all are prepared and how you have these wonderful marketing tools. So enough about me, but I just want to tell you that this is really an exciting time for me to get to meet you people. And Raymond, I hope you're ready, because you have been on my list. We're so excited to interview you and find out what you're up to. Because again, when we look at web development, go ahead and turn on I think I see you there. There you are. Hey, Raymond. So tell us your background, because again, you too come from this well-rounded growth place. How did you get here, and where do you want to go with this? Oops, you're muted. Oh, Raymond, I think we have to unmute you.
All right.
There.
Can you hear me now?
Hey.
Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry. My name is Raymond Agbo. I live in Ankeny, Iowa. My passion is to become a well-spiced front-end web developer. I gain interest in this field because I have a background in business administration and marketing. So with that being said, I developed that interest in this field so I could design and develop my web pages in a way that will provide user experience such that those visiting my sites can easily search and find what they are looking for with less stress and be happy after visiting my site. Yeah.
And you do come from that business background, and you're mixing that now with web development. Do you have a dream job that you're looking to hopefully get to?
Yeah. There are so many dream jobs I am looking for, but to be specific, my dream job is to work as a front-end web developer, either in a technological industry or a marketing industry, where I will be designing email softwares, manage their contents, or design their front web pages for easily accessible by users.
Yeah, ease of use is so important on so many levels. Do you have a favorite project you want to tell us about, or something that you want to share on your screen to show us what you've done?
Yeah. I have a couple of them, but I'm going to choose one that has the characteristics of most of the courses that I have studied in DMACC. Yeah. Let me show you some. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
I think after you click share, you have to click on the screen that you want to share.
Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
So, okay, did you click share screen?
Yeah.
And then now click on one of the screens that pops up. Click the actual screen that you see that you want us to see.
Okay.
And then I think it'll go. Isn't technology fun?
Yeah.
Maybe the permissions need to be changed. I know Heather's behind the scenes. Sometimes our
Okay.
permissions
All right.
switch.
It's fine now.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, I've seen that. Let me share my screen.
There it is. Okay.
Okay. All right. Let me first of all take you to my portfolio. Okay, this is a portfolio which I built for myself that has everything to explain about me, my skills, my knowledge, my past experiences, and my CV. Now, it is a single page website, and it is a technology which was taught to us by one of our favorite lecturers in this department, Jeff Gullion. So I decided to use his technology in order to build my portfolio. Now, this is one of my favorite projects. And the reason I said so is because it is a combination of HTML, CSS, Bootstrap, JavaScript, PHP, Adobe Photoshop, and electronic commerce. It is a fully functional site where users can visit and purchase either virtually using their credit cards, yeah, or PayPal. And after purchase, they can download what they have purchased from my site. So on this side, I have a virtual store, and I also have a real shop for real existing articles. Now it has that option for my users to choose their colors and prices. They can also choose from their size range. Also important is the fact that the category of products are well distinguished. For example, in the categories of my shirts, you have medium large, extra large, and you also have short sleeve shirts, round neck shirts, no collar shirts. Yeah, and this side is also, it is fully responsive, meaning it can be opened using mobile phones, laptops, desktops, and iPads.
Fantastic. And now we have very limited time together. So I do want to get this question out there. Raymond, are you in the job market? Because again, yeah. Coming from where I come from, this is a big deal. Are is your goal, would you like to stay in Iowa? Would you relocate for a job? What are your thoughts on that?
No, I think Iowa is a good place for me and my family, and I would like to stay here. So I am actively in the job market, being a real job or an internship opportunity. I will gladly welcome that. Yeah.
Perfect. And what's your website one more time?
RaymondAgbor.name. Raymond.
Okay, Raymond, and it's AGBOR.
Yeah, if you go to my portfolio page, you see the name of my website. My email address is also there. My LinkedIn
Excellent.
is also there. So using any medium of your choice, you can easily reach me. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, Raymond. And again, you can go to DMACCPortfolioDay.com, look for Raymond Agbor, and you can find all of his neat work. Again, all of these people are so fantastic. We're going to move on to Erica Manning. And we have actually this full hour is all web development. So I'll keep you posted on who's coming up next. Erica, I see you're already ready to go. Tell us a little bit about you and maybe how you got to this point, and where you want to go with this.
Yeah, so, well, my name is Erica Manning, and I'm a student, and I have a huge passion for web development. And I kind of started that passion my freshman year of high school, where I took a multimedia class, and I kind of was exposed to some like basic HTML, CSS, and kind of got to experience working on web projects with the agile methodology. And as I continue learning more and more, like through my DMACC courses and on my own, I just grow to love web development even more. So
This is a great, wonderful background. Do you know what's your dream job?
I would say my dream job is to work with mostly like PHP and MySQL, so more of a back-end developer, but I also enjoy working with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, so kind of the full stack. But if I had to pick, I would definitely choose back-end, and I kind of want to stay in the Des Moines area working at like a local shop that specializes in web design, development, and marketing.
This is fantastic. Do you have any work you want to share with us or a project you want to tell us about?
I do. Let me share my screen here.
Again, the high quality and caliber of your cohort is fantastic. Just looking at web development, and I know Erica, as you're sharing your screen, I know I've said this a few times, I'm just going to say it one more time. I'm going to say it more than one more time. DMACCPortfolioday.com is where you'll be able to see more work. Look for these folks if you are looking to hire someone. Erica, are you ready with your screen?
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. All right, can you see everything okay?
We can, take it away.
All right, this is a project I did in my intro to PHP class, and it kind of like made me realize how cool like PHP really is. So this is just kind of a movie site, and you're able to see the different movies that are stored in the MySQL database. And then if you are logged in, you have the ability to add a movie. So like when you log in, your screen looks a little bit different. It kind of welcomes the username. And then when you look at the movie gallery, you're able to update and delete the different movies. So for this one, we can go ahead and show. And we can go ahead and rate this 4-star or 5 stars instead of 4 stars. Then we submit that. It changes to 5 stars in the database, and it kind of displays that on the website. You're also kind of able to add a movie to the database, and it'll display on the website. But yeah, all those like different functionalities, you have to be logged in, which I think is really cool that I kind of learned how to do like a login system. And this website kind of led me to volunteer for a real client. So this is a website that I made for someone that I went to high school with, and he started a used car dealership. So this is 515 Automotive. It's located in Granger. And kind of the same thing, I made like a back end so he's able to add cars to the inventory. So right now there's only one, and when you click, you kind of get some more information. And then you're able to contact him about a specific car, or you can just contact him in general. But yeah, that was a really cool experience to kind of like work with the client and show what I know how to do. And then I have my portfolio where you can find, more things about me and all my different projects. So yeah.
This is fantastic. What do you think, because you have, again, you've already worked with a real world client, you're understanding the client needs. As an employer is looking at you, what do you think that you bring to the table that is unique?
Yeah, so I feel like just kind of my passion and love for like what I do really can like make me stand out, I would say. And just kind of like my eagerness to learn more about the field of web development. There's always so much more to learn about in this field. It's always changing, and I think that's really cool. And just kind of how determined I am to like, make the clients happy and like get it done to how they really want it. Yeah, I would say that.
That's excellent. And we have about 30 seconds left. And are you in the job market? Are you looking for a job?
Yes, I am kind of looking to work at a local shop. Kind of like I said, I would be open to an internship right now just to kind of gain experience. And I would also be open to a full-time job as a developer.
Perfect. And I'm just going to throw this at you. If somebody comes at you with changes, because now that you've worked with clients, how do you deal with the difficult, well, it feels difficult when the person keeps coming back for updates and changes? How do you feel like your personality deals with that?
Yeah, I feel like I work with that pretty well. I mean, the main goal is to kind of make the client happy. So it's kind of like what you have to do in this industry. So I feel like I am able to understand what they're kind of thinking and, you know, adapt to what they want.
You sound like a great employee to me. Thank you so much,
Thank
Erica.
you.
And we'll check out Erica Manning on her portfolio. And then you can also find her website and her contact information there. Thanks, Erica.
Thank you.
We have Savannah coming up next. And I believe I'm going to have Savannah, when you go live, I'm going to have you say your last name for me because I'm going to take a stab at Kaler, but please tell me if I was right. Savannah is also a web developer, and I see her popping up here. Let's see. Savannah, when you're ready, please just tell us your name and kind of, there you are. Hi there. How did you get to DMACC, and where do you want to go?
Okay, so hi, my name is Savannah Kohler, and I am a student at DMACC in web development, and I have a great interest in design, and I gained like an interest in the program from high school. I started taking some like computer science programs and like computer business applications classes, and I found them really interesting and a lot of fun. So I decided that that would be something interesting to go into and explore further. And I also was like doing a lot of research and deciding what I wanted to do, and I thought that that would be a very in-demand field with a lot of opportunities. So I thought it'd be a good thing to go into.
It is an in-demand field. And again, I'm coming to you live from New York City. So if you hear the sirens, it's just where I am. It is the city. But knowing I've lived in Los Angeles, Nashville, Baltimore, New York, and I know this is very high in demand. Savannah, are you looking to stay in Iowa, or would you like to move? Where's your dream job? Do you know?
I would be happy to stay in like the Des Moines area, but I'd also be open to like maybe finding remote work or moving somewhere else if an opportunity that I really was interested in taking came up. So it kind of just depends.
Do you have work that you'd like to share with us, or a particular project you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, sure. I can share my screen and put that up.
And again, Savannah Kohler, we have it now. There we go. She's sharing. Take it away, Savannah.
All right. So this is my portfolio site, and I've been working on this all semester, and I'm pretty proud of this. I feel like this is kind of just a combination of a lot of the things I've learned to do in this program. So this banner at the top I made with Photoshop, and I really liked how it came out. It kind of just shows some of my artistic prowess and some of the things I'm interested in, like nature and books and music. So just kind of combine them all. And I really enjoyed making this site because it's just kind of all about myself, and I was able to kind of express myself creatively. So I really enjoyed doing that. And I have my resume here, which is a PDF that you can click on to take a look at some of my skills and experiences. And then I have some of my portfolio projects down here. And then I have a contact form right down here so people can contact me. And then here are my LinkedIn and GitHub links that go straight to my social media, LinkedIn and GitHub sites. And this will just take us back to the top. And I can show a couple projects that I've done also in the program. So this is like a type effect I made in Photoshop that I did based on a tutorial I found online, and I thought it was really cool. So I was just kind of putting a lot of different like effects and overlays on some text and made a really cool background with like a paintbrush effect in Photoshop to make it kind of look like stars. So I had a lot of fun doing that. And then over here is a site I made that has some CSS, HTML, and Bootstrap, and also some PayPal functionality. And it's about books again because I really love books. And so there's some of the different pages in there. And there's the PayPal buttons. And yeah, I also made a prototype first before I got to work on this. So this is kind of just a combination of a lot of different skills and technologies I've learned to use in this course.
This is great. So I see like the retail aspect of this. What types of clients do you feel like you could serve with your skills? You kind of want to, do you have an overview of the type of people you'd like to work for or with?
I would really like to work for a company that does a lot of like web design type of stuff, and maybe like marketing or advertising, I think would be fun to go into as well. So
this is great. And now, have you graduated?
I'm going to be graduating this May, so.
Okay, and so you are definitely on the job market. We have about 30 seconds left. So is there anything else on your page that you want to show us before we move on?
I think that about sums everything up.
Yeah, I think we just need to take a look at it in more depth. So again, you are absolutely fantastic. And I think, again, with that marketing and retail well-roundedness, Savannah Kohler, we will be watching for you, and everybody will check out your portfolio as well. So thanks, Savannah.
Yep, thank you.
We have Justina Geddes coming up next. And Justina, when you are ready and you want to turn on your camera, if you could please pronounce your name for us and let us know a little bit of your background, how you got to this point to become a web developer, and then where you want to go.
Yeah, it's actually Justina Geddes, but my last name did change recently, so it is actually Johnson. So it'd be Justina Johnson.
Good to know now. So what was your background previous to coming into web development, and where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
Back in high school, I had got some experience with some like website builders. I can't remember what they were exactly, but just working with those, it kind of got me to see what cool things I could do with websites. And as I went, I further was like, well, how is this actually built? So I decided to come to DMACC and get some more knowledge about that. And it's been fun. I can't wait to start working.
So, and I love that you say, I can't wait to start working. Do you have any examples you want to share with us and give us a little idea of what you can do and kind of what your dream job would be?
Yes, I do. My dream job, just like working for a company that really needs help with designing, or just someone who needs web development and needs help with more on the front end of things. I would like to stay in the state of Iowa. So
Iowa would like you to stay too. So we look forward to what you can do for us.
Okay, I do have some projects to share.
Okay. And again, more of this will be on Savannah's portfolio site. And Savannah, are you listed Savannah Johnson on the portfolio page?
You mean Justina Johnson?
Oh, Justina. I've lost my mind. Yes, Justina Johnson. I don't even know my own name at this point. So good. Okay, we will look for you. Okay, on to Justina's work.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay, well, this is my portfolio site. It is actually found at justinageddes.com. So here's just the main site. Here's my GitHub and LinkedIn. It's a brief explanation of what I am. And it says on here, I would like to work in the Des Moines area. That is completely fine. But anywhere in Iowa works. Gives you a little bit about me, my resume, some of my skills here, and then my portfolio, which we'll get to some of those in a little bit. And then there is a contact page. Some websites, this is one of the first ones I did in one of my intro classes, I believe the first year of school. So it was really fun to make this website. It's more of an HTML, CSS thing. It's also got a contact page, so it works with forms. I don't think the form works, but this page was mainly for CSS and HTML.
And going forward, if a client needs a form, this is in your wheelhouse. Do you have favorite things that you like to do for clients? Do you like the retail sites or the form sites, or do you have a favorite?
I like them both really. I like playing with forms and making them work, and then seeing like them work and actually getting the email back and all that fun stuff.
I love that you find it fun and you're making life easier for other people. And now, as we look through your portfolio, are you more of a so if you're working for a place, do you like the front end, the back end? Do you like doing both? And do you have a little marketing touch?
I like them both, but I work well more on the front end of things. I am more creative. I do like back end. It's one of my fun things to do, kind of like on the side. It's not necessarily something that, clicks very easily. So it takes me a little bit longer to kind of like figure it out.
But it does seem like you have that creative knack, like the visual pieces all together so beautifully. So we have about 30 seconds left, and I just want to just as we wrap up, what do you feel like makes you stand out? As I know you're looking for a job, what skills and I guess personality pieces do you bring to the table for an employer?
Well, I have worked as retail at Hy-Vee specifically, and I do well with customers, and I'm excited to further my skills into an actual job. Hy-Vee's an actual job, but like into a bigger job with web development. And I believe I will be great working with other people. I am very friendly. Yeah.
We think you are too. So thank you so much, Justina, for sharing your time with us. And again, you can check her out, all of her work at that DMACCPortfolioday.com site. Now we're going to take just a second to reset. We have the last half of our web development group coming up. So I just want to tell you that David Koff and Josh are coming up, and this will be the final presentations of our web developers. So we're going to move right into David and tell you about him and his projects. So I am, again, Sean Diddy. I'm very happy to be your moderator / host for Portfolio Day for DMACC. And as we look at these graduates of this program, so many wonderful backgrounds. And David, you have a very interesting, seems to be creative take on things. So tell us a little bit about where you came from and where you want to go with this.
Yeah, so can you hear me all right?
I can, yes.
Yeah, so I kind of started out making websites for friends, and then I was doing just like general eds at DMACC. Didn't really like it. It was just kind of like going through the motions. So then I watch a lot of movies and stuff, and always see all the like developers on there, like FBI and that type of stuff. So I thought it would be really cool to get into coding and development. So I started doing that, and I really liked it and enjoyed it. And then I was also kind of on the side doing photos and video, and I now have my own like production business on the side. It's just a small business, but we do like photo, video, marketing. I've been featured on K Jewelers, CrossFit Games, and then a bunch of other like companies that have some pretty well-off followings.
Wow, that's impressive. And I know you have a few things to show us, right? Would you like to show us some of your work and tell us a little bit about maybe your favorite parts?
Sure.
And again, when we look at these big brand names and knowing that, David, you've already worked with higher profile clients, you kind of get how that relationship works. And I see your screen is ready to go. So we're excited to hear about your work.
Yeah, so these are a couple of client sites that I've done. It wasn't necessarily for the program. These are just stuff I'm doing on my own with skills I learned from the program. But this is a website for a hair designer that I'm making. This one's still in progress. But one nice thing about this is it presented me with all kinds of new challenges that I had to overcome. For example, he's kind of an older guy, so most of his pictures and like articles were on paper. So I had to find a way to scan those and make them to a digital format. but I think I did a pretty good job with that. And just some basic pages here. This one's still in the works, but and then another site I made was a catering service for a Mexican delivery company for like tamales and stuff. So this is just like an e-commerce site. The customer can go on here, order, and have it delivered to their house or pick it up in person. And this is my portfolio site. It's some information about me, some of my work, some of my projects, some skills, and then my resume, as well as a contact form and just some social media links. So that's what I've got to show.
It's fantastic. So what's your dream job? If you could do anything you wanted to do, what would you do at this point?
Ideally, I'd like to have my own business, kind of specializing social media marketing, just kind of like all around, build your website, do your social media, pictures, videos, any kind of press or media that they would need done to kind of promote their own business and advertising, stuff like that. I still got a lot to learn about that stuff, but I'd like to find a job at a company just so I can get those skills. And then if I do like it, probably stick with them and just bring my skill set over.
So can you name off, like, from some of the classes that you've taken at DMACC, some of the, I guess, tools that you use and maybe some of your favorites, so the things you really like to work with?
Yeah, so one of the things I use a lot and one of my favorites is WordPress. It's just like a CMS. You can go on there, create a website. It's much easier than creating one from scratch. And I like that because the clients I have been making sites for, generally I make the site and then they take over after I make it. I just show them how to use it. And it's a lot easier to do that because they have the availability to do things all online on their own time and everything. They don't have to go into like a coding editor and try to figure that out. So that's one of the main things I like WordPress for. But I like JavaScript a lot, kind of like back end, front end, just like moving data around and the UX UI experience, how the user is going to see and interact with the software or the application.
It sounds like you are just, and again, congratulations on the work you've done so far and the clients you've had. And I think now, are you wanting to stay in the Des Moines area in Iowa? Are you willing to relocate?
Yeah, ideally, it just depends on how I end up, whether I kind of go the path of being a web developer or more so with video and photos. I've been looking at maybe like Los Angeles or somewhere like Atlanta, where they have more of like a scene for art and video and photo type stuff. Because Des Moines has some here, but it's not as, there's not as many people that do it here as in like a bigger city like that. So there's more opportunity there, I think.
Oh, good. David Huck, we will be watching for you. Thank you so much for sharing your work with us. And again, we'll all go check out your portfolio. And you are in the job market, right? So you're looking right now?
Yeah, actively looking for a job.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, David. We're going to move into Matt Mason. And again, you can see how each person is just a little bit different, brings a different background. And Matt, your background, how did you get to this point? And again, now with this web developer piece, what do you want to do going forward?
Well, how I got here, I graduated a few years ago, 4 years ago from Iowa State with another degree in kinesiology. Moved to Chicago for a couple of years, realized that wasn't for me. So I moved back to Iowa to pursue something that I wish I would have done right out of high school, which was more so with technology, design, things like that. So yeah, I joined the web development program 2 years ago. And I've loved it ever since.
Excellent. Do you, I mean, well, do you have a dream job now that you've, gone through this kind of transition? What's your dream job?
A dream job, without actually stating any business names, really just a place where I'm working in an environment with, a friendly atmosphere, something that I feel just like I enjoy working with people, a team atmosphere, designing and developing UI, more so a front-end developer job. That, without actually stating any businesses, that's mostly what I'm looking for.
Great. Do you have any projects you want to share on your screen, or a specific project you want to tell us about?
Yeah, let's see if I can. Okay, hopefully that's going. Okay, so my portfolio, This was one of my major projects. I spent quite a bit of time on my portfolio site. I'll just give a quick rundown of this. Just the intro page. It is a single page application, so all of the pages are using fetch to fetch the data to display dynamically. Here's just a little bit of my skills. They display with a fun little animation. I like doing animations and transitions. I think those are pretty cool. These are the projects, my projects page. When you click on a project, it pulls up a modal, gives a little bit of description as to what that project is. I'll go into this one, this recipe manager. This was a kind of early on in the program, but it was still one of my favorite that I did. It is, you know, a recipe website. You can log in and submit recipes. All the information is pulled in through dynamically through Fetch API. If you're logged in, you can view user submitted recipes. And then I pre-filled out one just to kind of go through it. Here's the form I created. I like creating forms. This was pretty fun. You know, I enjoy spending a lot of time lining, you know, all the elements up to make everything look nice and neat. This form took quite a while to create, but I enjoy seeing the end result. So I'll go ahead and submit this. So that recipe was just submitted, and then it's going to appear over here. It gets put into the database, and it's shown up right away with all that information. So, yeah.
So impressive. I live in the world of forms quite a bit. Again, in marketing, you know, we deal with this a lot, and having someone who can, you get it. And your attention to detail is fantastic. And I love the toggles. And so as an employer is looking at you, and I think you've kind of shown it visually, your creative side. What are the other things you think you bring to the table that really make you stand out from other people?
You kind of mentioned it too. I feel like I have a pretty high attention to detail when it comes to design and UI development. I do like working with transitions and animations and things, you know, on my portfolio site. I have some transition in between each of the pages. I got, you know, a little animation here that pops up when the elements get done typing. I did a simple little animation spinning pictures with around my photo, this typing animation that was pretty cool. It deletes and then types out another word. Yeah, just things like that, design and implementation.
This is, again, is just fantastic. And our time is almost up. So we have just a couple of seconds left, but you mentioned you are job hunting. With just a few seconds, is there anything else you want to leave us with in regard to what we're seeing on the screen, or something special you want to share?
Just that you know, I'm excited. I'm really excited to finally get to work soon and find a job. And you know, I'm 29. I feel like I should have started this a long time ago. I wish I would have done this 6 years ago. But you know, I'm looking forward to starting my career with doing this for a living. So.
Well, thanks, Matt. Anybody's going to be lucky to have you. And, you know, timing is perfect. I think, again, with the background and the experience you bring, you're a whole different person than you were 6 years ago. So we're so excited to see what you're going to do and what company's going to snatch you up. So thanks, Matt. David Kopf is next. And David, I'm going to have you, when you get on the screen, if you don't mind, please say your name, introduce yourself to us, just in case I mispronounced your last name. And we want to hear a little bit about your background and how you got here. So, hey, David.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. Okay, how do you say your last name correctly?
David Kopf.
There we go. So, all right, David, how did you get to this place where now you've become a web developer, and what do you want to do with this?
Well, I worked for Firestone for 25 years, and I decided it was time for a change. I wanted to do web design. It's something I've always been interested in, and I decided to take the leap and go for it.
Oh, we're glad you did. Do you have anything you want to share with us, like a favorite project, and
Sure.
we can kind of talk through it? Okay, good.
This is one of the sites I did. This is I sell fireworks during the summer, and so I designed a site for my fireworks business, and I really enjoyed building this. It was a lot of fun, and it's something I'm interested in, and I like doing that. And this was a site that we designed for a client in class. That we just finished this site, and this was a lot of fun because it was an actual client. It was not something that was just gonna be forgotten after a while. It was something that get some use, and so I was really proud that we could get this done, and it was actually gonna see some use. And then I also did the recipe project. Everybody had that recipe project class. And I like this one because there's a lot of problem solving, a lot of back end, so you could, a lot of back end work to it for finding your recipes, designing different recipes, and there's a lot of different things you can do with it. And I still work on it every now and then because it seems like it's never done, you know? And I just really enjoyed that because I like the design aspect of it, and I like the back end part where you're trying to solve problems for it.
It also looks like you added a little personality to it. Did I see magic as one of the choices?
Yeah, yeah, that is like, if you're not sure what you're looking for, you just want to see. I got them by categories: drinks, appetizers, entree, and dessert, and just if you don't know what you want.
Do you have it like? Do you have a little marketing bend to your personality and what you bring to the table?
A little bit, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it seems like it. So, and are you now? What's your dream job? What do you want to do next?
I want to be full stack developer. I like taking websites and like making them better. I want to like take old websites and make them better and like revamp them and add special touches to them and do a back end with them. I want to make.
I think you. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make things better, you know.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, how does your previous work experience, because you've gone through the whole career and you've probably seen how some things work and some things don't. How do you think that's going to play into your life as a web developer? Do you think you have maybe people skills that other people wouldn't have or experiences other people wouldn't have?
Yeah, it's possible because for the client site, like their instructions were not real clear, and so I emailed them asking them to clarify that, and they invited me to go talk to them. And I went out and talked to them, and they were real happy that I came out to talk to them because nobody had talked to them about the website, and it was so much easier to understand what they wanted and what their goals were in person than through email. And so I thought that was an easy step, and it made things a lot easier for the whole project.
Yeah, I think you can tell you go the extra mile, and we have just like a little over a minute left. So what are the things, any skills you want to show us while you have your screen up, or things that you really love to do that you want to do more of, that you want people to know about so they can hire you?
Like I said, I want to make things, I like working on old sites to try to make them better. I like just finding ways to make it look better and finding ways to add stuff, little widgets here and there, and I like the details too. So
we can tell it looks really good now. And you're in the portfolio, so people can look for you in the portfolio. And then you also have your own website. Is all that information in your portfolio so people can contact you?
Yeah, let me bring my portfolio up if it's going to come up here.
Technology. And again, if you, I know I've said this quite a bit, but we have people kind of popping in and out and tuning in and out.
Yeah.
So,
So-
DMACCportfolioday.com.
Yeah, and this is my site, davidwcoff.com/portfolio, and this has all my GitHub account, my LinkedIn, my resume down here, and then you can see a lot of my different projects here.
Perfect. So we will get to your site. Thanks so much, David, for taking the time with us, and congratulations on completing the program and on your next steps.
Okay, thank you.
So, and we have Josh Barron, and Josh has been waiting to talk with us. Josh is actually the final person in our web development group. Thanks, David. And then when David stops sharing his screen, and then we will pop right back up into, thanks, David. Josh, you're already up and ready to go. So welcome. Tell us a little bit about your background. How did you get here? And now that you're a web developer, what do you want to do?
All right, so a little bit about my background. So after I got out of high school, I started thinking about what I wanted to do for higher education because I always wanted to go to college, and I didn't really know. And so when I was a kid, I always liked modding and video games and creating things in the video games that were not there initially and seeing my own vision come to life. And my mom, at some point, just recommended just web development. And so I thought I had waited long enough. And so I just kind of went on a whim and I tried. Can you hear me? Right?
Yep. And so you liked
Yep.
it when you tried it?
Yep.
It was
So-
your thing?
Yep. So I started on a whim and I saw immediate connection. It was just like the modding. I find something I wanted to make and I had to research and work at making it the way I envision it, so that I'm able to create what I have in my own head, right? And so, yeah, ever since then, I've really enjoyed all the web development and all the steps it takes to create a website.
Now, do you have something you want to share with us? Any a project you want to tell us about?
Yep. Let's see here. Sure. All righty, you see it?
We can see it.
Alrighty, this is my portfolio page. I spent a decent amount of time on this, so it just kind of goes over a picture of me, a little background, some skills I'm familiar with and know, a bunch of my projects, my resume, contact me. So if you go to the projects, if you click on them, it'll show you a set of skills that any of the projects incorporated, right? So one of them I liked working on was the Vinyl Accessories and More, which is a fictional like a vinyl secondhand site for like used vinyl records and accessories and stuff like that. And so with this site, I used a lot of PHP in the back end to create a database to store any of the products, and then they would output all of their information. So just for an example, I have a form up, and so I just wanted to like create.
It's amazing. Again, I deal with forms so much in my life. Watching you guys just make these forms happen, fantastic.
Submit. So product was added successfully. Now if we go back over here and refresh, got me, hard rock. All right. So
excellent.
So I really liked that. I like seeing a project from the what the user sees all the way to the back end. I like seeing the development phase all the way through. What leads me to, I think I want to be a full stack developer. Seeing a project and all of its steps coming to completion. So another site, this Vintage Cooperative, which is a David Koff had the other site. We all made multiple versions of this site. And I like this one a lot because it got us working in groups and it made me a lot more comfortable with collaborative efforts among teammates. And I feel a lot more comfortable with this field and working with others now that we did this site. especially with how it looked at the end. It looks very good in my opinion. And so, yeah.
It does look really great, and it seems like being able to work in a group as well as being, self-sufficient is important. Are you you're in the job market? Are you looking to stay in Iowa, or would you like to move?
So initially, I do plan on staying in Iowa or central Iowa, Des Moines area. I want to get my feet wet, get comfortable in the field, and then if a job opportunity takes me elsewhere, then it takes me elsewhere.
Excellent. And I kind of asked this in roundabout ways, but what's your dream job? If you could have any job out there, what would you want to do next?
So what could I do next? I think that a small shop that works in every step of the process of web development would be a really phenomenal job for me. I really want to work with the whole process and seeing a project or site come together to its final stages.
Well, thanks, Josh. Thanks for sharing your work. We want to thank this entire group of talented people. Again, this has been DMACC Portfolio Day. You can see all of these portfolios at dmacportfolioday.com. Thank you to everyone who's let me be a part of this and see all of your work. And if you're looking for a great employee, I think you can find them here. So check them out, dmacportfolioday.com. We're signing off. Thanks.